Chapter 331. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One obviously took this into consideration and didn't let him learn too much magic. Although Sharingan can't directly copy magic, with the help of Sharingan, Rog's magic learning journey can be said to have progressed by leaps and bounds. In less than a week, Rog skillfully mastered the 4 magic spells taught by Ancient One and received his first magic tool, the Hanging Ring. The Hanging Ring is a necessary prop to cast the portal magic. Even Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One needs the Hanging Ring when casting the portal magic. Since the Hanging Ring is so important, the cautious Rog certainly won't only receive one. Under the puzzled gaze of Modu, Rog directly applied for 5 hanging rings and added the Flying Thor technique to each hanging ring. Only a cautious ninja can become the god of ninja. Ancient One originally arranged other magic tools for him, but he didn't know if it was because he wasn't a pure sorcerer, but he didn't get any of the magic tools, especially the floating magic cloak that he was very interested in. He rejected it without even thinking about it. Well, it seems that this cloak with the ability to fly and self-consciousness is destined to belong to Dr. Strange. After living and studying in Kamartaj for a month, focusing on some knowledge about magic and the multiverse, Rog left Kamartaj and used the portal magic to return to Konoha's headquarters in Washington. Before leaving Kamartaj, he thought about it seriously and finally told Ancient One about the possibility that Cassius might fall into the arms of Dormammu. Everyone has their own destiny, just like you came to this world. For Cassius' future, Ancient One only replied to him with an ambiguous sentence. Since Ancient One said so, Rog naturally didn't continue to worry about anything. He said goodbye to Ancient One and Modu and returned to Konoha. Although it hasn't been long since he left Konoha, when he walked out of the Golden Portal, he suddenly felt like he had returned home. After letting Hinata inform the news of his return, Rog returned to his office, leaned back in his chair and sighed. After fighting Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, he finally understood the difference in power between him and a Heavenly Father. His fight with Mephisto seemed to have ended in a draw, but he knew that he had already lost. That unprecedented immortal spell, Super Jade Rasengan, was the limit of his current power, and the core of the energy storm created by Mephisto was obviously just an ordinary ultimate move. If he hadn't immediately left Hell on Johnny's ghost motorcycle, he would have been the one to die in the end. Aside from figuring out the difference in strength between himself and the Heavenly Father tier, his other gain was that he had roughly deduced the limits of the system. Without adding in other factors, the Heavenly Father level should be the limit that the system could reach. In other words, the immortal of the 6 paths had the power of a Heavenly Father. If he wanted to break through the Heavenly Father level and obtain universe level or multi-universe level power, he had to create his own path of ninja based on the foundation provided by the system, which was different from Sunnin Rakuta's path of ninja. Using the ninja power of the Naruto world as a foundation, integrating the power of the Marvel world, and finally creating his own path. This was the path that belonged to him as the god of ninja. This seemed difficult, but he had already started part of it unconsciously. If the spiral electromagnetic gun opened the way for him to develop his own ninjutsu, then Hellfire Release and Hell Mode were equivalent to opening the door for him to integrate the power of 2 worlds. As for what was behind the door, and what kind of scenery there would be, he didn't know yet. Forget it, he didn't want to think about it. Anyway, this world wouldn't be destroyed for a while, and he still had a lot of time to slowly think about his future. Thinking of this, he opened the system's property panel and took a look. Unspent ninja coins, 230. Johnny's commission was judged to be completed by the system, and the corresponding ninja coins reward has been sent. Looking at his current unspent ninja coins, and looking at the various icons on the exchange page, he closed the system with some helplessness. I'm still too poor, work hard, work hard. Because he had already rested in Kamartaj for a while, after returning to Konoha, he didn't intend to continue to rest, and directly opened some of the documents and commissions that he had accumulated before. Just as he browsed through the commissions registered by Hinata, he saw 2 familiar names. The client was Tawny Stark, and the content of the commission was to rescue the kidnapped Banner Bruce. What's going on? Banner was kidnapped? Why did Tawny commission through this channel? Hinata, what's this commission about? Rog immediately called out Hinata. Hinata's holographic image appeared in front of him and began to explain the ins and outs of the commission. It was indeed Tani who issued the commission. The reason why he commissioned on Rog's private commission website was purely because he couldn't contact Rog. The time of the commission was more than half a month ago. At that time, Rog was studying magic and the multiverse in Kamartaj. According to Tani, it was a dark and windy night. A group of unknown enemies broke into the new base of the Avengers in the suburbs of New York and kidnapped Banner in front of everyone. On the night of the kidnapping, Tani wasn't in the Avengers base. To be precise, he wasn't in that base every night. Now only Rogers, Phantom, and others live in the base all year round. The kidnapping happened very suddenly, and it was obvious that it was specifically targeted at Banner. Banner was kidnapped before he even had time to transform. After a later investigation, it was found that the organization that kidnapped Banner was not an organization or force on Earth, but an alien. Among all the people Tani knows, only Rog and Thor have experience in this kind of alien travel, so he went to Rog. As for why he didn't go to Thor, the reason is simple. No one knows how to contact Thor in Asgard. After listening to Hinata's report, Rog had to admit that the timeline he knew was getting more and more unreliable. Even Banner was kidnapped. How could this world be any better? Although he thought so in his heart, he still has to do what needs to be done. Even if it's not for Tani and Banner, he still needs to help Hulk. Hulk is his friend. Contact Tani and tell him that I've accepted the commission. I'll go to their new base tomorrow. A group of aliens came to Earth to kidnap Banner? For some reason, Rog always felt that these aliens didn't want to kidnap Banner, but Hulk in Banner's body. Chapter 332. Although Banner is a genius scientist with 7 doctorates, Rog doesn't think that an alien organization will come to Earth to kidnap him. Banner's doctorate is based on the scientific and technological civilization of Earth. Separated from the civilization of Earth, the role that Banner can play will not be so great as to require a special kidnapping. Therefore, compared with the intellectual Banner, Hulk's value is obviously greater. The next morning, Rog, who spent a pleasant night with Daisy, used quantum transmission to come to the new base of the Avengers. He wanted to open the portal, but he had never been to the new base of the Avengers, and he couldn't build a clear picture in his mind and couldn't create a stable enough portal. When the aurora-like brilliant light disappeared, the scene in front of Rog became a 2-story white base. As soon as he appeared, a guard with live ammunition rushed up and aimed their weapons at him. "Relax, I'm here for Tani." After discovering that the person who came was Yondaime Rog, the guards put down their weapons and took him to a reception room in the base. It didn't take long for Tani, wearing an expensive custom-made suit, to come to him with Rogers and others. In addition to the old faces such as Black Widow and Hawkeye, he also saw several newcomers who were not particularly familiar with them, including Colonel Rhodes, whom he had met once. Colonel Rhodes, the War Machine, Sam the Falcon, and Scott the Ant-Man, who didn't look very smart but actually had a master's degree in electrical engineering. When he was at Konoha's headquarters yesterday, Rog took the time to look at the recent development of Avengers. Since the Soul incident caused by Ultron, Avengers has been a lot more low-key, or rather, a lot more low-key on the surface. After suffering several losses in the mouth of the media and public opinion, Avengers finally learned to act in a low-key manner. This includes but is not limited to Tani's direct acquisition of several news media and newspapers. It seems that you have been developing well recently. Not only have you added several new members, but you have also inherited the legacy of S.H.I.E.L.D. very well. Not bad, well done. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been officially disbanded since the helicarrier incident in Washington. Most of the intelligence network and intelligence personnel were absorbed by Konoha, while the operational personnel and logistics support were absorbed by the replicas. In a sense, S.H.I.E.L.D. was dismembered by Konoha and Fu Lien. The guards just now had a very obvious S.H.I.E.L.D. style. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Enough with the pleasantries. Banner has been kidnapped for more than half a month. We need to rescue him as soon as possible. None of us have any experience in extraterrestrial operations, so if you don't mind, I hope you can lead the rescue team this time. Tani sat on the sofa opposite Rog and said with a serious face, Obviously, before Rog arrived, the Avengers had already communicated in advance. Just by looking at their current attire, one could tell that they were ready to set off at any time. Except for Tawny and Colonel Road, who did not wear Iron Man armors, everyone else was basically dressed for action. Of course, Illusions were an exception. The clothes on Illusions were all changed by him, so things like operational attire have no meaning to him. Well, I'll interrupt you for a moment. You may be underestimating the danger of extraterrestrial operations. To put it bluntly, all of you here, except for Illusions, don't have the ability to act on extraterrestrial planets. Rog was not deliberately attacking the members of the Avengers, he was just telling the truth. Let's not talk about whether you have a spaceship or not. Just the strange natural environment on an extraterrestrial planet may kill you. Although not every planet is unsuitable for human survival, but to be honest, the human body is really fragile. On the Earth, this may not be obvious, but once you leave the Earth and face an extraterrestrial race, this will be particularly obvious. So my suggestion is that I will go alone to rescue Banner. As soon as Rog finished speaking, there were several objections on the opposite side. Among them, the most intense objection was not from Tawny, nor from Captain America, but from Black Widow Natasha. Of course, Tawny and the others also considered what Rog said. For this reason, Tawny also specially designed equipment to fight in an extraterrestrial environment. It's just that they haven't really left the Earth after all, so they haven't considered many situations. And more importantly, Rog obviously doesn't want to take so many people to rescue Banner. After a few minutes of internal discussion, Tawny finally gave their reply. We may not be suitable for extraterrestrial operations, but Illusions doesn't have any concerns in this regard. He can go with you. Although Illusions looks like a human being, he is not a real human being after all. No matter how harsh the environment is, Illusions can survive. In their internal plan, Illusions is also the first choice for this operation. However, their proposal was directly rejected by Rog. Illusions won't work. Taking Illusions to rescue Banner will only increase the difficulty of the rescue. Why? It was not Tawny who asked, but Rogers of the American team. The reason is very simple. There is a very powerful madman in the universe who is collecting Infinity Stones, and the one on Illusion's head happens to be one of the targets. Letting Illusions with Infinity Stones appear in the universe is no different from taking the initiative to deliver the goods. Rog explained briefly. Although he is not particularly afraid of Thanos now, he doesn't want to deal with a difficult enemy like Thanos in the process of rescuing Banner. It's not appropriate for you to rescue Banner alone. Banner is a part of the Avengers anyway, and we must have someone to go with you. Tony and Rogers didn't say anything. Instead, it was Natasha who spoke. Rog glanced at Natasha thoughtfully, and he couldn't help but think of the looming emotional line between Natasha and Banner. If you insist on setting off together, then I can only bring the two of them. Other than the two of them, no one else is allowed to come. After that, Rog pointed to Natasha and Scott, who was standing at the back. Scott? He just joined the Avengers not long ago, and his experience is not particularly rich. Why don't I or Barton go? Rogers of the American team glanced at Scott, and then volunteered. No, it can only be the two of them. Scott's ability is more suitable for this mission. In order to rescue Banner, Rog has no shortage of combatants. What he needs is a team member with special talents, and Scott is a good candidate. As for Natasha, it's because she has a good relationship with Banner and Hulk. Let's do this, Rog. You take Agent Romanoff and Scott on this trip. In the end, Tawny made the final decision and determined the members of the rescue team. Chapter 333. Asgard, the Golden Palace Council Hall. Thor, who was sitting at the head of the table, seemed to be listening to the minister's report seriously, but in fact, his thoughts had already flown outside the 9 realms. Since Thor's mother, Odin's queen Frigga, passed away, Odin was no longer in charge of Asgard and the specific affairs of the 9 realms. All the government affairs were handed over to Thor. Although Thor hadn't officially inherited the throne of Asgard, what he did was no different from the king of Asgard. Asgard was as calm as ever, and the contents of the minister's reports were mostly related to civil affairs. Except for some sporadic war reports from Warnerheim, the entire 9 realms could be said to be peaceful. After listening to the minister's reports for several hours, Thor passed some of the policies proposed by the ministers, and also shelved some new policies that he didn't think were necessary for the time being. When he was the only one left in the magnificent council hall, Thor leaned back on the golden chair and sighed tiredly. After really taking over the government affairs, he found that it wasn't easy to become a qualified and respected king. For him, it was dozens of times more difficult than fighting the flame giant Surtur alone in Muspelheim. If it weren't for Loki's paranoid personality, he would have thought of giving the throne to Loki. But this thought only lingered in his mind for a few minutes before it was completely thrown to the back of his mind. Thor, who was leaning back on the chair, closed his eyes and enjoyed this rare time of relaxation. He summoned Thor's hammer Mjolnir, that he hadn't waved for a long time, and waved it casually in his hand. Half an hour later, he had to inspect the barracks and set new assessment standards for Asgard's palace guards. I really want to fight. Since returning from Svartalfheim, the kingdom of the Dark Elves, he hadn't engaged in any battles, and he didn't even fly with Thor's hammer more than a few times. Just as he was considering whether to include himself in the list of assessment instructors for the palace guards, the door of the council hall was pushed open. 2 adult males, firm steps, reasonable strides, stable frequency, good skills. Through the sound of footsteps, Thor quickly judged the strength of the 2 visitors. Because he didn't have any chance to fight personally, he could only use these little tricks to satisfy his inner desire for battle. Thor, long time no see. Before Thor opened his eyes, a familiar voice sounded. This is Rog's voice. After hearing Roger's words, Saul suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly came in front of Roger and gave him a strong hug. Rog, why are you here? Forget it. These are all trivial matters. Since you are here, then accompany me for a few moves. As he spoke, Thor did not forget to pat Rog on the shoulder excitedly, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. In order to maintain the so-called majesty of the king, Thor had to put on a serious face when facing his ministers and other subordinates. Only when he saw Rog and other friends would he show a sincere smile. There's no hurry. I came here this time to ask you for help. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Thor's face changed from excitement to nervousness, and he quickly asked, Is there something wrong with Jane? Looking at Thor's rapid change of face like a Sichuan opera, Rog silently criticized him in his heart for valuing women over friends. Jane is fine, she is fine and safe. It was Banner who had an accident. Banner was kidnapped by a cosmic force. I came here this time to borrow the Bifrost. I need to bring that big green guy back to Earth safely. Rog briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter, including the fact that he was going to take Natasha and Scott to rescue Banner, as well as the spaceship and weapons used by the kidnappers at the time. After listening to Rog's description, especially after watching the pictures taken by the surveillance of the restoration base, Thor frowned slightly and said slowly, Judging from the personnel and equipment, these kidnappers should be space pirates or criminals. As for which force they belong to, I can't tell for the time being. But don't worry, I will ask Asgard's intelligence personnel to pay attention to these people. Once I find anything, I will inform you immediately. After that, Thor pulled Rog and left, and without saying a word, they came to a training ground in the Golden Palace. I can lend you Bifrost, and I will ask Heimdall to assist you. But in return, you will have to fight with me. As soon as his voice fell, Thor's hammer Mjolnir flew into Thor's hand. After a fierce silver-white lightning, Thor, wearing armor and a red cloak, returned. Without any hesitation, Thor raised the Thor's hammer in his hand and directly attacked Rog. More than 20 minutes later, Thor, with a bloody nose and a swollen face, lay in the messy training ground with a satisfied look on his face. He had an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Rog, who was fighting with him, was not much better. His hair was messy, he was sweating profusely, and his right arm couldn't stop trembling. Although he and Saul did not use any powerful moves, it was just a simple exchange of punches and kicks and fighting skills. But with their amazing physique and strength, they still destroyed the training ground. The surrounding walls and floors shattered, and gravel scattered all over the ground. You are becoming less and less like an earthling. Your physical strength is stronger than the palace guards. I am now beginning to wonder if you are a pure earthling. Saul was able to make such a clear judgment because it was mainly a contest of physical strength. The opponents I have faced recently are some inhuman monsters, so I strengthened my physical strength training. Although that was the case, what really caused Rog's physical fitness to improve by leaps and bounds was the further development of the immortal body. Now, even if he didn't deliberately use his monstrous strength, he could easily crush rocks several meters wide. Casually breaking walls and steel plates was as simple as breathing for him. Sorry, I can't leave Asgard for too long now. I can't go with you to save Banner. But don't worry, as long as you need Asgard's help, Asgard will be your strongest backing in this operation. Thor said with an apologetic look on his face. It's okay, I'm very satisfied that you let me use Bifrost. Because Thor still had a lot of official business to deal with, Rog didn't continue to disturb him, and returned to the restoration base through Bifrost. He wanted to use the portal to return to Earth, but he soon found that using the portal spell from Earth to Asgard had consumed most of his magical power. After coming out of the rainbow-like teleportation beam, Rog didn't let Heimdall wait for too long, and immediately took Natasha and Scott to Asgard. Then, he directly teleported from Asgard to the land of nothingness. Rog didn't accept the spaceship and Asgard gold coins specially prepared by Thor, because this time, he intends to use a barbaric way to complete this commission. Commission content: bring Banner back to Earth. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 300 ninja coins. Chapter 334. This is a land of nothingness. It's different from the planet you think of. This is the brain of a huge ancient creature. We are now in the brain of this ancient creature. Rog did not explain to Natasha and Scott what the celestial group was. He simply described it as the brain of an ancient creature. Even in the universe, not many people knew about the celestial group. Therefore, instead of wasting time to explain the celestial group, it was better to just use the common impression of the universe. As for why Rog knew about this, it was all thanks to Ronan's selfless contribution. In the Kree battleship left behind by Ronan, there was a large amount of knowledge about the universe. Rog had just browsed through it. Don't ask too many questions. This is my first time here too. This is the Universal Language Translator. It was provided by a kind person. Most of the universal languages are recorded in it. Bring it with you and you will be able to communicate with other alien races. After that, Rog passed 2 universal language translators to Natasha and Scott, and gestured for them to wear it. Also, let me remind you, although this is a chaotic land without any laws, there is one thing you must pay attention to. Do not provoke the Daifan group. Daifan group? What's that? Ant-Man Scott asked curiously. Do you see those robots that look like they are absent from work? Those are the Daifan group's collection robots. A few hundred years ago, the Daifan group sent people to mine the organic substances in the skulls. The collected bones, brain tissue, spinal fluid, etc. are all rare resources. They are very valuable in the black market. Rog pointed at the collection robots that were working hard like worker bees, and said calmly. He had obtained the above information from the Kree battleship. The Daifan group was established by the collector Talia Daifan. The collector was one of Rog's targets. Oh right, let me remind you. There are many intelligent races in the universe. Some of them are exactly the same as the humans on Earth. However, they are not from Earth. After hearing Rog's reminder, Natasha and Scott nodded silently. Then, they continued to observe this magical place that was like a sci-fi city. It was their first time leaving Earth and coming to such a magical place. This was an unprecedented experience for Natasha and Scott. However, while they were sizing up the land of nothingness, many intelligent humanoid creatures were sizing them up as well. There was nothing wrong with Asgard's Bifrost. It was reliable for both civilian and military use. If there was a flaw in the Bifrost Bridge, it would be that the teleportation of the Bifrost Bridge was a little too gorgeous, so gorgeous that it was eye-catching. Why are they looking at us like that? Are they here to cause us trouble? Although they all had humanoid bodies, Scott couldn't help but gulp when he saw these aliens. He quietly walked up to Rog and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing? Our entrance was too ostentatious. As for whether they are here to cause trouble for us, I'm not sure yet." Unlike Scott, who was extremely nervous, Rog had a calm look on his face. It was as if the people gathered in front of them were not aliens, but a group of pet dogs. "What should we do now? Attack them or just leave?" Scott was indeed inexperienced. Not to mention Rog, even Natasha, who was also experiencing an alien trip for the first time, was much calmer than him. "Either is fine. If your hands are itchy, you can go up and play with them." As soon as Rog finished speaking, Scott shook his head vigorously and retreated behind Rog. Not only was this guy inexperienced, but he was also not brave enough. He didn't have the demeanor of a superhero at all. "Newcomers, which planet are you from? Do you know that you have to pay a toll to come to the land of nothingness? You can only move freely in the land of nothingness after you pay the toll. Do you understand?" It seemed that he could tell that this was the first time Rog and the other two had come to the land of nothingness. A burly man with a height of more than 2 meters, dark red skin, and sharp teeth walked out of the crowd and said arrogantly. Before Rog could say anything, the burly man of unknown race spoke again. "Look at you guys. I don't think you've prepared a toll. But you're in luck. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you about the toll. Hand that chick to me, and you don't have to pay the toll. If you run into any trouble here, you can mention my name. I'll protect you. How about it? It's a good deal, isn't it? Send that chick over, quick." The burly man held a gun thicker than Rog's thigh in his hand, as if he was certain that they would be defeated. He waited confidently for Rog and the others' reply. Rog did not expect that the first trouble he encountered in the land of nothingness would be caused by Natasha. However, even if Natasha wasn't here, the burly man would probably find other excuses to cause trouble for them. Thinking of this, Rog couldn't help but think of an alternative statistic he saw on the Carey battleship. According to the statistics, the intelligent races in the universe had a surprisingly consistent evaluation of the attractiveness of the opposite sex. In other words, if a blue-skinned Carey woman was popular in the Carey Empire, then this Carey woman would also be popular among the green-skinned Skulu people. Because there were as many intelligent races in the universe as there were stars in the sky, most of the races in the universe were extremely tolerant of the opposite sex of other races. According to what Rog knew, there was a certain marauder from Earth who would not reject anyone in this aspect. Because they were all wearing universal language translators, Rog and the others could clearly understand the burly man's meaning. Thus, Rog gave his own answer. Bang! The sound of a gunshot instantly rang out. The light blue chakra bullet instantly pierced through the burly man's head, completely exploding his head. Because the speed was too fast, the people present didn't even notice when Rog pulled out his gun. "Remember what I said just now? This is the land of chaos without any laws, so here, you can kill if you want to." Roger smiled and said to Scott and Natasha behind him. Then he fired 3 more shots. Bang! 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 After 3 bullets, there were 3 more corpses with their heads blown off on the ground. If it was any other place, Rog's action of shooting without saying anything would definitely cause a commotion. But not here, because this is the land of nothingness, a real land of chaos. Chapter 335. Collector Talia Divan was a famous existence in the universe. His obsession with collecting had reached an incomprehensible level. The Collector was one of the oldest life forms in the universe, and he was also a member of the Council of Elders of the universe. No one knew how long he had lived, just as no one knew what kind of power he had. The only thing people knew was that no one could forcibly take his collection from the Collector. Anyone who tried to rob the Collector's collection, without exception, all disappeared. Although there was no nominal ruler in the land of nothingness, Collector Talia Divan was the actual ruler of the land of nothingness. Rog used the land of nothingness as the first stop of the mission, and he came specifically for Collector Talia Divan. The universe was vast, so vast that it made people feel desperate. It is not an easy task to find Banner's whereabouts in the vast universe. In order to find Banner as soon as possible, Rog decided to make a deal with the Collector, a deal that the Collector would never refuse. The reason why the land of nothingness became a magical place famous throughout the universe was not only that the place itself was unique, but more importantly, collector Talia Divan was here. As long as you could give him a unique collection, the collector would give you a huge return that you could not imagine. Money, power, strength, weapons, resources, even an entire planet, as long as you wanted it, the collector could satisfy you. To some extent, the collector was like the spirit of the wishing lamp. As long as you could satisfy him, he could fulfill your wish. Because of this, the land of nothingness attracted gold diggers from all over the universe, trying to harvest their own gold mines in the land of nothingness. Of course, not everyone was here for the collector. The unique nature of the land of nothingness itself made it the favorite of space pirates, criminals and villains, and people from all walks of life gathered here. Under the guidance of several enthusiasts, Rog and the other two successfully arrived at the collector's residence. We have collected the most races, treasures, antiques, remains, and so on in the universe. Anything you can imagine can be found in the master's collection room. An alien maid wearing a short white-maid uniform with wine-red skin confidently introduced to Rog, and the other two. Rog didn't agree with the maid's introduction. At the very least, he knew that there were a few collectors who wanted to get their hands on this treasure, but they never got their hands on it. For example, the Infinity Stone. Coincidentally, in the original timeline, the Reality Stone was handed over to the collector by Asgard. But because of his appearance, the Reality Stone was intercepted and fell into his hands. Although he came to do business with the collector, he had no intention of handing over the Reality Stone. If he wanted to impress the collector, other things besides the reality gems would also work. For example, the Northern Cold Saber that was modeled after the Black Death Sword, which was Xiaohei. Or maybe he was the only one in the entire universe who could make ninjutsu bullets. The key to moving collectors had never been their value, but whether or not they were rare enough. Now let us welcome the great collector, Talia Divan. The maid who led the way used exaggerated movements and tone to introduce the collector to Rog, and the other two. Following the maid's voice, a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair and strange clothes slowly turned around, and walked in front of Rog and the other two. TSK, let me see 3 rare earthlings. The collector Talia Divan glanced at Rog and the other two. He then took off his strange glasses and focused his gaze on Rog. When the collector said rare, he didn't mean that earthlings were rare, but that earthlings rarely appeared in the universe. Not to mention intergalactic voyages in the universe, the Earth civilization couldn't even travel to planets in a reliable way. Therefore, to other space civilizations, Earthlings who hadn't mastered the technology of intergalactic travel were considered to be a backward civilization. Because of this, Earthlings rarely appeared in the universe. I wonder what kind of collection you 3 rare Earthlings have brought me. If it's too ordinary, I'll be angry. The collector's mental state seemed to be a bit abnormal, but this was his normal state. I believe you will like this. As soon as the voice fell, Rog took out a rectangular box from the summon scroll. Whether it was Blackie or ninjutsu bullets, Rog didn't plan to trade them. Although Blackie is unique, he doesn't have the habit of trading his partners. And ninjutsu bullets may not be enough to tempt the collector. After all, ninjutsu bullets can be mass-produced. In order to impress the collector and successfully obtain information about Banner, he deliberately spent 20 ninja coins and exchanged a branch of the god tree from the system. When Rog opened the metal box and took out the branch of the god tree that was more than 1 meter long, the collector's face suddenly changed, and his right hand reached out uncontrollably to the branch of the god tree. Before Rog could introduce the branch of the god tree in his hand, the collector grabbed it and carefully looked at it. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes later that the collector reluctantly looked away and slowly said, "What kind of plant is this? Where did you get it?" "I can only tell you that this is a special tree called the God Tree. This is a branch of the God Tree that I got by chance. As for the rest, I have no comment." Although facing the collector, who is famous in the universe, Rog still has no intention of revealing his secrets. He came here to make a deal, not to make a confidant. "Tell me, what do you want to exchange this branch of the God Tree for, wealth or power?" The collector looked at Rog with a serious expression and said, "That's right. Since Rog doesn't want to say it, he won't force anything. He is a collector, and collecting rare existences is his interest. He is not interested in secrets. I want to know the whereabouts of this person, or the whereabouts of this group of kidnappers. Rog handed the tablet that he had already prepared to the collector. No problem, I will give you accurate information in 7 Earth days. The collector didn't take the tablet handed over by Rog, but let the maid next to him take it. Except for those rare existences, he doesn't want to take anything. Although the collector doesn't know who Rog is talking about, it won't be a problem for him. Even if the person Rog is looking for is one of the 5 gods of creation of the universe, the collector will give him accurate information. It's just that the time needed for the investigation is not as simple as 7 Earth days. Chapter 336. On a balcony of the Exciting Night Hotel. Exciting Night is a famous hotel in the land of nothingness, famous for its all-inclusive services. As long as you can afford it, you can not only spend any exciting night you want here, but you can even spend an exciting life here. In fact, strictly speaking, there is no night in the land of nothingness, and there is no so-called day. After all, this is the head of an ancient creature, not a normal planet, and there is no rotation. What are we going to do next? Wait here for 7 days. Scott stood beside Rog with an unknown drink like a cocktail and asked, "We won't go anywhere until we get accurate information. If you feel bored, you can find some fun in the hotel. The casinos and entertainment venues here are still very fair." Rog didn't look at Scott. He is now admiring the bright starry sky outside the land of nothingness. Through the huge eyes of the head, you can directly see the starry sky outside with the naked eye. This is one of the reasons why Rog chose to stay in the Exciting Night. Although they have just arrived and don't have more recognized common currencies such as Creek coin, this doesn't affect them staying in the Exciting Night Hotel. The 4 aliens who tried to blackmail them before provided them with a small amount of startup capital. Relying on this startup fund in Sharingan, Rog went to the casino outside for more than 10 minutes, and then earned enough money to make them fall for a week. Although the casinos in the land of nothingness are completely different from the casinos on Earth, and the gameplay is also different, all of this is not difficult for Rog. Gambling, in a sense, is also a game, and it is a high-risk, high-return game. And Rog happens to be a game master. Therefore, winning money was not a problem for him. Can the collector really find the whereabouts of Banner? The universe is so big, it's not easy to find a person. Scott raised the glass in his hand and took a sip, then coughed violently. What kind of wine is this? It's too bad to drink. Even gasoline tastes better than this. Scott said with a disgusted look on his face. Have you drunk gasoline? Rog's curiosity suddenly came out. No. Scott quickly shook his head. He would never admit that he had drunk gasoline. Don't underestimate the collector. Although he looks quite crazy, the promises he makes are still very reliable. After that, Rog turned around and walked towards the door of the room. Where are you going? Seeing that Rog was about to leave the room, Scott immediately asked loudly. Ever since they had arrived at the land of nothingness, Scott had wanted nothing more than to stay by Rog's side 24/7. In this place where there was no law at all, he could only feel a sense of security by Rog's side. We're going to have fun. If you want to go out, remember to bring Little Black along. As soon as he finished speaking, the northern cold blade hanging from Rog's belt was thrown in front of Scott. Before Scott could reach out his hand, the pitch-black northern cold blade disappeared. Instead, it was Xiaohei, who was nearly 3 meters tall, had a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a pair of huge white eyes. Hello, I am Xiaohei. After changing from the northern cold blade form to a humanoid form, Xiaohei greeted Scott in a friendly tone that he understood. But obviously, Scott couldn't accept Xiaohei's friendliness. Rog ignored Scott's screams and left the room straight, then knocked on the door of the next room. Not long after, the door of the room was opened. The person who opened the door was none other than Black Widow Natasha, who was wearing a special black combat uniform that vividly displayed the curves of her body. What happened to Scott? I seem to have heard his screams just now. It's okay, he met a new friend and was just a little excited. The people of the Avengers didn't know about Xiaohei, and Rog didn't intend to explain it to them. So until now, Natasha thought that only the three of them participated in the rescue operation of Banner. After entering Natasha's room, Rog directly took out a bottle of unknown drink that was slightly more pleasing to the eye from the wine cabinet, and poured a glass for himself and Natasha. When did you get together with Banner? After handing one of the glasses to Natasha, Rog asked casually. Together? I wasn't with Banner, I just wanted to save my companions. Natasha froze for a moment. She thought that Rog wanted to tell her about the next arrangement, but she didn't expect Rog to ask such a question. Really? You didn't look like you just wanted to rescue your companions at the Avengers base. Natasha is a very smart woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have become a top spy, so she instantly understood why Rog said that. Banner is indeed a very talented man, but he's not my type, and he hasn't recovered from Dr. Ross's breakup yet. Natasha picked up the glass and took a sip, and a blush quickly appeared on her delicate face. Not only do you have such a misunderstanding, but others also have similar ideas. Rogers even took the initiative to set me up with Banner. At this point, Natasha smiled bitterly. Wait, the person you like is not Banner, then it can't be Hulk, right? Do you like Hulk? Rog knows that there is some kind of emotional thread between Natasha and Banner. After all, this is the case in the timeline he knows. But now it is clear that the development of things is completely different from what he remembers. Natasha doesn't like Banner, but she likes Hulk. This development trajectory is a bit out of the ordinary. However, after thinking about it carefully, this wasn't something impossible. Although Hulk is very different from normal people, in a sense Hulk is also a good man. No, I don't like Hulk either. Also, put away those dirty thoughts in your mind. Natasha is worthy of being an experienced top spy. Although Rog hasn't said anything yet, Natasha can see what he is thinking at a glance. Ahem, I'm a gentleman. I won't have any inappropriate thoughts. No, you don't like Banner, and you don't like Hulk, then why are you so nervous? This is not the mental state a qualified spy should have. Rog soon found the blind spot. Are there only these animal instinctive thoughts left in your men's minds? I have carried out several missions with Hulk. In the process of carrying out the mission, I found that Hulk is not as barbaric and violent as people think. He doesn't like to use violence, and he doesn't want people to be afraid of him, but no one has ever cared about what he thinks. Everyone thought of Hulk as a powerful barbarian warrior, but they never thought about what Hulk wanted. Hulk is lonely, he also wants friends, he also wants someone to really care about him, not treat him as a weapon, a tool. Hulk has mentioned you many times in front of me. He said that you are his friend. You will eat barbecue with him. You will teach him fighting skills. He said that you will teach him a top martial art called Hashiman Tanku in the future. He doesn't know why, but after listening to Natasha's words, two thoughts suddenly emerged in Rog's mind. The first is that Natasha seems to have an inexplicable motherly love for Hulk. The second was that Hulk, this little guy, actually really remembered what he had said before. After the commission is completed, he will try to teach Hulk the Hashiman Tanku. Since Hulk regards him as a real friend, Rog will naturally live up to Hulk's expectations. And he also wants to see if Hulk, who has practiced the Hashiman Tanku, can kick out the legendary ending. Chapter 337. Time passed in a flash. Unknowingly, Rog and the other two had already spent 5 Earth days in the land of nothingness. At this time, there were only 2 days left before the time promised by the Collector. Although the Collector hadn't contacted them in the past few days, Rog wasn't worried that the Collector would violate the promise. As long as the Collector still wanted the Tree of God's branch, the Collector would definitely find out the accurate information within the agreed time. While waiting for the Collector's reply, Rog didn't stay idle. He prepared all the equipment needed for interstellar travel. Although it was called equipment, it was actually a small interstellar spaceship of good quality. Log originally planned to win a spaceship in the casino fair and square, but ever since his reputation spread out in the land of nothingness, no one was willing to compete with him at the gambling table. Instead, one by one, they began to compete with him in a gladiatorial battle. Remember Ronan, the accuser who was defeated by him? After knowing the death of Captain Marvel Carroll, the accuser Ronan brought a carry fleet to Earth in an attempt to fish in troubled waters. In the end, he was defeated by Rog and left with his tail between his legs. At that time, Rog didn't kill the accuser Ronin. Instead, he intentionally let him go. The fourth Hokage of Earth, Rog, defeated the accuser Ronin of the Kari Empire. Of course, it was impossible for the Kari Empire and Ronin to deliberately announce a lost battle, but the people in the universe still learned about this matter through some secret channels. Thus, the reputation of the fourth Hokage of Rog began to spread in small to medium-sized areas of the universe. On the third day after Rog and the other two came to the Land of Nothingness, someone recognized him, and then the entire Land of Nothingness knew about it. It was also from that day onwards that people were no longer willing to compete with Rog on the gambling table. Instead, they changed the venue of the duel from the casino to the arena. Some people wanted to gain more reputation by defeating him. Some people simply wanted to compete with him. Of course, there were also some gamblers who wanted to win more wealth through the duel. Rog didn't refuse these gladiator invitations, but he had his own requirements. The challengers had to put up a sufficient bet before he would accept the challenge. The small interstellar spaceship he had now was one of the spoils he had won from the arena. As for loot of similar value, he still had 8 more. There would only be 3 matches a day, and the highest bidder would win. This was the second rule of Rog's gladiator fights. In these 3 days he fought a total of 9 battles and won all 9 battles. None of the 9 matches lasted more than a minute. The one with the best result lasted until 52 seconds. By now, not many people were willing to fight with him. After all, no one liked a gladiator battle that was guaranteed to fail. Are you still going to the arena today? After witnessing Rog's heroic fighting style, Scott fell into a state of blind worship for Rog. Now, he even began to consider whether he should leave the Alliance and join Konoha after returning to Earth. I don't think so. So far, I haven't received any gladiator invitations. Rog lay on the sofa on the balcony and answered casually, his eyes still looking at the bright starry sky outside. Can I ask you something? Scott got rid of Xiaohei, who was frantically ravaging his hair, and asked Rog with difficulty, what do you want to know? Have you been sleeping in the room next door for the past few days? I heard that Agent Romanoff and Dr. Banner are a couple. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to do this? Looking at Scott's hesitant look, Rog shook his head helplessly. They are not a couple. You all think too much, and I don't like to put a hat on people. If it was someone else, Rog wouldn't bother to explain. But since Scott had such a question, he didn't mind explaining it for the sake of his current teammate, lest Scott have any bad associations. Really, then there's no problem. But speaking of which, Agent Romanoff's figure is really... Before Scott finished speaking, Rog grabbed his shoulder and flew straight into Xiaohei's arms. Since Xiaohei showed his true form, Xiaohei had been entangled with Scott, like a black Labrador who saw his favorite frisbee. Xiaohei, let go of me. I'm warning you, let go of me quickly. Damn it, put your tongue back, stop licking my head. Scott had tried to become smaller or bigger to get rid of Xiaohei's ravages, but unfortunately, all his resistance failed. Just when Rog thought that today was going to be so dull, there was a sudden noise on the street outside the hotel. In the Land of Nothingness, fighting in the street was not uncommon. Especially near casinos, bars, and other entertainment venues, this kind of thing was even more common. But this time, Rog's eyes were on one side of the battle. There was a raccoon holding an energy gun and screaming crazily, and a treant that was several meters tall. It can't be such a coincidence, right? After seeing the raccoon and the treant, Rog's eyes quickly swept through the surrounding crowd, trying to find several other familiar figures. But unfortunately, except for the raccoon and the treant, he didn't find any other people in his memory. The genetically modified raccoon, Rocket, and the treant of the giant flower god clan, Groot. Xiaohei, look after Scott and Natasha, I'm going out. As soon as his voice fell, Rog used the body flicker technique to leave the balcony of the room, and his whole person disappeared completely. In just a moment, he came near Rocket and Groot. You bunch of waste monsters, listen to me, this guy is my prey. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Rocket pointed his gun at a person in front of him and said in a fierce tone, I'm Groot. Groot, who was standing on top of Rocket, also made a boxing pose and echoed in a low voice, Although they were now surrounded by more than a dozen enemies of different figures, Rocket and Groot didn't show any fear. Instead, they had a proud posture of victory. Looking at Rocket with a fierce expression and baring his teeth, Rog began to wonder if the Galaxy Awkward Dance Group had been established. In the timeline in his memory, the Galaxy Awkward Dance Group should have been established at this time, but they haven't successfully obtained the advanced achievement of Awkward Dance Saves the Universe. However, judging from the performance of Rocket and Groot at this time, the Galaxy Awkward Dance Group didn't seem to have even a shadow. Although Rog didn't know who the prey Rocket was talking about was, he was sure of one thing, that is, Rocket and Groot were doing the work of bounty hunters. Chapter 338. When did he become a bounty hunter? Rocket couldn't even remember. He only vaguely remembers that he seemed to have taken the initiative to erase two memories that may be very important to him. Whether those two memories are really that important, he's not very sure because he doesn't know what those two memories are. The oldest memory Rocket can recall now is meeting Groot in prison, meeting the most important partner of his life. Although it's been a long time, he still remembers the first sentence Groot said to him in the prison cell. "I am Groot." Later, he and Groot escaped from prison. The two formed a bounty hunter team and began to wander around the universe. Recalling the days when he wandered around with Groot, Rocket's ferocious face showed a trace of gentleness. But this gentleness came and went quickly. Without waiting for the surrounding enemies to answer, Rocket pulled the trigger and released a torrential rain of bullets. Da-da-da-da-da. The energy gun in Rocket's hand is not an ordinary weapon, but a killing weapon he carefully modified. Not to mention that the ones surrounding them are just a group of low-level villains. Even if they are standing in front of the elite soldiers of the Carey Empire, Rocket is confident that he can quickly eliminate them in a short time. No one thought that this 1-meter-tall raccoon would be so violent, not caring about the surrounding crowd and shooting without any hesitation. The already noisy environment became even more chaotic. Gunshots, screams, and wails rose and fell one after another, forming a different kind of music. The moment Rocket fired, Rog decisively used the body flicker technique to retreat a distance to avoid being shot. While Rocket was shooting wildly, Groot didn't stay idle. The branches turned into hands and quickly extended to attack the enemy behind Rocket. Rocket is responsible for the frontal attack. Groot is responsible for the support. With amazing tacit understanding, Rocket and Groot didn't say a word and instantly played a superb cooperation. In just a few seconds, Rocket and Groot finished off all the surrounding enemies, as well as their mission target. Damn, this fat pig is also dead. Rocket ran to the front of an abnormally fat alien, and cursed as he looked at the face that had been completely smashed. "I am Groot." Rocket and Groot's mission this time was to capture this fat guy alive. When the rocket was fired, it deliberately avoided the target's position. But he didn't expect that the target would eventually die from a stray bullet flying out of nowhere. The mission failed, which not only means that they came here in vain, but also wasted their little funds. Thinking of the high docking fee of the void, as well as the wasted energy of the spaceship, Rocket's face became even more ugly. At this time, Rocket saw Rog. Because of Rocket and Groot's brazen action, the surrounding crowd to escape to the scene. Except for Rog, there was no one else around him. This is the main reason why Rocket can see him at a glance. "I'm not. If you don't want to die, then I'll kill you." Rocket didn't know Roger, nor had he seen Roger's previous gladiator fights. So in his view, Rog is just a curious passerby. After many years of bounty hunter career, Rocket understood a truth. That is, you have to show enough fierceness and overbearingness, so that there won't be people who don't have eyes to look for trouble. But this time, Rocket miscalculated. Rog ignored Rocket's angry shout and went straight to Groot, curiously looking at Groot's body. Although Groot has a humanoid body, his life form is completely different from that of humans. Rather than saying that Groot is a humanoid creature, it's better to say that he's a tree with a humanoid body. Rog doesn't know much about Groot's race, the flower god Colossus. But when Groot just attacked, he perceived a familiar yet strange aura from Groot's body. Using the energy in the body as the source of life, it accelerates and controls the growth of plants, using it to attack or defend. Although the specific operation process may be different, The principle of Groot's body growth is the same as that of Mokuton. The only difference is that the energy they use is different. Groot uses a lifelike energy, while Rog uses chakra. This is simply a living Mokuton with self-consciousness and life. The more he looks at Groot, the more Rog feels that Groot is similar to Mokuton. Hello, my name is Rog, I'm a ninja from Earth. Looking up at Groot's face, Rog introduced himself. I'm Groot. For some reason, Groot also has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Rog, who suddenly appeared, as if he met a member of his clan. Nice to meet you. After that, Roger reached out his right hand and shook hands with Groot, who was squatting down. I'm Groot. Although he has a universal language translator, Rog can't understand Groot's words at all. The universal language translator he is now carrying is a product of the Carey Empire. It can only translate the language already recorded in the Carey Empire's language library, and the language used by Groot is not in it. Just as Rog was thinking about how to communicate with Groot, Rocket's voice sounded again. Boy, I'm warning you for the last time, get out of here immediately, or… Rocket didn't say the rest of the words, he just loaded the energy gun in his hand again. Kaja. The crisp sound of loading sounded. Rog's face suddenly became a little dissatisfied. He can understand Rocket's arrogant attitude, but taking the initiative to provoke him again and again, this is a bit unreasonable. What if I don't? Rog turned and looked at Rocket not far in front of him, and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Then you. Before Rocket finished speaking, his neck was grabbed by the bright red Chakra's hand, and his whole body was lifted up. As for the energy gun in his hand, it was shattered by Chakra's hand in the first place. In general, Rog rarely uses the nine-tailed chakra first. But in some cases, the nine-tailed chakra is better than his own chakra. For example, when it's used to mimic objects. After seeing Rocket being lifted up by the blood-red Chakra's hand, Groot hesitated for a second or two, and then his huge right fist directly smashed towards Rog in front of him. Although Groot felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from Rog, compared to the safety of Rocket, this is nothing. Groot's attack can't be said to be slow, but Rog's counterattack is faster. Would release, Great Forest Technique. Rog's right hand's 5 fingers instantly turned into wooden vines, like 5 vipers attacking their prey. They instantly knocked Groot away and firmly tied him up. What's going on? After seeing Rog's 5 fingers turned into wooden vines and flew away and tied up Groot, Rocket's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. I'm Groot. However, the most surprised person was not Rocket, who was pinched by Chakra's hand, but the tied-up Groot. I'm Groot. Chapter 339. Exciting Night Hotel. First floor bar. Rocket and Groot sat opposite Rog, looking at Rog with a complicated look. More than 10 minutes ago, they were still fighting on the street outside, but now, they are sitting together in a bar. Rocket and Groot's strength is not bad, and they are also a little famous among the bounty hunters. However, in front of Rog, their strength is still a bit too weak. Just casually using a few ninjutsu, Rog easily defeated the two of them, making them come to the bar willingly. Who are you? What do you want to do? Rocket asked Rog with a vigilant look. Rog's strength is very strong, but what Rocket really cares about is not his strength, but the Mokuton he just used. Rocket is also a knowledgeable bounty hunter, but he has never met someone like Rog. Making the body grow like a tree, except for Groot, this is the first time Rocket has seen this ability in other people. And unlike Groot, Rog's Mokuton is obviously more magical. Groot is a giant flower god. His body is originally a tree, so even if his body suddenly grows, it is not a particularly strange thing. But Rog is different. Rocket is very sure that Rog is a human, a real flesh and blood body. I said before, my name is Rog, a ninja from the earth. Rocket is curious about Rog's Mokuton, and Rog is also curious about Groot's life form. If it weren't for the current conditions, he really wants to do a detailed physical examination for Groot. And his intuition tells him that Groot is hiding the secret to further improve his Mokuton. After meeting Groot, he finally understood why Orochimaru, one of Konoha's Sannin, embarked on the path of a mad scientist. I have no malice to you, I'm just a little interested in Groot, or Groot's race. But don't worry, I'm not some Frankenstein monster. I won't do something like dismembering people and soaking them in formalin. Rog didn't explain to them what Mokutan was, nor did he hide his interest in the Groot race. Please don't say that you just want to make friends with us, Rocket said disdainfully. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I do intend to make friends with you. What happened just now can only be considered as an exchange of blows leads to friendship. I still have some things to do, so I can't tell you too much for now. This is the contact code of my spaceship. If you are interested, you can contact me at any time. After that, Rog took out a small piece of metal from his pocket. The metal plate was engraved with the internal communication code of his small spaceship. As long as the distance wasn't too far, any spaceship could use this communication code to contact Rog's spaceship. To put it simply, it was a communication number between spaceships. After handing the metal plate to Groot, Rog went on to say, "If you like, you can play here for a few days. Just put the bill under my name." Because of the bet, Rog now had a considerable amount of wealth on him, which was enough for Rocket and Rocket to indulge in debauchery for a long time. After saying that, he directly left the bar. Meeting Rocket and Groot was purely an accident. But since he met them, Rog didn't mind greeting them in advance. It would be more convenient to deal with them in the future. When Rog's figure completely disappeared behind the bar, Rocket took the metal plate from Groot's hand and put it in his pocket. He's a weirdo. I'm Groot. Groot replied silently. After spending another exciting night with Natasha in the hotel, the collector's exaggerated maid finally appeared in front of Rog's group again. I didn't expect you to be the one who defeated Ronin, the fourth Hokage. When I met you last time, I felt that you weren't an ordinary person. As soon as the voice fell, the white-haired collector, Tanya Divan, came in front of Rog. His fingers danced excitedly as he said in a greedy tone, "Your eyes are simply a masterpiece. When you die, please let me pay for your eyes." Rog silently stepped back, widening the distance between himself and the collector. He didn't like a male creature so close to him, especially a male creature with an unstable mental state. Let's talk about the eyes later. I just want to know, did you collect the information I want? Rog psychically summoned the metal box where the branch of the Tree of God was placed, and casually took out the branch of the Tree of God. You should be more careful when dealing with rare existences. The collector took the branch of the Tree of God from Rog's hand, and signaled the maid next to him to return Rog's tablet to him. The ones who captured Bruce Banner were a group of slavers called rope catchers. They don't belong to any faction. They capture all kinds of powerful creatures in the universe, and then sell these creatures to customers who need them. As far as I know, my brother Ansaka bought a lot of interesting creatures from the rope catchers. Collector Tanya stroked the branch of the sacred tree in his hand with exaggerated movements, then continued, "Your tablet has the information and the latest location of the rope catcher slave hunters. If you're fast enough, you should be able to find them before they sell Banner." Rog turned on the tablet and saw the star map on it, as well as the planet whose coordinates were specially marked. Xander. The rope catchers are on Xander? If Rog remembered correctly, Xander was the planet where the New Star Army's headquarters was located, and it was also one of the most orderly planets in the universe. The rope catchers were a slaver group, and if they took the initiative to go to Xander, it was no different from a fugitive going to the police station. Xander was a place where a street brawl could land one in jail for serious crimes. Isn't this information a little wrong? Xander will not allow the existence of slavers. The brighter a place is, the easier it is for darkness to breed. The collector replied with a smile, then signaled the Burgundy maid to see him out. At first, Rog thought that Banner would be captured to Sokka, which was ruled by Lord Gao. After all, Lord Gao was the one who liked to organize gladiator fights. He did not expect Banner to be sent to Xander, which was famous for its civilized order. At the same time, he also had a question. How did Banner, who had never left Earth, get targeted by the slavers? Chapter 340. More than 3 hours later, Rog and the others arrived at Xander from nothingness. Originally, it only took more than an hour to travel from nothingness to Xander, and there were enough space jump points between the two places. The problem was with the pilots. Neither Natasha nor Scott had any experience in flying small spaceships. Although Rog had experience flying a small dark elf fighter, a fighter was not the same as an interstellar spaceship, and the manufacturers of the two were completely different. So before they set off, they had to take a temporary spaceship driving course. Fortunately, Rog was an experienced pilot. With his past experience and reasonable guesses, or rather recklessness, he successfully learned how to fly a spaceship. Although it was not perfect, he still managed to drive the spaceship to Xander and land it at the docking port. Halden City, according to Xander's evaluation standards, was a first-class city only one level lower than the capital. According to the information provided by the collector, the rope hunters who kidnapped Banner had just arrived in Halden City a day ago. Although Rog and the others did not have any legal identification documents, they did not have any wanted or bad records, so under the charm of money, they successfully obtained 4 temporary identification documents. That's right, 4. Even Blackie needed to get an identification document. Blackie in the form of the Northern Frostblade could fool ordinary people, but he could not fool the port's immigration scanners. Therefore, on the immigration records, Blackie was a creature that must be identified, not an item. Where are we going next? Scott was still wearing his classic Ant-Man uniform, and he did not even take off his helmet. According to him, he was worried that the air here would contain substances harmful to humans. However, in Rog's view, Scott was not worried about the air being harmful, but he did not want Blackie to continue ravaging his hair. Let's find a place to check in first, and then exchange these things for new star coins. Except for the small spaceship, Rog's other winnings could not be directly exchanged for new star coins, the common currency of Xander. Therefore, whether it was to find Banner or for their own journey, they needed to exchange the things in their hands for new star coins. Rog originally intended to give these things to the collector directly, but unfortunately, the collector had no interest in them. Because of the new star army, Xander was more orderly than most planets in the universe, and the civilization level of the inhabitants was also higher. If the civilization of the inhabitants of the Land of Nothingness was equivalent to the Middle Ages on Earth, then the civilization of the inhabitants of Xander was equivalent to the 21st century on Earth. And to a certain extent, Xander was a bit like Earth after the rapid advancement of technology. However, as the collector said, the brighter the place, the easier it was for darkness to breed. Even Xander, with its perfect laws and strict order, had an inescapable dark side. Rog, on the other hand, was very good at dealing with these dark forces hidden in the shadows. In a certain black market that was not welcomed by the officials, Rog successfully exchanged the spoils in his hand for Nova coins, and exchanged them for a number that satisfied him. 132.68 million new star coins. Rog had just inquired that the most expensive suite in the most luxurious hotel in Halton City was only 100,000 new star coins per night. So he was not dissatisfied with this number. In addition to solving the financial problem in the black market, Rog and the others also successfully inquired about the rope hunters. To be precise, it was Natasha who inquired about it. People who could not control their rationality in the face of beauty were not only on Earth, but also on Xander. The rope hunters just arrived yesterday. I heard that they sold a few good prey. In tonight's Bloody Gladiator, one of the rope hunters' prey will be fighting. I got 4 tickets, Natasha said calmly. At the same time, she took out 4 black tickets with only a red skull and a string of numbers printed on them. Then let's go take a look tonight. If everything goes well, we might be able to return to Earth tomorrow. Although that was what he said, Rog did not think that they would be so lucky. The fact that the rope hunters could make a name for themselves in this industry was enough to prove that they were not rookies. Rog had read the information provided by the collector. Although the rope catchers were just a group of slave hunters, their strength was not inferior to a regular army. In fact, they were even a bit stronger. If not, they would have been wiped out by the armies of other planets long ago. Xander's environment was very similar to Earth. Not only did the rotation time was similar, even the gravity and air were similar. What surprised Rog even more was that Xander, which was a technological civilization, had a high concentration of natural energy. Although the concentration of natural energy was not as high as Asgard or Warnerheim, it was still not bad. It was at least a few times higher than Earth's. When night fell, Rog and the other three arrived at the venue of the Bloody Gladiator. The Bloody Gladiator in Halton City was quite famous in the underworld of Xander. The organizers behind it were said to be the upper echelons of Halton City. As for whether the organizers were the upper echelons of Halton City, there was no definite conclusion. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the Bloody Gladiator in Halton City had never been stopped by the New Star Army. Excitement and safety were the main reasons why the Bloody Gladiator in Halton City was famous in the underworld. After handing the tickets to the guard, Rog and the other three successfully entered the venue of the Bloody Gladiator. It was an underground bar in the city. Before entering the bar, Rog and the other three received 4 identical white masks. The masks were very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. It was just an ordinary white mask. Every audience member would receive a mask like this when they entered the venue. According to the organizers, wearing the masks was to protect the privacy of the audience. After all, no one would want to be recognized in the Bloody Gladiator, especially on a planet that pursued civilization like Xander. The underground bar was larger than Rog imagined. It was almost the size of a basketball court. The dance floor in the middle of the bar was modified into a special ring. There were metal pillars as thick as an arm around the ring. They looked like fences for the ring. All the audience members wore white masks. They were either sitting at the table or standing by the ring. Some were whispering, some were silent. Welcome to the Bloody Gladiator. Tonight, you will enjoy a fight for survival where fists meet flesh and blood splatter everywhere. Tonight, you will see the light of life bursting forth from living creatures under the threat of death. Tonight, you will hear painful howls that will cause you to be unable to sleep for the entire night. Now, let us welcome the 2 protagonists of tonight. They are the undisputed superstars of tonight. The host in an unknown corner was frantically stirring up the audience's emotions. At the same time, he did not forget to remind the audience not to miss the final betting time. Rog also received a betting slip from a waitress who was wearing an alluring outfit, but a red mask that covered half of her face. Although he did not understand Xander's language, it was not a problem on the technologically advanced Xander. A real-time translation system could solve all the problems. After putting on the real-time translation glasses he bought and adjusting his language to Earth's English, which was rare but still included in the dictionary, Rog casually browsed through the contents of the betting slip. Although there was only one gladiator battle, the contents of the betting slip were extremely rich. In addition to the simple victory and defeat, there were also bets on how many minutes the battle would end, whether the defeated party would live or die, whether they would be crippled or seriously injured, and even how many fingers would be lost in total. Depending on the content of the bet, the odds were completely different. Even for the simplest bet, the odds were not 1-to-1. On the betting slip, there was also a general introduction of tonight's contestants. One was a 4-armed ape of an unknown race, and the other was a human. Of course, the human here was not an earthling, but an Asari. Chapter 341. Rog was no stranger to the Asari. When he was in Warnerheim, the Asari soldiers who died in his hands numbered at least a few thousand, if not 10,000. So when he saw that the contestant was an Asari, he could not help but recall the twins Thor. 10 million on this Asari to win. Rog handed an anonymous new star card to the scantily clad waitress, and completed his bet. On the anonymous new star card, there was a deposit of 10 million new star coins. As long as one had this card, anyone could withdraw money from any bank without needing a password. This new star card was the favorite transaction method of the dark forces. It was simple and safe enough. One only needed to confirm the balance in the card to easily complete the transaction. Aren't you being too casual? That's 10 million new star coins. When the waitress left, Scott, who was wearing a mask, lowered his head and whispered to Rog. Anyway, it's a win. If you lose, you lose. Take the betting voucher. If you win, you'll get the money. After that, Rog handed the betting voucher to Scott. It'll be strange if he wins. The odds are 1-3-5. Anyone can see that this Aseri is bound to lose, Scott said with some disdain, but he still silently kept the betting voucher handed by Rog. It was better to be safe than sorry. If he wins, this voucher would be worth 35 million new star coins. A few minutes later, the lights in the entire bar dimmed, and the spotlights focused on a side door of the bar. The first to appear was the Aseri. With just a simple glance, Rog deduced the identity of this Aseri. This was a Chiliarch of the Sword and Shield Brigade. He had a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left hand. The armor on his body was also the standard armor of a Chiliarch in the Aseri army. Although a Chiliarch was not a general, he was only one step away from being a general. Even such an existence had become a gladiator. This bloody gladiator was not simple. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the captain of the Sword and Shield Chiliarch of the Aso Divine Army walked up to the arena unhurriedly. His face was as resolute as ever, as if he was not in the arena of a gladiator, but on a glorious battlefield. After the host casually introduced the Chiliarch's battle record, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Amidst the roars of the audience, the four-armed berserk ape that was locked in the cage was pushed out. When the metal column on the stage emitted a light blue electric radiance, the four-armed wild ape in the cage was pushed to the entrance of the stage. Without needing any instructions, the moment the cage door was opened, the four-armed berserk ape rushed out like a mad bull. The metal pillar of the arena rose completely, and a high-temperature lightning cage was completely formed. In the next second, the 3-meter-tall, four-armed giant ape clashed with the Aseri Chiliarch of Sword and Shield. Whether it was in terms of size, strength, speed, or endurance, the four-armed berserk ape had an absolute advantage. The only thing the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield could count on was his battle experience and superb combat skills. The odds of the four-armed berserk ape were only 1/5. From the setting of the odds, it was easy to see the difference in strength between the two. As expected, within a few minutes, the Aseri Chiliarch of Sword and Shield was at a disadvantage. Wounds began to appear on his body, and he was gasping for air. Rog had fought with Aseri warriors before, so he knew the approximate strength of a Chiliarch. If his judgment was correct, the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield would be completely dismembered by the four-armed berserk ape in 2 minutes at most. Seeing the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield doing his best to block the four-armed berserk ape's attacks and seize every opportunity to counterattack, Rog's memories of Warnerheim appeared again. To save or not to save? Not long after entering the bar, he secretly used chakra to check the situation in the bar. Although there were many life signals in the bar, none of them could be considered an expert. If he wanted to save the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield in the ring, it would not be as easy as eating, but it would not be too difficult either. After thinking seriously for a few seconds, he finally made a decision. Take half a step back, raise your shield, and slash. Turn left, half squat, and slash. Stab, shield, bash, jump, heavy slash. The Chiliarch of Sword and Shield heard the voice. At first, he did not pay attention to the voice that came from nowhere. However, he soon realized that the voice's guidance was indeed the best choice under the circumstances. After trying a few times, the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield decisively gave up his plan and began to fight according to the voice's instructions. Other than the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield, no one else noticed the voice's existence. Even Natasha, who was sitting next to Rog, did not notice it. Using chakra, Rog accurately transmitted his voice to the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield, guiding him on how to fight. In terms of raw strength, the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield was far inferior to the four-armed berserk ape. This was also the main reason why his odds were as high as 3/5. However, the four-armed berserk ape was still a beast without intelligence. As long as the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield could withstand the first few rounds of attacks from the four-armed berserk ape, he could use human intelligence to slowly kill the four-armed berserk ape. However, in order to do this, not only did he have to have rich combat experience, but he also had to have sharp combat instincts and essential combat skills. When experience, intuition, and skills were combined, he could change the outcome of the battle and gain the right to live. On the surface, the one fighting in the ring now was the Aseri Chiliarch of Sword and Shield. However, in reality, The one fighting the four-armed berserk ape was a different kind of Rog. Not long after, the audience below the ring realized that the four-armed berserk ape, who had the upper hand, was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. The four-armed berserk ape's attacks began to miss and become ineffective, while the chilly arch of sword and shield kept leaving wounds on the four-armed berserk ape's body. Light green blood began to spread in the ring, and the four-armed berserk ape's movements began to slow down. Reverse shield, right knee triple slash, back of the neck stab. The chilly arch of sword and shield took advantage of the four-armed berserk ape's unstable body, and quickly went behind the four-armed berserk ape, stabbing the four-armed berserk ape's neck with the sword in his right hand. When the Asari Chiliarch pulled out the sword from the back of the four-armed berserk ape's neck, light green blood spurted out from the wound and dyed the Chiliarch green. He won. He really won. Scott stared at the arena in disbelief, and he almost lost control of his emotions and shouted out loud. While Scott was waving his arms excitedly, Natasha turned her head and looked at Rog, who had been silent all this while. Natasha didn't know why, but she felt that she had seen the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield's fighting style somewhere before. That style of fighting style that was at his fingertips and treated close combat like a game was very similar to that of someone she knew. No, it wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same. The fighting style that the Chiliarch of Sword and Shield used was Rog's fighting style. Chapter 342. Did you help the Chiliarch? Natasha asked in a low voice. Before speaking, she wisely turned off the universal language translator in her ear. In a gladiator fight, helping one side is obviously cheating. Once discovered, the consequences are very serious. Although Natasha is cautious enough, she is not Rog after all. When she thinks about problems, she instinctively uses herself as the standard. For Natasha, doing something that will anger others in their territory is not a very wise decision. Her strength does not allow her to do so. But she ignored one point, that is, for Rog, he has enough strength to crush everyone present. The level of strength determines the difference in thinking and behavior. I stayed in Warnerheim for a while, and I have a good impression of the Asari race. Rog did not say that his main job in Warnerheim was to kill Asari soldiers, but he changed to a more euphemistic way of saying it. Won't this cause other problems? Although she knew why Rog wanted to help, Natasha was still a little worried. From the moment we came here, we were destined to have some unpleasant things with the organizers of the gladiator fight. It's troublesome anyway. It doesn't make any difference whether it's earlier or later. The reason why the rope catchers came to Xander was to deliver goods to the organizers of the gladiator fight. So if they want to know the whereabouts of the rope catchers, the organizers of the gladiator fight are a good direction. This is also why they came to the gladiator fight. Although Banner may have been sold directly to the organizers behind the gladiator fight, this possibility is very low. Otherwise, it would not be the four-armed berserk ape that appeared tonight, but the Hulk. Scott excitedly took the voucher to receive the prize money, and Xiaohei also consciously followed behind Scott. Because of the unexpected result, not many people exchanged for the prize money, and Scott, who exchanged 35 million new star coins, became extremely dazzling at this time. Scott did not notice the eyes gathered on him, and he was now immersed in the excitement of winning the prize. With the staff of the gladiator organization around, there would not be any public robberies in the bar. However, it was hard to say what would happen after leaving the bar. Especially Scott and Xiaohei, both of them had eye-catching appearances. Needless to say, Xiaohei could recognize him at a glance just by looking at his physique. It didn't matter if he wore a mask or not. Although Scott's body shape was similar to the people of Xander, the Ant-Man uniform he was wearing was obviously not the style of Xander. So, after leaving the bar, it was not difficult to recognize him. Under normal circumstances, the spectators who came to watch the gladiator fight would not wear too many different outfits to avoid being recognized after leaving the bar. As for Rog and the other three outsiders, they obviously did not have such experience. But for them, they didn't need a similar experience because Rog didn't plan to leave the bar normally in the first place. When most of the audience in the bar had left, Rog took off the white mask on his face and went straight to the staff in charge of exchanging his bonus. I'd like to see your behind-the-scenes boss. Please inform him. As soon as he finished speaking, several energy guns were pointed at Rog, ready to fire at any time. I'll repeat myself. I'd like to see your behind-the-scenes boss. Please inform him. Rog continued to speak without changing his expression, as if he did not see the guns pointed at him at all. After he finished speaking, the staff in front of him still remained unmoved. The only change was that more guns were pointed at him. Why do you have to force me to do it? Can't you solve it in a friendlier way? Rog shook his head helplessly. Then he disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a silver-white electric snake as thick as a finger. Lightning blink. Although Xander's technology was very advanced, the individual strength of the Xander people was not very good. 2 or 3 seconds later, the guards who were pointing their guns at Rog fell to the ground one after another. The guns in their hands were turned into scrap metal. No one thought that Roger would actually make a move. Even Natasha and Scott didn't think that he would do that. Blackie, if anyone tries to resist, just eat him. Rog said calmly, then returned to the staff in charge of the competition's bonus. This time, without needing him to say anything, the middle-aged man from Xander immediately took out a palm-sized translucent device that looked like a mobile phone, and contacted the person who could really make the decision. Half an hour later, Rog waited for a Xander person who also had green skin but was more than 2 meters tall, as well as a whole team of fully armed soldiers. Unlike the undisciplined guard he had casually knocked down earlier, these warriors were all wearing the same black combat uniform, each of them exuding a fierce aura. This was a team that had been on the battlefield. Rog quickly made a judgment. Who are you? Who sent you to provoke the Bloody Gladiator Society? The 2-meter-tall Xander person glanced at Rog and asked coldly, You don't have to care who we are. We have no interest in your Bloody Gladiator Society. We're just here to buy information. Buy information? Ha 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 ha. After hearing Rog's answer, the tall Xander person laughed wildly as if he had heard a joke on a talk show. A few small fries from an unknown planet. After injuring my people, you actually want to buy information from me? Are your brains filled with sewage? Among the many intelligent races in the universe, there were many that looked exactly like humans on Earth. Other than the collectors, who were knowledgeable and had sharp eyes, very few people could tell that Rog and the others were Earthlings at a glance. The Xander person in front of him was a good example. I don't like to say the same thing 3 times. This is the 2nd time. I'm here to buy information. 35 million new star coins. I want the latest information on the rope slavers. Rog put the new star coins that Scott had just received on the table, and said unhurriedly. If the guy in front of him still could not be communicated with, he did not intend to continue. Although violence could not solve all problems, it could solve most of them. And the one in front of him was the kind that could be solved with violence. The Xander person wanted to say something, but after feeling the amazing aura emanating from Rog, he fell silent. This guy is dangerous. Chapter 343. You have to follow the rules when buying information, but you're not following the rules now. After a few seconds of silence, the tall Xander said word by word. Although the Xander's face was still cold, his tone was much friendlier, without the previous arrogance and disdain. Rules need to be backed up with strength. I'm the strongest here, so my words are the rules. The other party gave in, but that didn't mean Rog would follow suit. When dealing with these guys who made a living in the dark, either admit defeat from the start or be overbearing to the end. Rog didn't like to admit defeat, and he wouldn't admit defeat, so he chose his favorite and most commonly used method. Looks like you've got us. Although our Bloody Gladiator isn't a powerful organization famous in the universe, we're not an existence that anyone can easily provoke. As soon as his voice fell, the Xander abruptly picked up the bottle on the table and smashed it on the ground. Bang! The bottle exploded, and dozens of muzzles were instantly aimed at Rog and the other 3. You're very strong, but your companions aren't as strong as you. As long as I give the order, a dozen holes will immediately appear on the bodies of your companions. You want to try? As one of the leaders of the Bloody Gladiator, Max was very confident in the subordinates he brought. Although his subordinates weren't members of the New Star Army, Each one of them was no weaker than an official member of the New Star Army. And compared to the warriors of the New Star Army, his subordinates had more combat experience, and their fighting methods were more ruthless. Although he only brought 30 people, these people were enough to fight against the New Star Army in Halton City, and they might even be able to take down the entire city under the protection of the New Star Army. The reason the Bloody Gladiator could monopolize the underground arena in Halton City was not only because of the few higher-ups behind them, but also because they had the strength to intimidate the weak. But this time, they weren't facing the same kind of weak people who also made a living in the dark world, but Rog, a fierce dragon from another planet. Threats and intimidation as expected, these are the same old tricks. Don't you have any new tricks? Since you've already mentioned this point, then I'll cooperate with you. Give the order to open fire. If you're still a man, then give the order to shoot. Not only did Rog not take Max's threat to heart, but he also provoked Max further. Threatening the safety of his companions might be useful against other superheroes, but it would not mean anything to Rog. He had never taken this kind of threat to heart. You think I don't dare? Max's expression became even more unsightly as he silently raised his right hand. Rog didn't answer Max. He just snorted disdainfully. Good, very good. Since you don't care about their lives, I'll satisfy you. As soon as he finished speaking, Max swung his right hand down forcefully. Then nothing happened. What was going on? Didn't they see my gesture? The expected gunshot didn't sound, and Max's face turned even uglier. This team was personally led by him. He knew his subordinates very well, so he was very sure that his orders would be carried out immediately. However, the situation at this time was completely different from what he expected. He was ready to fight with Rog, but his subordinates dropped the ball at this time. Do you find it strange that your loyal subordinates didn't shoot? I'll give you a chance to look back. I swear on my character that I will never attack you when you turn your head. Although Rog made a promise, Max didn't believe a word of it. The bar was quiet again. Max's eyes were fixed on Rog, and one guess after another flashed through his mind. After nearly 3 minutes of silence, Max finally made a decision. From the moment his subordinates didn't shoot according to the order, the initiative was no longer in his hands. After taking a few deep breaths, Max slowly turned his head to look at his subordinates, and then saw a phenomenon that he couldn't understand at all. Every one of his subordinates maintained the posture of aiming, motionless, aiming very seriously, aiming very carefully. Everyone's finger was on the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. However, they didn't shoot. They always maintained the posture of aiming, as if they were lifeless figurines, standing quietly and aiming quietly. Although Xander's technology is developed enough and there are many dazzling inventions, Max has never heard of any weapon that can cause such a scene in front of him, which is completely beyond his understanding. Max wasn't the only one who was confused. Scott was just as confused as he was. Only Natasha, who had seen Rog freeze shield agents, could roughly infer the truth of the matter. Sharingan Genjutsu. To be precise, it's the Golden Bind Genjutsu cast by Sharingan. Before he had the Sharingan, Roger liked to use Ninjutsu to freeze those small fries who weren't very strong. After he had Sharingan, the way to freeze small fries changed from Ninjutsu to Sharingan Genjutsu. And now, as his Sharingan Genjutsu became more and more exquisite, the ordinary Sharingan Genjutsu was replaced by Golden Bind Genjutsu. Instead of using ninja coins to exchange for Golden Bind Genjutsu from the system, Rog relied on his own ability to forcibly research Golden Bind Genjutsu and successfully obtained the recognition of the system. Now, are you interested in trading according to my rules? After confirming that his subordinates had completely lost their ability to act, Max sighed helplessly. This time he really lost. The next thing went smoothly. Max didn't even take the 35 million Nova coins that Rog paid for the information, and handed over all the information about the Venus flytrap slave hunters to Rog. The situation is stronger than the person. Even if Max tries his best, he can't change the fact of failure. Instead of making an indifferent resistance on a whim, which will lead things to a worse direction, it's better to admit defeat and control the loss within a controllable range. As one of the leaders of Bloody Gladiator, Max knows when to be tough and when to admit defeat. I've given you all the information you want. When can my subordinates recover? Max asked in a very kind tone, without the slightest dissatisfaction on his face. They'll be back to normal in an hour. After that, Rog left the bar with Xiaohei and others, and began to go to the hiding place of the Venus flytrap slave hunters. Chapter 344. In a farm dozens of kilometers away from Halden City, Jaros, who had just celebrated his 20th birthday, pushed a cart full of food toward a secret detention room below the farm. This farm was the only one within more than 10 kilometers. It mainly grew a herb called blue potato. Blue potato was easy to grow, had a considerable yield, and had good nutritional value. Thousands of years ago, blue potato had become one of the main foods of Xander. On the surface, this was an ordinary farm that grew blue potato. But in fact, this was one of the secret bases of the Venus flytrap slave hunters on Xander. Unlike the other members of the slave hunters, although Jaros was also a member of the slave hunters, he had never left Xander, let alone participated in specific slave hunting activities. Even his identity as a member of the slave hunters was inherited from his deceased father. Normally, Jaros's main job was to plant blue potatoes and be a responsible grower. When the Venus flytrap slave hunters came to Xander, he was responsible for delivering food to the prey and providing other reasonable services to the other members of the slave hunters. This included, but was not limited to cooking, cleaning, serving tea, and so on. I don't know when I can become a real slave catcher. Deputy Commander Noah has already promised me that as long as I take good care of Special Prey number 41, I will be qualified to be a trainee slave catcher and follow the team to catch prey in the universe. Thinking of this, the tired look on Jaros's face was suddenly replaced by excitement. No one wanted to be a nobody for the rest of their life, and Jaros was no exception. Now, Special Prey number 41 gave him the opportunity to change his life. There was a 3-story base under the farm. The first floor underground was the living area of the slave hunters, the second floor underground was the detention area for ordinary prey, and the third floor underground was the special detention area. Under normal circumstances, the detention room on the third floor underground was rarely used. In Jaros's memory, the last time a prey was locked up in the third floor underground was 3 years ago. Pushing the cart to the third floor underground, Jaros could not help but gulp. Then he mustered up his courage and walked toward the detention room of Special Prey number 41. Jaros did not know much about Special Prey number 41. He only knew that this was a special prey captured from a planet called Earth. Compared to normal prey, there were not many creatures that the rope slavers could note as special prey. These special prey were either extremely rare or extremely powerful. Every special prey could bring a huge amount of profit to the slave hunters. However, the risks were equal to the benefits. These special preys could indeed bring unimaginable benefits, but the danger was also unimaginably high. Jaros remembered that his father had once told him that dozens of years ago, the slave hunters were almost wiped out because of a special prey. If it wasn't for the leader of the slavers using himself as bait to lure away the terrifying prey, the rope grass slavers would have long disappeared from history. Jaros had never seen a special prey before, and today was the first time he delivered food to Special Prey number 41. This job was originally done by the official members of the slavers, but after the death of 7 official members, the job of delivering food fell to Jaros. I can do it, I can definitely do it, I will definitely become a real slave catcher. Jaros pushed the dining cart forward slowly in the dimly lit passageway. Every few steps, he would encourage himself. Although this meal delivery mission was very dangerous, Jaros believed that Deputy Head Noah would not deceive him. I have reached an agreement with Special Prey number 41. He will not continue to hurt the person who delivers the food. You can go there without worry. Although it was the first time Jaros had met Deputy Commander Noah, he didn't doubt Deputy Commander Noah's words. Deputy Head Noah was a powerful existence who had won 3 consecutive victories in the Sokka Planet arena. Such a powerful existence had no need to deceive a small character like him. While Jaros was pushing the dining cart to the detention room, Hulk, who was noted as Special Prey number 41 by the slave hunters, was in his room, working hard on his fighting practice. boxing, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Sanda, Israeli martial arts, Skark fighting system of the UA Special Forces. What Hulk was practicing now was the fighting technique that Rog left in his memory with illusion of false memory. Even though Hulk didn't look very agile, under his hard work, not only did he successfully master these fighting techniques, but he also gradually summed up his own fighting techniques. For this reason, Hulk also gave his fighting technique a name that he liked very much. Invincible Hulk Fighting Technique. Although this name didn't look like much, its power was not ordinary. Especially when combined with Hulk's astonishing strength, this fighting technique really had an invincible aura. While Hulk was working hard on his fighting technique, the thick metal door of the detention room was opened, and Jaros walked in with the dining cart. "Hello, I am today's meal delivery man. My name is Jaros." Jaros tried hard to control his nervousness, and said in a calm tone as much as possible. However, after seeing Hulk's amazing body and his proficient fighting skills, Jaros couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This person is so strong. After more than 10 seconds, Hulk stopped punching and walked step by step to Jaros, who also had green skin. "Hello." After a simple reply, Hulk directly sat on the ground and used his palm, which was bigger than Jaros' head, to take out food from the dining cart. The dining cart full of food didn't even last 3 minutes in front of Hulk, who had an amazing appetite, before it was completely consumed. After drinking the last nutrient solution in his hand, Hulk looked at the motionless Jaros in front of him and said slowly, "This food is not enough. Next time Hulk wants 3 times the amount." Although Hulk's tone was very calm, Jaros felt that he wasn't talking to a human, but a prehistoric beast. This kind of terrifying oppression was even stronger than that of Deputy Commander Noah. Jaros finally understood why Deputy Commander Noah's right hand was bandaged, and there were obvious bruises on his face when he met him. "No problem, 3 times the amount, I'll remember it." Jaros replied quickly with an unprecedented speed, but in the next second Jaros, who was oppressed by Hulk's aura, completely fainted. "Big guy, long time no see." When Jaros' body fell forward uncontrollably, Rog's voice sounded. Chapter 345. Rog, why are you here and Natasha? Seeing Rog and Natasha coming in from the door of the room, Hulk's expression became extremely happy. "I knew you were kidnapped, so I came to save you." While speaking, Rog looked at Hulk seriously, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Judging from Hulk's current appearance, he doesn't seem to mind the fact that he was kidnapped. Hulk was not kidnapped, it was Banner who was kidnapped. Hulk is very strong, Hulk will not be kidnapped. Hulk explained very seriously, and he didn't forget to wave his fist as he spoke. Although Hulk shares a body with Banner, Hulk is very clear that he is him and Banner is Banner. He won't admit that the weak Banner is Hulk. Well, it was Banner who was kidnapped, not Hulk. "Let's go, I'll take you back to Earth. You shouldn't like to live in this kind of cell-like room." Rog didn't argue with Hulk about who was kidnapped, and directly changed the subject. After getting the information about the rope grass slavers from Max of the Bloody Gladiator, Rog immediately rushed over with Natasha and others, for fear that Hulk would be taken away again if they were too slow. However, after secretly sneaking into the underground base of the slave hunters, Rog found that things were a little different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that the rope grass slavers would try their best to avoid the appearance of Hulk and reduce the possible risks as much as possible. But after coming here, he found that the slave hunters didn't care much about this. Even this room specially used to detain Hulk seems a bit casual. Although this detention room is not bad and can effectively detain most of the creatures, but it is still not enough to completely lock up Hulk. With Hulk's strength, if he wants to leave here, he only needs to consume some stamina, and he can easily leave here and destroy the entire underground base on the way. Go back to Earth? Hulk, don't go back to Earth. Hulk is going to Sokka Star. Hulk is going to participate in the gladiator fight. Hulk is going to fight for Hulk's glory with his fists. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Hulk shook his head fiercely and decisively rejected Rog's proposal. What was going on? Was Hulk brainwashed? Hulk's answer was not only out of Rog's expectations, but even Natasha, who had been with Hulk for a long time, was also confused. Rog and Natasha looked at each other, and came to the same conclusion. The brainwashing techniques of the rope trappers were pretty good. Although they don't know when Hulk came out, it has only been more than 20 days since the day Banner was kidnapped. In less than 20 days, the rope trappers had managed to brainwash Hulk. Although this efficiency wasn't particularly shocking, it was still considered quite good. Compared to Banner, although Hulk is not smart, he is definitely not stupid, and his will is definitely stronger than Banner's. Although Hulk sometimes had a childlike mentality, it was just that he was too lazy to disguise himself. Rog gave Natasha a look and asked her to persuade Hulk. Gladiators are dangerous, and the glory obtained from gladiators is not real glory. Don't you want others to be afraid of you? If you participate in gladiators and use force to fight for glory, it will only make others more afraid of you. If you want to get your own glory, you can do it on Earth. You are a superhero on Earth, and people on Earth like you, and they will be proud of your glory. Natasha slowly came in front of Hulk, holding Hulk's huge right hand with both hands, and said in a gentle tone. Looking at Natasha's gentle demeanor at this time, Rog couldn't help but think of the profession of a kindergarten teacher. Hulk was the stubborn child in the kindergarten, and Natasha, the kindergarten teacher, was trying to persuade him. Although the picture shown was very similar to normal situations, the feeling it gave people was exactly the same. When the person who was persuading him became Natasha, Hulk's refusal obviously lessened a lot. However, after a few seconds of silence, Hulk shook his head silently and rejected Natasha's proposal. Earth doesn't like Hulk, Sokka Planet likes Hulk. Noah promised Hulk that Hulk would become a hero that everyone on Sokka Planet would like. Hulk wants to fight, Hulk doesn't want to disguise himself, Hulk wants to be recognized by others. Although Rog has never seen Noah, he knows that the Noah mentioned by Hulk is the deputy head of the slave hunters. In the information provided by the Collector and Max, there is information about Noah. Before Noah became the deputy head of the slave hunters, he was a gladiator on Sokka Planet, and he was a gladiator with some achievements. But unlike other gladiators, Noah participated in gladiators as a free man. So after fighting a few gladiators and getting 3 consecutive victories, he left Sokka Planet and joined the rope hunters. Just as Natasha was about to continue to persuade Hulk to return to Earth, a violent explosion suddenly came from the ground, attracting the attention of the 3 of them. Xiaohei and Scott did not sneak into the 3rd floor with Rog, but were left outside by him. Unsurprisingly, this explosion should be caused by Xiaohei and Scott. After the explosion, Rog suddenly made a decision. The commission he accepted was to bring Bruce Banner back to Earth. The commission did not specify a clear return time, so he did not have to consider the specific return time. In addition, he has a certain interest in Sokka Planet, a planet famous for its sports. Hulk obviously doesn't want to return to Earth now. Although Rog can take Hulk back by force, he doesn't intend to do so. Since Hulk wants to go to Sokka Planet to participate in the gladiators, and he happens to be a little interested in Sokka Planet, it's better to go to Sokka Planet together to satisfy Hulk's hope and satisfy his own curiosity. Get up. I'll accompany you to Sokka Planet to participate in the gladiators. Speaking of which, I don't seem to have a serious physical competition with you. Why don't we officially compete in the arena of Sokka Planet? Although Rog and Hulk have fought a few times before, those battles were not considered official. At that time, Hulk was either fighting Wood Dragon and Wood Arhut, or getting hit by his Tsukuyomi. Hulk has never officially competed with him in physical skills. Really? Do you really want to go to Sokka Planet with me? After hearing Rog's words, Hulk instantly became excited. He suddenly stood up, grabbed Rog's shoulders with his huge hands, and shook Rog's body excitedly. Chapter 346. No, I don't agree with this plan. Before Rog could answer Hulk, Natasha quickly stopped him. Although Natasha didn't know what kind of planet Sokka was, she was very sure that once Rog and Hulk arrived at Sokka, they would definitely make a big move that would surprise everyone. Whether it was Rog or Hulk, neither of them were law-abiding people. The 2 of them were equivalent to 2 human-shaped self-propelled nuclear bombs with the safety off, and they were the kind with a large yield. Hulk wants to go to Sokka, Hulk agrees with the plan. Without waiting for Rog to answer, Hulk said to Natasha with a firm face. Although Natasha was the only friend Hulk recognized in the Avengers, Hulk couldn't make concessions at this time. Since Hulk has agreed, then let's go to Sokka Planet. Just treat it as an extra activity before returning to Earth. Hulk had no dissatisfaction with Rog's statement. As long as he can go to Sokka to participate in the gladiator fight, returning to Earth or something is not unacceptable. At this time, Hulk was no different from a real child. If you want to persuade Hulk, you have to follow Hulk's train of thought. This is like coaxing a child. You have to use the child's way of thinking. Looking at Rog and Hulk, who quickly reached an agreement, Natasha sighed helplessly. She is not Rog. She doesn't have the strength to forcibly take Hulk away. So once Rog and Hulk reach an agreement, all she can do is to cooperate silently. When they left the detention room, Hulk turned around and glanced at the unconscious Jaros. After thinking for a few seconds, he grabbed Jaros and brought him out of the detention room. Rog and Natasha didn't say anything about Hulk's move. He's just a small character, there's nothing to worry about. Since Hulk likes him, then let him take him. Anyway, there can't be any accidents. The battle in the farm continued. Although Xiao He and Scott were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, the combat power they showed was not worse than the slave hunters. This was especially true for Xiao He, who had fused with 20 Lord-ranked symbiotic demons. Xiao He's strength was simply overwhelming. Although Little Black wasn't a symbiotic entity under the normal concept, Little Black could do anything that a symbiotic entity could do, and it could do it better. According to the symbiotic demons levels, Xiao He could be considered half a monarch rank. Ordinary slave catchers couldn't even withstand one strike from Blackie. Only those elite slave catchers could block Blackie for a few seconds. Fortunately, the vice leader of the slave hunters, Noah, was also in the farm. Otherwise, Blackie alone could quickly kill all the slave hunters in the farm. As an experienced slave catcher, Deputy Leader Noah quickly recognized Blackie's identity. Although it was slightly different from the symbiotic demon in his memory, he was 100% sure that Blackie was a symbiotic demon. Perhaps it was because its master was Rog, but Little Black also had the thought of obtaining pleasure from the battle. Under Little Black's intentional indulgence, Noah, who was holding a two-handed greatsword, had a rare chance to catch his breath. In the beginning, Noah and the other slave catchers used firearms. However, under Little Black's unstoppable attacks, they helplessly realized that using firearms would only make them die faster in front of Little Black. Thus, each of them took out their cold weapons and began to fight with Little Black in close combat. Of course, other than cold weapons like swords and knives, they also used some special capturing weapons. For example, sonic weapons and flame weapons that targeted certain special creatures. However, Little Black wasn't one of those common symbiotic demons. Sonic weapons and flames couldn't cause fatal damage to him. When Little Black quickly killed more than half of the slave catchers, and directed the battle to close combat that he was interested in, Scott completely withdrew from the battle. It wasn't that Scott didn't want to participate in the battle, nor was it that he was lazy on purpose. It was just that Little Black stopped him from participating. Therefore, while Little Black was enjoying the thrill of the battle, Scott, who had shrunk to the size of an ant, could only sit on the leaves of some kind of plant and silently observe Little Black's battle. Although he had been with Little Black for some time, and was often played by Little Black like a pet. However, after witnessing Little Black's battle posture, Scott finally understood how gentle Little Black usually was to him. Little Black's pair of seemingly ordinary claws were like divine weapons, easily tearing the enemy in front of him apart. Whether these people were wearing armor or not, in front of Little Black's claws, they would only end up being completely torn apart. Recalling the scene where Little Black often used his hands to ravage his hair, Scott couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, we're on the same team. Fortunately, Little Black's happy battle didn't last long. It wasn't because all the slave catchers were dead, but because Rog and the others came near the battlefield. Because of Little Black, most of the combat personnel in the underground base were attracted to come out. Rog only dealt with a few logistics personnel, who didn't have much combat power, and left the underground base easily. When Little Black stopped, the slave catchers, including the deputy leader Noah, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few minutes, they lost more than half of their members. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before all of them died here. Although Little Black stopped attacking, the deputy leader Noah didn't dare to put down the two-handed greatsword in his hand. He looked at Little Black with vigilance, as well as Rog and the others who had just arrived. After seeing Rog, especially Hulk beside Rog, Noah knew that they were in big trouble tonight. Blackie alone had the ability to wipe them all out. If Rog and Hulk were added, their survival rate was less than 1 in 10,000. Although it was the first time Noah met Rog, he was very sure that Rog was the strongest in this group. This was his intuition as a warrior, and also his unique vision that was honed by many years of combat experience. Looking at you, you should be Hulk's friends. This time we the rope catchers admit defeat. Tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? After confirming that his strength was far inferior to the other side, Noah decisively chose to admit defeat. Noah stabbed the two-handed greatsword in his hand into the ground, silently stepped back a few steps, and motioned for the others to put down their weapons. From the day he became a slave catcher, Noah was mentally prepared for someone to come knocking on his door. So after seeing Rog and the others, he didn't show any doubts. The slave trade was not welcomed by the mainstream, and it was an industry that licked blood from the edge of the blade. Not only did they have to face dangerous prey, but they also had to be careful of all kinds of revenge brought by the slave catchers. Chapter 347. In the meeting hall on the basement floor of the farm, Rog and others, as well as the representatives of the slave hunters led by Noah, sat. Rog, Hulk, and the other 4 sat on the left side of the meeting hall, while Noah and other representatives of the slave hunters sat on the right side, and the 2 sides looked at each other across the table. Under the absolute strength gap, Noah, the deputy head of the slave hunters, wisely chose to admit defeat and tried to resolve this incident in a relatively gentle way. You kidnapped Hulk and brought us a lot of unnecessary trouble. According to common sense, we should kill you directly now and vent our anger. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Noah and others sitting opposite him looked gloomy. Slave hunting is such an industry. Once you can't bear the other party's revenge, you are in danger of being destroyed at any time. The only thing Noah is now thankful for is that not all the members of the slave hunters are gathered on Xander. The leader of the slave hunters and several other deputy heads are now performing missions on other planets. Even if Rog really killed all of them, the slave hunters would not be completely destroyed. But you didn't do that, which means that there is still a possibility of reconciliation between us. As the deputy head of the slave hunters, Noah can be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable, so he immediately grasped the key in Rog's words. Yes, we do have the possibility to reach a reconciliation. But the premise of reconciliation is that you can give us what we want. Having said this, Rog paused for a few seconds, then continued, I don't know what you said to Hulk that made him want to participate in the Battle of Sokka. But since he has such an idea, we will naturally meet his request. First of all, we want the specific coordinates or interstellar map of Sokka. Secondly, you have to pay reasonable compensation for your wrong behavior this time. The specific compensation is up to you. I only have one request, that is, the price of compensation is 3 times Hulk's value. Finally, I want the specific information of the planet where the Blooming Giant Elephant Clan is located. If not, you can hand over a living Blooming Giant Elephant Clan treant to me, except for the bounty hunter named Groot. Rog unhurriedly stated all of his requests. The first request was the simplest one, and it was also the prerequisite for fulfilling Hulk's wish. Although Sokka Planet was very famous in the universe, not many people knew its exact location. In particular, the safe route to Sokka Star was a secret that only a few people and organizations knew. Unlike other planets, Planet Sokka was surrounded by all kinds of known and unknown universes. It was impossible to enter and exit Planet Sokka normally. Moreover, there were no public jump points near Sokka Star, so it was very difficult for ordinary spaceships to fly to the star field where Sokka Star was located. Whether it was entering or leaving Sokka Star, it wasn't a simple matter. If one didn't have enough information and rashly went to Sokka Star, the result was likely to be a crash. Noah didn't have any objections to Rog's first request. It wasn't a difficult thing for them to do. The rope grass slavers had a lot of dealings with the ruler of Sokka Star, Gao Tianzuan. They had information on how to safely get to Sokka Star. In addition to the first request, Noah also felt that the second request was very reasonable. The loser had to pay reasonable compensation. No matter which planet it was in the universe, this was a common practice. The only thing that gave Noah a bit of a headache was the last third request. The Flower God Colossus clan. Noah knew about this special race. He had done some research on this race before, and even planned some capture plans. Groot was once on their arrest list. But unfortunately, they didn't catch any Flower God Colossus clan treants in the end. Even Groot's traces were intermittent. They couldn't track him at all. As for Planet X, which was said to have a large number of Flower God Colossus clan treants, the rope grass slavers hadn't obtained any useful information so far. The first two requests are no problem. I can make the decision to agree to them now. But if you want the location of the Flower God Colossus clan's planet, or a living Flower God Colossus clan treant, I can't give you an accurate answer for the time being. Some customers have made similar requests before, but until now, we haven't caught any Flower God Colossus clan treants, let alone the location of their planet. Some scholars even believe that the Flower God Colossus clan has been completely extinct. The treant Groot may be the last Flower God Colossus clan treant in the universe. Noah didn't dare to directly reject Rog's third request. He tried his best to explain the difficulty of the request. This is your business. I just need a result. If you're sure that this request can't be fulfilled, I won't force you too much. After all, I'm not a demon. Rog answered calmly with an indifferent expression. Although he looked very easy to talk to now, Noah was 100% sure that if he said that he couldn't fulfill it now, they would definitely not be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. We will do our best to fulfill this request, but it will take some time, so I hope you can give us a little more time. That's not a problem. Before the third request is fulfilled, you can follow me. When your leader sends the information or a living treant, you can leave. After hearing Rog's answer, Noah froze for a moment, then showed a wry smile. Rog is obviously using him as a hostage, and at the same time he is forcing the slave hunters to make a choice. If the slave hunters feel that their deputy leader is not as valuable as a Flower God Colossus clan treant, then of course, they will not pay attention to Rog's request. At that time, Noah, who has been abandoned by the slave hunters, will continue to keep the secret for the slave hunters. This is also a problem. Noah is loyal to the slave hunters, otherwise, he wouldn't have become the deputy leader of the slave hunters. But no matter how loyal a person is, after being ruthlessly abandoned, there will be some dissatisfaction. This has nothing to do with loyalty, it's just simple human nature. Okay, I agree. Although he knows that this is a trap, Noah can only bite the bullet and jump down. The next thing is very simple. Under Noah's arrangement, the members of the slave hunters began to prepare for the compensation. The relevant information of Sokka was also handed over to Rog for the first time. When receiving the information of Sokka, Rog left a flying Thor technique on Noah's neck in front of him. This is just a safety device, but I believe that you are a smart person and will not let this device take effect. Rog did not explain the role of the flying Thor technique to Noah, but simply reminded him. Chapter 348. Are you sure this is the normal way to travel? I feel like the spaceship is about to disintegrate. Rog sat in the co-pilot seat of the spaceship and asked Noah doubtfully. Planet Sokka is surrounded by a large number of universe passages. These chaotic universe passages are Planet Sokka's natural barrier, and the only way to get to Planet Sokka. Noah held the control stick of the spaceship and steered the spaceship to avoid the various messy things in the passage. Old spaceships, broken tools, meteorites attracted from God knows where, and a large number of household garbage thrown out from various planets. The passage you chose better be safe enough. Otherwise, no one will have a good ending. Although Rog also knew how to pilot a spaceship, He decisively transferred the piloting authority to Noah when passing through this universe passage that was like a collapsed neutron star. The gravitational force of the singularity coordinates is about to break through the spaceship's tolerance limit. The main computer system is offline and has switched to an offline power system. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Rog was not in charge of the actual flight. Instead, he acted as Noah's assistant and handled the various control commands of the spaceship. Natasha and Scott sat at the back of the spaceship with serious expressions, while Blackie and Hulk were full of excitement. The crazily shaking spaceship did not make Blackie and Hulk feel any fear. Instead, it made them feel an inexplicable excitement. Unlike ordinary space jump points, piloting a spaceship through a universe passage was not something that could be done in the blink of an eye. In this universe passage that was filled with all kinds of garbage and gorgeous light, Rog in the other spaceship was like a fallen leaf in a turbulent river, being tossed up and down by the constantly tumbling water. Damn it! The auxiliary engine of the spaceship was hit and the power dropped. I'll start the backup engine now. The originally bad situation became even worse. Roger synchronized the latest situation to Noah, who was in the driver's seat. Don't worry, we'll be out soon. At this time, Noah had put all his attention on the control of the spaceship, making the spaceship move at top speed and avoid obstacle after obstacle. Just as the spaceship's outer shell was about to reach a critical point and was about to be completely torn apart by the omnipresent gravitational force, the spaceship that had been flying for a long time finally rushed out of the universe passage. The moment they rushed out of the universe passage, the various chaotic force fields surrounding the spaceship disappeared, and the spaceship stabilized again. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the damaged main engine suddenly stopped working. The outage of the main engine had greatly reduced the flying power of the spaceship, and the spaceship began to rapidly descend under the influence of gravity. If it wasn't for the backup engine still working hard to provide the last bit of power for the spaceship, Rog and the others' trip to Sokka Planet would have started with the spaceship crashing. But even so, their final outcome wasn't any better. The backup engine allowed them to temporarily avoid the danger of a crash, but the process of landing was still not perfect. Under Noah's control, the battered spaceship made an emergency landing on a garbage mountain near the space channel, ending its life. I'm starting to miss Asgard's Bifrost. After coming out of the spaceship that could no longer take off again, Rog said with great nostalgia. Asgard clearly had the ability to build spaceships, so why would he spend extra resources to build the Rainbow Bridge? In addition to the deterrent effect of force at the beginning, the comfortable teleportation experience is also a reason that can't be ignored. Compared with the teleportation of the Bifrost, the experience of just passing through the universe passage was like a nightmare. Rog was even ready to use Susanoo and Infinite Mode at any time. Have you been to Asgard? After hearing Rog's complaint, Noah asked curiously. Yes, and I have a certain reputation in Asgard. Rog added. He wasn't worried about what impact Noah would have on Asgard if he knew about this. Not to mention that Noah was only one person. Even if he pulled the entire slave hunters, it would be useless in front of Asgard. After moving his hands and feet, Rog used the super light rock technique to fly up. As far as the eye could see, there were garbage mountains of different sizes. These garbage from various planets fell from the colorful universe passages in the air, piling up into garbage mountains. In addition to these garbage mountains, Rog also saw some aliens in strange clothes. These people were like ants looking for something in the garbage mountains, and from time to time, they avoided all kinds of garbage falling from the sky. After using chakra perception to perceive their life energy, Rog landed on the ground made of garbage again. There is no city nearby, except for garbage scavengers and flying garbage ships. Rog said what he saw, and then looked at Noah. There are many gathering places on this planet, and most of the scavengers live in these gathering places. There is only one city on this planet, Sokka City, which was built by Gao Tianzuan. Of course, you can also call it the City of Champions. Noah was the only person who had been to Sokka Star, so now he was not only Rog's hostage, but also Rog's guide. Before departure, Noah fulfilled Rog's second request and compensated Rog 900 million new star coins. The slave hunters originally planned to sell Hulk for 300 million new star coins, but they did not find a suitable buyer on Xander, so Noah later had the plan to sell Hulk to Gao Tianzuan. Not long after Noah finished his explanation, a group of scavengers armed with all kinds of weapons arrived in front of them menacingly. These scavengers witnessed the scene of the spaceship crash landing, so they rushed over like hyenas on the prairie. It seems that we have a new spaceship. Although the spaceship piloted by these scavengers looks similar to a garbage ship, in any case, it is a spaceship that can fly. Are you gladiators or ordinary people? One of the scavengers took off the mask on his face and asked casually. However, no one answered him. Blackie, deal with them. Remember not to dirty the spaceship. Rog glanced at these scavengers casually and said to Blackie beside him, "No problem, I like to bully the weak the most." As soon as the voice fell, Blackie pounced on these scavengers like a black tiger and began the process of bullying the weak. It didn't take long for these scavengers to become fragmented corpses. Chapter 349. Sokka City, Central City, Arena Theme Hotel. Under the leadership of Noah, Rog and others piloted a broken spaceship and successfully arrived at Sokka City, where they stayed at the Arena Theme Hotel specially built for extraterrestrial tourists. Although Sokka has an exclusive currency, the currencies of other advanced civilizations, such as Xander's new star coin and the Carey Empire's Kree coin, can also be used here. However, in order to facilitate the transaction, Rog still took out 500 million new star coins from the 900 million new star coins and exchanged it for Sokka Planet's legal currency, champion coins. As for the remaining 400 million new star coins, and the more than 100 million new star coins he originally had, Rog has no plans to exchange them for the time being. Xander's new star coins can be used on many planets, while Sokka Planet's champion coins are only valuable on Sokka Planet. Leaving some new star coins will also facilitate their activities on other planets in the future. Although for now, they don't have such plans for the time being. But it's always good to be prepared. The 50 million champion coins exchanged for 500 million new star coins were equally distributed by Rog to Natasha, Scott, and others. Even Xiaohei and Hulk received 10 million champion coins that belonged to them. As for Noah, a hostage is not eligible to get a share of the money. After dividing the money, Xiaohei took the lead and left with Scott, eager to have some fun. Hulk didn't plan to wander around, so Rog arranged the task of guarding Noah for Hulk. As for him and Natasha, of course, they will rest in the hotel for a while. When night fell, Xiaohei returned to the hotel with the exhausted Scott and reunited with Rog and others. After resting comfortably for an afternoon, Rog and Natasha enjoyed a dinner in the style of Sokka Planet, before taking them to the most important and most popular place in Sokka City, the Champion Arena. Next to the Champion Arena is the tallest building in the city, which is also the building where the ruler of Sokka Planet, Gao Tianzuan, lives. The shape of the building is like a pile of large and small square blocks stacked together, and the color of the outer wall is as red as blood. On the outer wall of the building, there were 4 conspicuous statues. According to Noah, these 4 heads not only symbolized the 4 strongest champion gladiators, but also the gladiatorial culture of Sokka Star. Horse-faced Thor, Ares the god of war, two-headed beast and humanoid. Noah briefly introduced the gladiators represented by the 4 statues. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. Rog remembered that in the original timeline, Hulk's statue also appeared on the building, and it was in the most conspicuous position at the top. But because of him, the future that should have existed had disappeared. Although Hulk still came to Sokka Star, it was completely different from when he had inexplicably wandered to Sokka Star. Hulk, you can try to carve your own statue too. You should like the feeling of being worshipped and liked by everyone. Roger said encouragingly as he patted Hulk's sturdy arm. Hulk will work hard. Hulk nodded heavily, exuding an extremely serious aura. There were 2 main ways to participate in the championship battle in the gladiator arena. The first way was to become a slave gladiator of Gao Tianzuan, and then be arranged by Gao Tianzuan. Although this was the simplest way, it was also the way that the fewest people chose. because becoming a slave gladiator of Gao Tianzuan meant that they would completely lose their freedom. Everything, including their life, would belong to Gao Tianzuan. Therefore, anyone who had a little confidence in their own strength would use the second way, which was what Noah once used, to participate in the gladiator arena as a free man. Participating in the gladiator arena as a free man, regardless of the outcome, would not lose their freedom. But then, the free gladiators who participated in the gladiator arena must start from the most basic multi-person melee. Multi-person melee, team battle, individual battle, preliminary battle, championship battle. The free gladiators must start from the multi-person melee, step by step to the individual battle, and win 10 consecutive victories in the individual battle to qualify for the championship battle. Noah fought from the multi-person melee all the way to the individual battle, and won 3 consecutive victories in the individual battle. If it was a slave gladiator of Gao Tianzuan, it would be much simpler. As long as one was strong enough, one's first gladiator battle might be the championship battle. There would be a number of gladiator battles every night in the gladiator arena. There would be multi-person melee battles, team battles, and individual battles. The time of the championship battle was not fixed. Sometimes there would be one battle every week, and sometimes there might not even be one battle in a year. Therefore, every championship battle would cause a strong sensation in the city. If Hulk wanted to achieve the achievement of having a statue on the wall, not only would he have to win the championship battle, but he would also have to win many times in a row in order to obtain the title of the strongest gladiator champion, and successfully hang his statue on the building. After helping Hulk register for the free gladiator arena, Rog and the others came to the arena first and booked a VIP box above the arena. Blackie also wanted to register for the competition, but before he could do so, he was pulled away by Rog. Hulk was a warrior anyway. Why would a weapon like you join in the fun? Rog took a cup of Sokka Star's specialty drink and sat casually on the sofa in the box, waiting for the gladiator battle to begin. Are you so sure about Hulk's participation? If Hulk's performance is too good, it may cause Gao Tianzuan to make a move. Noah stood behind Rog and asked doubtfully. There's nothing to worry about. Although Gao Tianzuan likes to gamble, he is not an unreasonable robber. He won't do something like robbing. Even if he really wants to rob Hulk, he has to be able to do it. Rog was not sure what kind of strength Gao Tianzuan had, but he was sure that if he wanted to take Hulk and the others away from Sokka Star, Gao Tianzuan would not be able to stop him. It didn't take long for the list of the first multi-person melee battle to be projected over the arena. In addition to a simple portrait and name, there was also the odds for each gladiator. Rog glanced at it. Hulk's odds were not high, only 1 to 2. Not only was Hulk's odds not high, but the odds for the other gladiators were also about 1 to 2. Only Cronin's odds were 1 to 1. 8. Go and bet on Hulk's victory. As soon as his voice fell, Rog threw his championship card to Noah. It contained the 10 million championship coins he had just exchanged today. Although Hulk's odds were not high, there was no reason to let go of such a sure-win bet. When Rog took out his championship card, Natasha and the others also took out their championship cards and let Noah place his bet. Chapter 350. Unlike other gladiators, the number of gladiators in a multi-person melee was not fixed. It could range from 5 or 6 gladiators to 20 or 30 gladiators. The number of gladiators that Hulk participated in this multi-person melee was relatively large. There were more than 20 gladiators. When these gladiators from different planets, with different purposes, and with different weapons poured out of the various passages of the arena, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became fanatical. The cheers of the audience came one after another, and the host quickly introduced the gladiators in the arena with very provocative words. Hulk, who had green skin and a tall stature, was as conspicuous as he could be on Earth. In this arena where a large number of alien races gathered, the big Hulk was not particularly eye-catching. Instead, he looked a little ordinary. At the very least, compared to those opponents who were wearing armor and wielding weapons, he didn't have any weapons in his hands, and he only wore a pair of elastic shorts. He looked so simple and ordinary. If it weren't for his good figure, Most of the audience would have regarded him as a cannon fodder character. Hulk, who participated in a gladiator battle for the first time, was not as excited as his other opponents. He just glanced at the arena and the audience curiously. After looking around carefully, Hulk saw Rog and the others sitting in the box on the top floor, and immediately showed a simple and honest smile. "I've finished betting. These are the betting vouchers." Noah, who had just returned from betting, took out 4 betting vouchers and planned to distribute the betting vouchers in his hand. "Just take it. Anyway, you'll have to get your bonus later." Rog did not take the betting vouchers in Noah's hand, and answered casually. At the same time, he waved his hand at Hulk in the arena. When those gladiators just appeared on the arena, he used chakra perception to sense the strength of life energy in their bodies, and then came to a conclusion that he already knew the answer. There were more than 20 gladiators in the arena. Except for Hulk, all of them were small fries. Even if Hulk fought all of them alone, the battle would be over in 3 minutes. In addition to sensing the strength of the gladiators' life energy, he also deliberately sensed the audience in the arena. More than 100,000 spectators had gathered in this circular arena that was comparable to 2 football fields. Most of the audience were ordinary people with nothing special about them. In some of the VIP seats and private rooms, Rog sensed dozens of slightly noteworthy targets. The life energy of a few of them was not much weaker than Hulk and Blackie. It seemed that there were still some special people present at the scene, but he didn't know how strong they were. The strength of life energy was not equivalent to actual combat strength. Some special races were born with astonishing life energy, but their combat strength could not be more ordinary. After the host introduced the gladiators in the arena one by one, a red smoke bomb was launched into the sky above the arena, signifying the start of the battle. The moment the smoke bomb exploded, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Without any hesitation, the gladiators in the field attacked the enemies in front of them one after another. The battle royale of more than 20 gladiators officially began. The Cronin warrior with a stone body was the first to go berserk. He hammered the first enemy to death in a few hits, then strode towards the second enemy. Unlike the gladiators who were completely excited, Hulk at this time felt like he had not fully entered the state. He looked blankly at the gladiators who were constantly killing each other. Although Hulk did not take the initiative to attack, he quickly attracted the attention of the other gladiators because he was unarmed. 3 gladiators with different skin colors and races attacked him at the same time. When the weapons in the hands of the 3 gladiators were about to hit Hulk, who had been in a state of disorientation, finally entered the state of combat. Hulk roared and suddenly exerted force in his legs. His whole body was like a green heavy truck, rushing in front of one of the gladiators. Before the gladiator with a sword in both hands could react, he was completely knocked out by Hulk. His whole body was like a baseball that was hit, slamming into the metal wall of the arena. Boom! The moment he hit the metal wall, the gladiator with flesh and blood exploded like a watermelon falling from a high altitude. Bright red blood and broken limbs splattered everywhere. After knocking the gladiator away, Hulk did not stop at all. He showed flexibility that was completely inconsistent with his body size. He quickly came in front of another gladiator, and his huge right fist hit the gladiator's chest like a cannonball. Boom! Unlike the explosion just now, the gladiator who was hit by Hulk's right fist made a low muffled sound. His chest was completely caved in, and he had completely lost his life before he fell to the ground. After killing the 2 gladiators in a flash, Hulk jumped and fell from the sky like a meteor. His thick right leg directly stepped on the gladiator's head, completely crushing his head. He made 3 moves and killed 3 gladiators. Hulk did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was amazing. He quickly attracted the attention of most of the audience. Although the strength of these audience members was not very good, and their vision was not very sharp, they had seen too many gladiators after all. So, they could easily distinguish which gladiator's strength was outstanding. The attack was simple and violent, and the scene was bloody and violent. Hulk's fighting style perfectly met the requirements of these audience members. Soon, cheers for Hulk sounded in the arena. Hulk! 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 Listening to the cheers that were getting more and more orderly and intense, Hulk smiled. He smiled happily. This was the first time he heard others cheering for him. This was the first time he saw people like his battle. This was the first time he was liked because of his battle. Hulk wants to fight. Hulk wants to fight. Hulk wants to fight. Hulk roared excitedly, venting the depression and unhappiness that had accumulated in his heart for many years. On this day, Hulk found the meaning of fighting and the glory that he had longed for a long time. When Hulk was completely excited, the chaotic battle in the arena quickly came to an end. Except for the stone-bodied Cronin warrior, no other gladiator could withstand Hulk's punch. Whether they were wearing armor or not, whether they were strong or not, their ending was to be killed by Hulk's punch. Simple, violent, and without any suspense, he killed them with one punch. When Hulk was the only one left in the arena, the cheers of the audience were like a volcanic eruption that resounded throughout the entire arena. This was originally a mixed battle with many gladiators that was not much to watch. However, with his own strength, Hulk turned a battle that was not much to watch into his personal debut. Chapter 351. Hulk, who had obtained his first victory, left the gladiator arena with a satisfied look on his face. When he entered the gladiator tunnel, he turned back and waved enthusiastically at the audience. After that, he left the gladiator arena as if he had not had enough. For Hulk, this battle wasn't difficult at all. It could even be regarded as very simple. However, it was precisely this kind of battle that didn't have much difficulty that made him experience an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Hulk began to like fighting. Because he was a free gladiator, Hulk didn't need to return to the gladiator camp after the battle. He could go anywhere he wanted. After winning such a satisfying victory, most gladiators would choose to indulge themselves and find the meaning of life again in debauchery. But Hulk wasn't those ordinary gladiators. He had just won the first battle in his life, and he didn't have any unhealthy thoughts in his mind. He walked excitedly toward the box where Rog and others were. Hulk found the meaning of becoming stronger. Hulk wanted to become stronger, and he needed Rog's help. At the same time, Hulk also began to look forward to the physical combat between himself and Rog. Hulk knew that Rog had mastered many magical moves and many magical abilities that he couldn't resist. But in terms of physical combat, that is close combat, Hulk was still very confident. Hulk was a little pitiful. It wasn't the first time that he had become Logue's test subject. Odama Rasengan would Dragon Jutsu, would Golem Jutsu Tsukuyomi. Recalling the scene of being tortured by these ninjutsu and genjutsu, Hulk couldn't help but shake his head as if he wanted to completely forget these sad memories in his mind. Under the guidance of the staff, Hulk smoothly came to the top floor of the arena and went to the box where Rog and others were. However, just after he took a few steps, he was stopped by a Cronin warrior who was taller than him. Hulk didn't know anything about the Cronin race. In his opinion, they were just a group of stone men who could move around. However, the Cronin warrior in front of him, who was nearly 4 meters tall, gave Hulk a sense of familiarity. On the chest of this Cronin warrior, there was a blood-red pattern. This pattern looked like a graffiti that had been casually drawn, but Hulk remembered that there was a similar red pattern on the stone golem that he had smashed into rubble with just a few punches. However, the Cronin warrior he killed was only 2 meters tall. He couldn't be compared to the giant Cronin warrior in front of him. Hulk glanced at the red pattern on this Cronin warrior. He didn't say anything and avoided this Cronin warrior. Because the number of VIP boxes on the top floor was far less than the number of ordinary spectator seats, the passageway on the top floor was much wider than the passageway below. Even with the 4-meter-tall Cronin warrior blocking part of the path, Hulk was still able to easily pass through. However, this Cronin warrior who appeared out of nowhere had no intention of letting Hulk leave so easily. Just as Hulk walked to the side, the Cronin warrior's rock fist arrived in front of Hulk. Hulk, who was in an extremely happy mood, didn't expect to be attacked for no reason. Caught off guard, the rock fist that was several times bigger than his head hit his chest hard. Boom. Hulk flew out uncontrollably as if he was hit by a high-speed train. He crashed heavily into the metal wall dozens of meters away. A hole about the size of Hulk's body appeared on the metal wall that was strong enough to withstand the attack of a rocket. Broken metal fragments scattered all over the ground. The loud explosion attracted the attention of many people. The staff of the gladiator arena quickly rushed over. The doors of the nearby boxes opened one after another, and spectators walked out one after another. When they realized that the one who was sent flying was Hulk, who had just won, many of the spectators immediately guessed the truth of the matter. It wasn't difficult to guess the truth just by looking at Hulk, who was sent flying, and the Cronin warrior, who had an unfriendly expression on his face. Hulk had just killed a Cronin gladiator in the gladiator arena. Now the Cronin gladiator's friends or family members immediately found Hulk and tried to get justice from him. If it was on other planets, this kind of public retaliation against a gladiator would definitely cause strong dissatisfaction in the gladiator arena. But it was different here. This was planet Sokka. As long as you didn't attack Gao Tianzuan's gladiator, as long as you didn't retaliate in public in the gladiator arena, and as long as you could give enough compensation, Gao Tianzuan wouldn't mind the death of a free gladiator. It was precisely because of this that the Cronin warrior dared to attack Hulk here. Skull Crusher, the master wants you to deal with this guy as soon as possible. The master wants to watch the next battle in a quiet environment. A curvy carry woman came to the side of the Cronin warrior Skull Crusher and said expressionlessly, "Before the next battle begins, I will bring this guy's head back. I will definitely not disturb the master's mood." Although this curvy carry woman was less than half of Skull Crusher's height and didn't have any strength at all, Skull Crusher's reply was full of respect. After getting Skull Crusher's reply, the carry woman didn't even look at Skull Crusher and Hulk. She didn't even look back as she walked into a private room and lightly closed the door. "The person you killed in the gladiator arena is my younger brother. Although I am very angry, this is not a reason for me to kill you. You will die purely because you made the master lose the bet. That's all," Skull Crusher said as he walked towards Hulk. He didn't care about Hulk's burning anger at all. Although this green guy had some strength, he would definitely die today. Skull Crusher wasn't blindly confident. Instead, it was his battle record that gave him such confidence. Unlike other Cronin warriors, Skull Crusher had the potential to become the Lord of Cronin. Once his height exceeded 5 meters, he could become the king of the Cronin tribe and become the overlord of the Cronin tribe, a name that would strike fear in people's hearts. Unfortunately, Skull Crusher didn't have such an opportunity. Just as he walked towards Hulk, a voice that wasn't loud but was clear enough entered his ears. "The Hulk you just attacked is my friend. Although I am very angry, this is not a reason for me to kill you. You will die purely because you have a pretentious master behind you. That's all." The person who spoke wasn't someone else. It was Rog, who walked out of the private room with an unhappy expression on his face. Rog. Chapter 352. Rog was originally in a good mood, but this arrogant warrior Cronin and his master completely ruined his good mood. Hulk won the first battle, and it was a beautiful victory. He also won a small bet, because he bet on Hulk. If there were no accidents, tonight would be a very happy night. However, there would always be people who would create accidents that would completely ruin your good mood when you were in a good mood. For example, this Cronin warrior called Skull Crusher. Therefore, Rog used Skull Crusher's words to return the favor. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Skull Crusher slowly turned around in this narrow passage and stared at him angrily. After quickly sizing up Rog, Skull Crusher quickly made a judgment. This was an ordinary person from an unknown planet, and he didn't pose any threat. Although Skull Crusher was now a slave who had lost his freedom, before he became his master's slave, he also wandered the universe for a period of time and made a small name for himself. It was also because of his adventures that he met his current master and found a goal that was worthy of his loyalty for the rest of his life. "I don't care if you insult me, but you can't." Skull Crusher clenched his fists and suppressed his anger as he spoke slowly. However, before he finished speaking, Rog raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at him. Lightning evasion. Thunderbolt finger. A silver-white lightning bolt as thick as a finger appeared on the tip of Rog's right index finger. It instantly crossed the distance and accurately hit Skullcrusher's huge rock head. Boom. Skullcrusher didn't have the chance to say the second half of his sentence, because the moment the silver-white lightning bolt hit his forehead, his rock head exploded as if it was blown apart. Rog's sudden attack not only surprised Cronin warrior Skullcrusher, but it also surprised all the spectators and arena staff. They originally thought that Skullcrusher and his master were already domineering enough, but they didn't expect Rog to be even more domineering than them. Cronin's warrior, Skullcrusher, never would have thought that he would die with his head smashed into pieces like his name suggested. In his life, he had used Skullcrusher to take the lives of countless enemies. And today he who is called Skullcrusher was killed by Rog's Skullcrusher. Skullcrusher's head completely exploded and fell to the ground, using his life to create a dull sound. After easily dealing with Skullcrusher, Rog put his finger in front of his mouth and blew gently, blowing away the numbness that originally didn't exist. Thunderbolt Finger seems to be a new ninjutsu, but in fact, it's just a different use of lightning evasion. Lightning Palm. There is no difference between the two techniques except for the place where the lightning is released. However, in order to make his attacks look more impressive, Rog gave a new name to the Thunder Palm that he released with his fingers. The next time you meet someone who's deliberately looking for trouble, you don't have to care about their background. Just beat them to death. I'll take care of the trouble you cause. After explaining to Hulk, Rog came to the box where the woman just entered and lifted his right foot. Taijutsu, monstrous strength. In order to make his kick violent enough, Rog directly used Taijutsu, monstrous strength. Boom. The metal door that was a few centimeters thick, when it was kicked by Rog, produced a terrifying deformation visible to the naked eye. In the next second, the metal door that could withstand most individual weapons was kicked away by Rog. It flew into the room like a leaf being swept up by a tornado. It crashed heavily into the wall of the room, which was also made of metal. When everyone in the box was attracted, Rog leisurely walked into the box step by step. Just now, there was a guy who couldn't afford to lose after losing the bet. He asked his men to find trouble with my friend. I want to see what kind of trash this can't afford to lose and play with. Although Roger's tone was very calm, the provocation in his words was as obvious as it could be. As long as these people did not collectively lose their minds, they would definitely understand his malicious intentions. Do you know who you are talking to? A Carry youth with a weak body, like a playboy, slowly stood up and spoke in an extremely cold tone. Other than the playboy who could not even beat a woman, there were 5 other Carry people in the box. Among them, there were 3 beautiful Carry women who were either maids or secretaries, and 2 Carry soldiers who looked like bodyguards. With a simple glance, Rog knew that the 2 bodyguards had a military background. As for their strength, in a word, it was not worth mentioning. Of course, this not worth mentioning was judged by Rog's standards. If it was judged by other people's standards, these 2 bodyguards would definitely be the elites of the elites. They were not much worse than the vice leader of the Venus flytrap slavers, Noah. I really don't know who I am talking to, but I think that even if that person is not trash, he is still a useless piece of trash. Of course, he could also be a sissy, or a failed evolution product that had a misconception of his own gender. Since he had already started the provocation, he naturally had to provoke until the end. Just as a famous person said, since he wanted to pursue excitement, he had to go all the way. Although these were 2 completely different things, the underlying logic was the same. Number 7. Don't kill him so quickly. Give him some unforgettable punishment first, then bring him back to the Empire to play with him slowly. The Carry youth, who did not want to reveal his name until now, said to the 2 bodyguards beside him in a high and mighty tone. He then sat back down on the sofa with his back facing Rog. The universe is really big. There are all kinds of birds. Traveling around the universe is indeed something that can broaden one's horizons. Looking at the Carry youth, Rog said with a smile. At the same time, he helplessly shook his head. As soon as Rog finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards codenamed Number 6 and Number 7 came in front of him at the same time. However, the 2 bodyguards didn't have time to make a move. They were completely frozen by Rog, standing motionless like puppets. Sharingan, Golden Binding Genjutsu. At this time, the Carry youth with his back facing Rog didn't know what happened. He was waiting for Rog to scream in pain. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. When the expected scream didn't sound, the high and mighty Carry youth furrowed his brows with a gloomy expression. Chapter 353. Even if his reaction was slow, the arrogant Carry youth realized that something was wrong. Number 6 and Number 7 definitely did not dare to disobey his orders. The Carry youth was 100% sure of this point. Since there was no sound, it meant that Number 6 and Number 7 had completely lost their ability to move, and even their lives when he was completely unaware of what had happened. Although the Carry youth was arrogant, this did not mean that he did not have a brain. From a certain point of view, he could even be considered as a quick-witted person. However, Rog's golden binding illusion was something he had never seen or understood before. To this Carry youth who acted like a playboy, Rog's golden binding illusion was a form of dimensionality reduction without any suspense. Are you curious as to why your subordinates suddenly stopped making a move? If you want to know the answer, just turn around and take a look. In any case, you will soon get used to the feeling of constantly losing face. Just as the Carry youth was thinking about whether to turn around and take a look, Rog's voice reached his ears. This guy was not an ordinary person who made people feel uncomfortable. From the moment Rog kicked open the door of the box, every word he said had a perfect provocation effect. This made the Carry youth, who was used to being high and mighty since childhood, realize for the first time what was called the dangers of society. Although he was 100 times unwilling, the Carry youth finally stood up and turned to face Rog. His two most loyal and reliable subordinates were now standing motionless in their original positions like statues. The Carry youth could not even determine whether Number 6 and Number 7 were still alive. Even he could not make an accurate judgment. His three maids of course could not tell. And because of his domineering style, without his permission, his maidservant didn't even have the courage to open her mouth. Sokka Planet is indeed a planet with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Tell me your name. You now have the qualifications to tell me your name. Although from the situation, the Carry youth had fallen into an extremely disadvantageous situation, he still did not have the intention to change his attitude. Whether it was Skull Crusher or Number 6 and Number 7, they were not his trump cards to be tyrannical. His true trump card was his identity, which represented nobility, power, and strength, as well as his uncle. Rothschild was the name of the Carry youth. There were many Kree with this name, and he was the most respected and prestigious of them all. Carry Empire, one of the three great empires in the universe. The Kree Empire was a military and technological dictatorship. Its current leader was a life computer that embodied the highest intelligence of the Kree people, the Supreme Intelligence. The supreme wisdom encompassed all of the Kree people's science, philosophy, military, and ideology, and ruled over everything in the Kree Empire. Even so, under the Supreme Intelligence, there was still a privileged class of Kree. And Rothschild was a typical example. Rothschild's father was a cabinet member of the Carry Empire. His mother was a major shareholder of the second largest bank in the Carry Empire. His parents' power and status allowed him to have a starting point that far surpassed others from the moment he was born. However, all of this was not the main reason for his current personality. What made him truly supercilious and cultivated his unscrupulous and domineering style was that he had a powerful uncle who doted on him very much. It was precisely because he had such a powerful uncle who was famous in the universe that he had become like this. In Rothschild's view, other than a very small number of Kree people, the majority of the Kree people were lowly slaves. As he grew older, his view was no longer limited to the Kree people, but extended to all races in the universe. Because of his uncle's status, he had Number 6 and Number 7, who were strong enough to be the bodyguards of the Carry Empire's high-ranking officers. Because of his uncle's reputation, most of the people in the universe were willing to give him face and tolerate his tyrannical behavior. Therefore, even when Number 6 and Number 7's status was unknown, and they had completely lost their ability to move, he still maintained his original arrogant attitude. So what if you can instantly take care of Number 6 and Number 7, As long as I say my uncle's name, you can only obediently apologize. Rog did not have any understanding of Rothschild, so he did not know where Rothschild's confidence came from. Of the 3 bodyguards, one was dead, and the other 2 had completely lost their ability to move. Although Rothschild still had 3 seductive maids, the experienced Rog could tell at a glance that these 3 charming maids were just playthings that Rothschild carried with him. The qualifications to say your name? I suddenly realized that you are very similar to a Cree I know. Although he was defeated by me, when we first met, he also said something similar to you. Say your name. You have the qualifications for me to personally take action. His tone and attitude back then were exactly the same as yours now. They were equally arrogant and ignorant. The defeated opponent that Rog was referring to was, of course, accuser Ronin, who had been tortured to death by Tsukuyomi. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since he officially began his journey in the universe, accuser Ronin had appeared more and more often in his memories. It was like this when he was in the land of nothingness, and it was still the same when he came to planet Sokka. He couldn't help but wonder if some ill-fated intertwining of fate had occurred between him and Luo Nan. I'll give you one last chance. Say your name. Otherwise, you will understand how terrifying the supreme accuser of the Carey Empire, Ronin, is. Rothschild took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anger in his heart. He issued an ultimatum to Rog with a cold tone. Accuser Ronin? When Rothschild said the name of accuser Ronin that had just appeared in his memory, Rog was stunned. Could there really be some ill-fated relationship? Rog began to worry about his future. However, Rog's worry was completely different in Rothschild's understanding. Sure enough, as long as I say the name of Uncle Ronin, I can see the fear shown by these lowly existences. What's your relationship with accuser Ronin? Rog directly ignored the disdain on Rothschild's face and asked with a solemn expression. Hee, there's no harm in telling you. The supreme accuser of the Accuser Society, Ronin, is my uncle. I am the junior he cares about the most. Offending me is equivalent to offending the supreme accuser of the Carey Empire, Ronin. But I'm very satisfied with your fearful expression just now. If you can continue to satisfy me, it's not like I can't. Before Rothschild could finish his words, Rog passed number 6 and number 7 as if he had teleported. He arrived in front of Rothschild like a ghost and raised his right palm. Slap. The next second, a crisp slap rang out. The thin and weak Rothschild was sent flying by Rog's slap to the viewing glass behind him. He was like a fly that had been swatted away and stuck to the glass. Damn, you scared me to death. I thought that I really had some ill-fated relationship with Ronin. Rog let out a sigh of relief and sent Rothschild flying. A plan emerged in his mind. Chapter 354. When Rog let Luo Nan off the hook last time, he only planned to use Luo Nan to spread the fame of the 4th Hokage of Earth. So he didn't deliberately find trouble with Luo Nan, or the Carey Empire after starting his journey in the universe. However, he didn't expect that instead of finding trouble with Luo Nan and the Carey Empire, Luo Nan's most important nephew took the initiative to find trouble with him. It was as if fate deliberately pushed Luo Nan in front of him, so that he had no choice but to continue the grudges between him and Luo Nan. When luck came, it couldn't be stopped. When Luo Nan came, he couldn't get rid of him. Since fate had arranged it like this, Rog could only accept it with a smile. Rothschild, who was slapped by Rog, was stuck on the cracked glass for a few seconds. Then he fell heavily to the ground under the influence of gravity. Until now, Rothschild still couldn't believe the fact that he was attacked. Moreover, the attack was in the form of a slap. Rothschild had slapped many people since he was born, but this was the first time in his life that he was slapped. Even his parents had never slapped him. Being slapped was miserable enough, but the slap that Rothschild received wasn't an ordinary slap. Although Rog didn't use his monstrous strength and didn't use his full strength, his slap was undoubtedly unbearable for Rothschild, who was thin and weak and had close to zero strength. Rothschild felt that the left side of his face was like being stabbed by a red-hot iron needle at a high frequency. The burning sensation was accompanied by a tingling sensation that made him tremble uncontrollably. Green blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Not only that, Rothschild's left ear was buzzing, as if hundreds of thousands of bees were flying in his ear. As for the pain from hitting the glass, it wasn't particularly obvious at this time. Especially when compared to the tingling sensation on his left cheek, it seemed to be insignificant. Rothschild lay on the ground with a dull face. After a few minutes, he stood up again as if he had experienced the most painful experience in his life. He dared to look at Rog with anger, but didn't dare to speak. This man really dared to kill him. Although Rothschild didn't have any combat experience, he didn't have the ability to sense killing intent. But there was one thing that he was certain of. That was when Rog slapped him in the face, he didn't care about his life or death at all. He also didn't care about his uncle, Luo Nan, who had accused him. Luo Nan, the accuser, knew his nephew's usual style when he was outside. Therefore, he had reminded him more than once that if he met someone who didn't care about his life or death, he mustn't provoke the other party in a situation where he wasn't certain of victory. It doesn't matter if you suffer for the time being, as long as you're still alive. Uncle will take care of the rest for you. Roskilde recalled accuser Luo Nan's instructions to him. Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't have been beaten into an idiot. So you should still remember how to contact Luo Nan. Go notify Luo Nan right now. Have him come to Sokka Planet to save you. Also, when you inform him, remember to tell him who you met. My name is Rog, 4th Hokage Rog. When Rog revealed his identity, the vigilance in Rothschild's eyes instantly turned into shock. He's Rog. He's actually the 4th Hokage Rog. The news of accuser Luo Nan losing to Rog wasn't widely spread, and the details of the battle weren't spread out. But Rothschild, as Luo Nan's most doted nephew, was one of the few people who knew the details of the battle. The moment he heard Rog's name, Rothschild finally understood why Rog didn't put him in his eyes from the beginning to the end, and why Rog didn't care about the fact that his uncle was accuser Luo Nan. I actually used my uncle Luo Nan to threaten Rog, who defeated my uncle. I'm really fucking smart. This wasn't a matter of losing face, this was purely a matter of having a brain problem. After knowing Rog's identity, Rothschild immediately made a decision. Admit defeat. Obediently admit defeat. Quickly admit defeat. I didn't expect you to be Mr. Rog. I heard your name from my uncle. I apologize for my previous arrogance and all my actions. As long as Mr. Rog opens his mouth, no matter what request you have, I'll do my best to fulfill it. I hope that Mr. Rog can give me, a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, a chance to apologize on account of your acquaintance with my uncle. As soon as his voice fell, Rothschild bowed 90 degrees with a serious face. He didn't have the previous aloof attitude. Looking at Rothschild, who changed his face, Rog didn't say a word. Because he didn't speak, Rothschild didn't dare to raise his head. He silently maintained a 90-degree bow. Time passed by minute. Rothschild felt that time had stopped at this time. It didn't flow forward at all. When Rothschild's legs and back trembled uncontrollably, Rog slowly opened his mouth and said, "For Luo Nan's sake, I'll give you a chance to explain. Get up." After getting Rog's answer, Rothschild straightened his waist with difficulty. Then he carefully moved his trembling legs and waist. For the first time, Rothschild discovered that it was so difficult to maintain a 90-degree bow for a long time. He felt that his waist didn't belong to him anymore. I was fortunate enough to hear from my uncle about Mr. Rog's heroic appearance in battle. I know that you're a true warrior, who constantly pursues strength. I'm ashamed to say that although my uncle personally guided and taught me how to fight, I'm still unable to become a hero like Mr. Rog. So I don't dare to guess what kind of way of apology you would like. I hope that you can give me some pointers and let me learn. It had to be said that although Rothschild wasn't a good person, he was indeed a smart person to a certain extent. After knowing that Rog was in existence that he couldn't afford to offend, he didn't hesitate as he was used to being aloof. He immediately lowered his posture, and even directly put himself in the position of a junior. Although it was a bit intentional, he tried to put Rog on the moral high ground that an elder shouldn't argue with a junior. But in general, After understanding that he was in an absolute disadvantageous situation, he quickly made the most beneficial plan for himself and executed it perfectly. Dignity and face were put down without any hesitation. He deserved to be a guy born in a powerful family. He was born with the potential to become a politician. Rog found a few shining points on Rothschild. Chapter 355. Inform your Uncle Luo Nan to come to Sokka Planet. Tell him that I want to compete with him again. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Rog spoke to Rothschild. Okay, no problem, I will help you pass on the message. After hearing Rog's words, Rothschild was stunned for a moment. He only replied after a few seconds. Although Rothschild didn't know why Rog wanted to compete with his Uncle Luo Nan, since Rog said so, he could only agree. As for whether Luo Nan could defeat Rog, or what Rog wanted to gain through this competition, it was not within Rothschild's consideration. After telling Rog the hotel where he was currently staying and the contact information, Rothschild respectfully sent Rog away. Rog did not leave the Flying Thor technique on Rothschild, nor did he intend to leave a shadow clone, or would clone to watch over Rothschild. Although Rothschild was a little arrogant, he was a smart person. He knew very well what the consequences of secretly escaping would be. Because of this unexpected episode, Rog did not continue to stay and watch the gladiator fight. He returned to the hotel with Hulk and others. In the next few days, Hulk signed up for the gladiator fights every day, and he won again and again. Hulk's simple and violent fighting style was inexplicably in line with the preferences of the Sokka Planet audience. Therefore, Hulk had his own gladiator nickname, World Destroyer. Of course, there were also some audience members who felt that the title of World Destroyer was not domineering enough, so they called Hulk King Hulk. For these two new nicknames of Hulk, Rog's only feeling was that the magical fate had once again played a role. Whether it was World Destroyer Hulk, King Hulk, or Green Death who had not been born yet, they were actually another form of Hulk in other parallel universes. In the parallel universe, World Destroyer Hulk, also known as Green Death, was a combat master who could use cold weapons such as great swords, spears, and shields. He also had the wisdom and personality of Dr. Bruce Banner. He was an excellent leader and strategist. Although Hulk now had the title of World Destroyer, he was still very far away from the true World Destroyer Hulk, which was Green Death. It was not difficult for the current Hulk to use cold weapons such as great swords and spears. However, it is still impossible for him to have Dr. Banner's wisdom and personality at the same time. Although it was not a complete Green Death, Hulk still displayed unparalleled absolute dominance in the gladiator arena, and quickly obtained the qualifications to participate in the individual battle. As long as Hulk could obtain no less than 10 consecutive victories in the individual battles, he would be able to participate in Sokka Planet's highest standard, and also the most popular gladiator tournament, the Battle of Champions. When Hulk shone brightly in the arena, Rog and Blackie couldn't help but play a few rounds. Of course, in order to avoid being assigned to the same battle, they chose to participate at different times. While Rog, Hulk, and Blackie were having fun in the arena, Natasha and Scott were getting more and more depressed. Although the journey in the universe was very interesting, as ordinary Earthlings, Natasha and Scott still hoped to return to Earth as soon as possible. After all, only on Earth did they have a true sense of belonging. But judging from the current situation, Rog and Scott would not have any plans to return to Earth in a short time. Time passed day by day. When Rog and Blackie successfully obtained the qualifications to participate in the individual battle, Rothschild's uncle, Ronan, finally arrived at Sokka Planet on his own battleship, Dark Star. If it weren't for Rothschild being his favorite nephew, Ronan would never have come to Sokka Planet, let alone meet Rog. After the last battle, Ronan recuperated in the highest-level private hospital in the Kari Empire for a whole month before he finally got rid of the aftereffects brought by Tsukuyomi. Even if he had completely recovered now, Ronan still couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he thought of what happened in Tsukuyomi's world. Tsukuyomi, this was not a move that intelligent creatures could resist at all. At least in Ronan's memory, no one could completely ignore or directly get rid of Tsukuyomi's influence. And what made Ronan even more concerned was that even though he had personally experienced Tsukuyomi once, he still couldn't figure out how Tsukuyomi took effect. So when he received the news from Rothschild, he knew that his nephew, who had run amok, had inexplicably provoked Rog and made Rog have the idea of having a rematch with him. At that time, Ronan really had the urge to kill Rothschild completely. But this impulse was quickly suppressed by him. After all, Rothschild was his favorite nephew. Saka City's Central City District, the main arena hotel, Blood Dusk, the top floor of the hotel's royal suite. Seeing your current healthy appearance, I'm very gratified. Rog sat on the sofa in the suite's living room, holding a glass of Blue Saka Planet's specialty liquor, and said with a casual expression, "The Carey Empire's medical standards are much more advanced than Earth's, so recovering isn't difficult." The controller, Ronan, sat across from Rog. He sat upright and still, wearing the typical Carey armor. The Carey Empire's high-tech warhammer, known as the Omnipotent Weapon, was placed less than a meter away from him on his right. Your nephew should have already told you the general situation, so I won't be long-winded. My request is very simple. I want to have a personal battle with you in the gladiator arena. Regardless of the outcome, you can leave with your nephew. Of course, in order to make the battle fairer, I won't use Tsukuyomi to deal with you. You can rest assured. After taking a sip of the blue liquor in the glass, Rog continued. It's that simple? It wasn't that Ronan didn't believe in Rog's guarantee, but he couldn't understand why Rog had asked him to come all the way here just to have a fight with him in the gladiator arena. After knowing that Rothschild had provoked Rog, Ronan also learned everything from Rothschild. It was precisely because of this that he didn't believe that Rog would be so easy to talk to. Apart from Cronin, who was killed and Rothschild being slapped, Rog basically didn't do anything. According to Ronan's conjecture, Rog shouldn't be so easy to talk to. It's that simple. After the fight, you can leave with your nephew. But speaking of which, I suddenly have a small question. I learned from Rothschild that although you and his father are brothers, your relationship hasn't been good since you were young. He likes to use wisdom to solve problems, so he embarked on the path of politics and finally became a member of the cabinet. As for you, you like to use force to solve problems, so you became a warrior and joined the controllers, who have military power. You were appointed as the Supreme Controller by the Supreme Wisdom. The relationship between the two of you isn't good, but you inexplicably dote on his son. I can't help but think of some bad things. And I heard that his mother met you first before she met his father. Originally, Roger didn't really want to know about this matter. But when he saw Luo Nan personally rush to Saka Planet from far away, and when Luo Nan didn't hesitate to risk his life to exchange blows with him, his gossipy soul suddenly ignited. Chapter 356. This is my private matter. I refuse to answer. Luo Nan looked at Rog with an incredulous expression. He couldn't understand why Rog would suddenly ask such a question. And from his question, it was obvious that he had some guesses. As a warrior, and a warrior with such outstanding strength, it was completely unreasonable for him to have this kind of gossipy mentality. Since you don't want to say, then I won't ask. You can leave now. Right, remember to go to the arena to register for the participation. With your status, you should be able to directly qualify for the individual battle. After he finished speaking, Luo Gu gestured to Luo Nan to walk slowly. Although Saka Planet's arena had a rule that the free gladiators could only advance to the next level of the arena through continuous victories, there were always exceptions to everything. For an existence like the accuser Luo Nan, who had a great reputation in the universe, even if he wanted to participate, he wouldn't necessarily have to start from the lowest level of the melee. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. For an existence like Luo Nan, participating in a low-level battle would only result in a one-sided slaughter without any suspense. For the viewing effect of the battle, the arena would certainly make an appropriate balance. If Rog had reported his name as the fourth Hokage when he registered, he would have had a great chance to directly qualify for the individual battle. When Luo Nan left the living room, he left the hotel with the guard waiting outside, and the instigator of all this, Rothschild. Do you really want to fight with him again? Didn't you already win against him before? Natasha came to the living room and sat directly next to Rog. She asked doubtfully. Although I won against him last time, he underestimated me too much at that time, so the fight wasn't very satisfying. And I just happened to be learning some new moves recently. I want to try it out on him. Rog didn't say what move he was learning now. Even if he said it, Natasha might not understand. Well, when do you plan to return to Earth? After defeating the accuser Luo Nan? Or after Hulk wins the championship battle and hangs his statue on Gao Tianzuan's champion building? Natasha continued to ask. We'll see how it goes. Don't worry, we won't be staying on Sokka Star for too long. No matter what, this is a trash planet. I'm not a weirdo like Gao Tianzuan. I don't plan to live here for a long time. He will definitely return to Earth. Not to mention that all of his subordinates and forces are on Earth. Even if it's for the 300 ninja coins given by the system, he will definitely return to Earth. Ninja coins, he would never complain about having too little, just like no one would complain about having too much money. The news of the Keri Empire's famous accuser, Ronin, signing up for the gladiator fight quickly spread out, and it quickly caused a wave of excitement. Anyone who roamed the universe would have a certain understanding of the Keri Empire. The Keri Empire's way of doing things was tyrannical and unyielding. Although they were one of the 3 great empires in the universe, the news that spread out was mostly bad. Accuser Luo Nan was the highest accuser of the Kree Empire's accuser group. His strength was outstanding and his fame was illustrious. His initiative to participate was not only a surprise to the audience on Sokka Planet, but it was also a pleasant surprise. There were even many audience members who speculated that the ruler of Sokka Planet, Gao Tianzuan, would specially arrange a championship fight for Luo Nan. Indeed, Luo Nan had not participated in any gladiator fight, but his past record was enough to prove that he had the strength to participate in the championship fight. Although Luo Nan's registration set off a heated discussion among the audience, the ruler of Sokka Planet, Gao Tianzuan, did not announce the championship fight for a long time. In the champion building next to the gladiator arena, Gao Tianzuan, with gray hair and a silver stripe from his lower lip to the center of his chin, sat on a huge high-back chair. He said to a sturdy female guard wearing armor beside him, "Recently, the strength of the free gladiators who participated in the gladiator fight is very good, especially the world destroyer Hulk. I like him very much." "Understood, I'll arrange for people to catch him." Gao Tianzuan just finished speaking when the female guard with a serious expression said in a serious tone, "When did I say I want to catch Hulk? No, 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 I don't want to catch Hulk. I want to arrange a perfect match for him. The accuser who just signed up today seems to be quite good." Gao Tianzuan, who was wearing a gorgeous golden coat, nodded as he spoke, as if to confirm whether his arrangement was correct. However, he soon overturned his plan. Luo Nan can't do it. His match with Hulk won't be very fair. This will disappoint the audience. Luo Nan is not suitable, and the other gladiators are not suitable either. Why don't I have a gladiator like Hulk in my hands? This is really sad news. Gao Tianzuan suddenly sighed bitterly when he said this. The tall female guard beside Gao Tianzuan was already used to Gao Tianzuan's muttering and sudden mood changes. By the way, Hulk's companions, the symbiotic demon named Blackie and the earthling named Rog, are not bad. Why don't we arrange for them to have a life and death battle with their companions? Friendship, bonds, companions with deep feelings, and a life and death battle for the glory of victory. The loser will lose his life, and the winner will live a miserable life in regret. This will be a battle that shakes the soul. Gao Tianzuan suddenly became excited when he thought of something. He stood up excitedly and waved his hands wildly. However, Gao Tianzuan's excitement only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. He sat back on the high-back chair with a dispirited look. No, it still won't do. This is not suitable for Hulk. Hulk, World Destroyer Hulk, King Hulk. Hulk with green skin. Gao Tianzuan began to talk to himself again. Then, his eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. Green-skinned, a man and a woman. One fights simply and violently, while the other has exquisite combat skills. One has amazing strength and endurance, while the other has a small and agile figure. It's her. That's right, it's her. The most dangerous woman in the universe against the craziest man in the universe. A top-level female assassin against a top-level male warrior. This is a fair match for Hulk. After excluding Luo Nan, Blackie, Rog and the others, Gao Tianzuan finally arranged an opponent for Hulk in the next match. In his opinion, it was an opponent who was evenly matched and could make the gladiator fight the best. The survivor of the Zihu people, the most dangerous woman in the universe, the adopted daughter of the crazy Titan Thanos, Kimura Jean Huberly Ben Titan. Chapter 357. It's estimated that only someone like Gao Tianzuan would think that Kimura would be a match for Hulk. However, the female guard standing next to Gao Tianzuan, the sturdy Topaz, nodded in agreement. It's decided then. Topaz, you go to the underground prison and bring our charming and dangerous female assassin Kimura here. I want to see this legendary female assassin. While speaking, Gao Tianzuan rubbed his hands excitedly. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. If it was someone who didn't know Gao Tianzuan well enough, after seeing his appearance at this time, they would definitely treat him as a pervert with some kind of special fetish. At this time, Rog didn't know that Gao Tianzuan had already arranged Hulk's next opponent. When he learned that Luo Nan had signed up for the competition, he also signed up his name. As long as Hulk didn't sign up during this time, then Rog would be the only opponent that could match Luo Nan. Whether it was to give the audience a good viewing experience, or to make the competition more fair, the gladiator arena could only arrange the two of them together. As Rog expected, after he signed up his name, the gladiator arena quickly announced a specific gladiator preview. The mysterious ninja Rog vs the supreme controller of the Carry Empire, Luo Nan. When the gladiator preview was just released, the residents of the city didn't feel anything wrong. However, when Rog's name appeared together with Luo Nan, a piece of news that wasn't widely spread. The controller, Luo Nan, had once lost to the hands of the fourth Hokage, Luo Gu. After coming to Sokka Planet, although Rog didn't deliberately spread his name as the fourth Hokage, the residents of Sokka City were very gossipy and quickly dug out his identity, including the news that he once defeated Luo Nan, as well as his 9 consecutive victories in nothingness. After confirming that the ninja Rog who recently shone in the gladiator arena was the fourth Hokage, who once defeated controller Luo Nan, the tickets for the gladiator night were quickly sold out, and the amount of bets on the gladiator night was getting higher and higher. As the time of the gladiator fight got closer and closer, the matter of Rog's dispute with Rothschild on the top floor of the gladiator arena was also dug out by the curious audience. There were even many audience members who deduced the whole process of the matter. Carry Empire's Hegemon Rothschild, because he lost the bet, sent people to attack Hulk who had just come down. As Hulk's friend, Rog immediately took action, killing Rothschild's men, and broke into Rothschild's box. Roger taught Rothschild, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, a lesson in the VIP room. He also had Rothschild notify his uncle Ronan. And so Carry Empire's supreme controller Luo Nan rode his own warship, Dark Star, to planet Sokka. Although the audience members who were exploding with curiosity didn't dig out the situation of Rog and Luo Nan's meeting, they speculated that the two of them had clearly reached some kind of agreement after Luo Nan left the hotel and immediately signed up for the gladiator fight. That's why there was this gladiator fight that attracted so much attention. As more and more inside information was dug out, the audience's enthusiasm grew higher and higher. The individual battle between Rog and Luo Nan that hadn't started yet had a faint momentum of a championship battle. The fourth Hokage Rog's battle to make a name for himself. The controller Luo Nan's battle for revenge. A powerful ninja from the backward civilization of Earth against the supreme controller of the Carry Empire. One of the 3 great empires in the universe. All kinds of exaggerated gladiator fight titles were passed on one after another. The scalp tickets for the gladiator night also became hard to find, and the price was higher than the sky. Although the news was already in full swing outside, there were even many fanatical audience members who broke into the hotel where Rog was staying, Scarlet Dusk, trying to dig out more inside information from Rog before the gladiator fight. Rog didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. Right now, he was making the final preparations for the gladiator fight. When Rosewood contacted Luonan, he exchanged a taijutsu from the system that he should have exchanged a long time ago. Taijutsu, Hashimen Tanku. This was the ultimate taijutsu that Konoha's ninja Mado Dai spent 20 years to develop. By unlocking the chakra channel in the body, he could temporarily obtain a powerful strength. When the Hashimen Tanku is fully opened, he could instantly obtain 10 times the strength of the 5 Kages. The power of the Hashimen Tanku depends on the user's own strength. The stronger the user, the stronger the power obtained after opening the Hashimen Tanku. After opening the 8th gate of death, the user will die due to the exhaustion of his own vitality. Exchange price, 100 ninja coins. When he saw the exchange price, Rog was still a bit hesitant. But after seeing the specially marked sentence behind the exchange icon, he decisively chose to exchange without a trace of hesitation. Because the difficulty of training is too high, when you exchange for the Hashimen Tanku, you can also get the related moves and the training notes of Mado Dai and Mado Gai. Rog wasn't very interested in the training notes of Mado Dai and Mado Gai. What really moved him were the 6 moves that came with it. First gate of opening, Outer Lotus, Third gate of life, Inner Lotus, 6th gate of view, Morning Peacock, 7th gate of surprise, Day Tiger, 8th gate of death, Evening Statue Night Guy. While waiting for Luonan's arrival and practicing in the gladiator arena, Rog had been practicing the Hashimen Tanku, and the progress was very amazing. Although it was only less than a week, he had successfully practiced the Hashimen Tanku to the 5th gate of limit, and he also faintly touched the opportunity to open the 6th gate of view. It was also because of this that he didn't leave the hotel even once after Luonan left. Even when he signed up for the gladiator arena, he asked Hulk for help. In the empty room, Rog, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, emitted a light blue chakra visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Rog had experienced all kinds of extraordinary, overloaded, and exceeding physical training before, and he also had the body of a mortal Hashirama that was more than half developed, so the abnormal physical requirements of the Hashimen Tanku weren't really a problem for him. If he was given enough time, such as 1 month or 2 months, he was 100% sure that he could completely master the Hashimen Tanku. But now, what he lacked the most was time. The time of the gladiator arena was set for tomorrow night. If he couldn't smoothly open the 6th gate of view before the gladiator arena, he could only use the power of the 5th gate of limit to deal with Luonan. Although opening the 5th gate of limit was enough to give him a terrifying increase in strength, no one would dislike their own strength for being too strong. More importantly, this time he planned to use physical techniques to win against Luonan. Chapter 358. Saka City Gladiator Arena. After a series of lively promotions, the battle between the 4th Hokage, Rog, and Ronin, the manipulator, began as scheduled. However, before they appeared on the stage, there would be a personal battle that served as an introductory match. It would hype up the already fanatical scene for the two of them. Rog sat in the lounge, wrapping the white bandage around his arm with great seriousness. Since he and Ronin were both free gladiators, they could use any equipment they chose in the arena. Of course, firearms and other hot weapons were absolutely prohibited. While Rog was wrapping the bandage around his arm, Ronin, who was in another lounge, was also wearing a custom-made armor with the help of a guard. Ronin, who had already fought with Rog once and was defeated, was fully prepared for this battle. In addition to the custom-made armor and the omnipotent weapon Warhammer, Ronin also wore a helmet that he had never worn before. Although Rog had promised not to use Tsukuyomi, Ronin still had some worries in his heart. Tsukuyomi's terrifying power only needed to be experienced once, and it would leave an unforgettable memory. If it weren't for Ronin's strong will, he would even consider admitting defeat at this moment. The lounge wasn't far from the arena. Moreover, it was unknown if it was intentional, but the soundproofing function of the lounge wasn't perfect at all. It allowed the gladiators in the lounge to clearly hear the cheers of the audience. After the referee in the arena announced the outcome of the introductory match, Rog and Ronan left the lounge at almost the same time and walked towards their respective gladiator passageways. The exciting introductory match is finally over. I believe that many of the audience can't wait any longer, because the next battle is the ultimate goal of your coming here tonight. Although all of you can't wait any longer, as the referee and commentator of this battle, I still want to introduce the next two gladiators to everyone. First of all, let us use the most enthusiastic cheers to welcome this legendary ninja from a backward planet. He is the most powerful ninja in the universe, the fourth Hokage Gu. The red-skinned middle-aged referee with delicately combed hair roared loudly in an extremely exaggerated tone. As his voice rang out, colorful fireworks soared into the sky, exploding into gorgeous patterns in the air. Rog. Under the cheers of more than 100,000 spectators, Rog walked out of the gladiator passage step by step and went straight to the center of the arena. Rog, who was wearing the fourth Hokage Haori, waved at the surrounding audience. He then adjusted his state of mind, allowing himself to enter his best battle state. At the same time, the referee and commentator who advocated the roaring style began to introduce Rog's battle record. Defeat Luonan, the controller who attempted to invade Earth. 9 consecutive victories in the Land of Nothingness, 5 consecutive victories in Sokka Planet's arena. Many of the names of the opponents that Roger could not even remember were named by the referee one by one. Along with his introduction, the spectators in the arena became more and more fanatical. When Rog's short list of battle records was finished, the fully armed controller Luonan also came to the arena amidst the cheers of the spectators. He stood about 20 meters away from Rog. Compared to Rog's battle record, Luonan's battle record was clearly much better. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Rog had always been active on Earth and did not show his face in the universe. If his battle record on Earth was included, not only would his battle record not be less than Luonan's, it would even be richer. Luonan, who was holding the universal weapon Warhammer, did not pay attention to the referee's introduction. His eyes were fixed on Rog as he spoke in a serious tone. Although I still don't understand why you insist on fighting me in the arena, I will let you know that your decision is very unwise. Is that so? I hope your next performance will prove your words. Luo Gu could see that Luonan had already roused himself to 120%. He was no longer the enemy who was filled with contempt and arrogance from before. This was an enemy who was completely serious. Very good. Very good. Only an enemy like this was worthy of him using the 8 inner hidden gates. When the referee's introduction was completely finished, the bell that represented the beginning of the battle rang. Rog and Luonan ran toward each other at the same time. 20 meters passed in the blink of an eye. The unarmed Rog and the warhammer-wielding Luonan were facing each other head-on. Body technique. Monstrous strength. The physical fitness of the Kree people was much stronger than that of the people on Earth. This was especially true for Luonan, who was an outstanding member of the Kree people. His physical fitness was far superior to that of the ordinary Kree people. So when Rog arrived in front of Luonan, he did not hesitate and immediately used monstrous strength. His right fist, wrapped in light blue chakra, was like a cannonball that shot out of the barrel as it attacked Luonan's chest. The warhammer in Luonan's hand also smashed toward Rog's head with the force of 10,000 pounds. Because they had already fought once, Rog and Luonan had a rough understanding of each other's tactics. Facing Luonan's thunderous hammer, Rog did not have any thoughts of dodging. Although his right fist had not yet hit Luonan, he was 100% sure that Luonan's warhammer would not fall on his head. In a flash, Rog's right fist hit Luonan's chest first. Energy shield. Rog's right fist seemed to have hit Luonan's chest, but in fact, it only hit the thin layer of energy shield on Luonan's chest. Although the energy shield condensed in an instant could not completely block Rog's attack, it could buy a little bit of time. Luonan did not condense the energy shield at the beginning because he wanted to let Rog's attack hit him first. In terms of speed, Luonan was far from being Rog's opponent. So in order to let Rog obediently enter his attack range, Luonan did not hesitate to use himself as bait. The black energy shield instantly shattered and Rog's right fist finally hit Luo Nan's chest. But all of this was within Luo Nan's plan. With the energy shield and armor, Luo Nan smoothly took on Rog's monstrous strength fist. And the warhammer in his hand finally arrived above Rog's head. Although Luo Nan's warhammer was about to smash his head, Rog did not panic in the slightest. Although the warhammer's attack speed was fast, if he wanted to dodge, it would not be too difficult. As long as he was willing to use ninjutsu, he had several methods to instantly escape. But right now he had no plans to use ninjutsu at all. Sometimes physical techniques can also do things that ninjutsu can do. First gate open. Open. The massive amount of chakra in Rog's body instantly erupted. The restriction set by the consciousness of his brain was instantly broken. Chapter 359. The body's self-restriction hidden in the depths of his consciousness disappeared. Rog felt a mystical feeling of his entire body coming alive. Every living being's body contained an unimaginable amount of power. However, for the sake of a better life, this power was deeply sealed away by the instinctive self-protection consciousness. This seal was both a type of protection and a type of restriction. In many urban legends, there were cases of ordinary people instantly erupting with extraordinary strength. For example, in order to save his grandson from being crushed under a heavy truck, there was an old man who lifted a truck weighing dozens of tons with his bare hands. For example, in order to catch his daughter falling from a tall building, there was a father who ran over 100 meters in a few seconds. These cases seemed to be fantastical, but they were all real-life cases. To explain it in more scientific terms, the people involved in these cases were all super living beings who instantly activated a limiter. A limiter was an innate limit to the growth of every living being. In order to allow life to grow without losing its self-consciousness and rationality, life had set a limit for itself, which meant that it had set a limit for itself. However, the limit brought by this limiter wasn't indestructible. With enough emotional support and extreme external stimulation, this limiter could be opened artificially. The only thing to note was that if one didn't have a strong enough body to support it, once the limiter was opened, it would mean the arrival of death. In a sense, the 8 inner hidden gates was a way to open a limiter. However, compared to other methods, the 8 inner hidden gates was a bit more gentle. Only when all 8 gates were opened would it directly endanger the user's life. When Rog used a massive amount of chakra to break through the limiter set by his mind, he obtained full control of his body for the first time. Rog's body suddenly erupted with a strange phenomenon, immediately attracting Luo Nan's attention. However, the current him was already too late to do anything to stop or resist. The warhammer fell like lightning, but it directly missed. Rog, who was close at hand, fell down in a way that didn't conform to common sense. His right leg kicked towards Luo Nan's chin. Shadow dancing leaf. Luo Nan, who didn't have time to retract his warhammer, was kicked in the chin by Rog's 42-yard-long leg. The enormous force directly sent him flying. Luo Nan never thought that his first exchange with Rog would end up like this. Although Luo Nan felt a burst of pain from Rog's kick to his chin, he didn't take this pain to heart. This was definitely not Rog's ultimate move. He would never choose such an ordinary move to end his attack. Luo Nan, who had already suffered a loss once, didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. His body hadn't yet fallen under the influence of gravity, but he had already begun to search everywhere for traces of Rog. "Are you looking for me?" Just when Luo Nan was planning to turn his head to look for Rog's tracks, Rog's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Not good. Although Luo Nan didn't know what Rog wanted to do, he was certain that Rog was going to be in great danger. Luo Nan suddenly gripped his warhammer with both hands, attempting to cover himself with an energy shield. However, it was all too late. When Rog arrived behind Luo Nan, the white bandages wrapped around his hands began to flutter under the control of chakra. In the blink of an eye, the fluttering white bandages were like 2 white pythons that wrapped around Luo Nan's body. "First, open the door, lotus flower." Rog's voice once again rang out from behind Luo Nan. At the same time, chakra gushed out from Rog's body, constantly disrupting the energy bursting out from the warhammer. Since he had already unleashed his move to this stage, Rog wouldn't let the energy shield created by the Warhammer ruin his good deed. The more than 100,000 spectators in the spectator stands were puzzled as they watched the scene in the sky above the arena. Due to the difference in strength, not many spectators were able to clearly see the situation of Rog and Luonan's exchange. In the eyes of the majority of the spectators, they only saw Rog kick Luonan flying. Then he used bandages to bind Luonan. Finally he hugged Luonan, who had lost all ability to resist like a mummy, and madly spun Luonan's head downwards. Was this an offensive move from the backward civilization of Earth? It looked a bit shameful. No matter which planet it was, an adult male creature hugging another adult male creature in public was not a mainstream culture. Simply put, it was a bit of an eyesore. However, the spectators in the audience seats quickly understood why Rog did this. The madly spinning Rog and Luonan only stayed in the air for a short 1 or 2 seconds. Then, in a suicidal manner, they fiercely crashed into the ground of the arena. Boom. Unlike the metal walls surrounding the arena, the ground of the arena was a very ordinary dirt floor. However, when the lotus flower crashed into the ground, a sound that was even more terrifying than the metal floor exploded out from the impact. If it wasn't for the fact that firearms and artillery shells were prohibited in the arena, the spectators in the arena would have suspected that a large bomb had exploded in front of them. The terrifying impact of the lotus flower formed a deep circular pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the arena. Cracks that were more than 10 to 20 centimeters thick appeared on the originally flat ground. They covered the entire arena like a spider web. The invisible shockwave hit the metal walls around the arena like a wave. The grayish-yellow dust and gravel danced in the air, completely covering the entire arena. After the terrifying impact, there was a dead silence. The more than 100,000 spectators in the audience seats seemed to have been pressed on the mute button at the same time. They looked at the arena in disbelief. They looked at the arena that was completely covered in dust. Was this the ninja's way of attacking? This was too. Although there were many gladiators who could create such a commotion in the arena, there was no one who could perform such a suicidal attack at the beginning of the battle like Rog. Luonan crashed into the ground with his head down like a tornado. Just thinking about this kind of attack in one's mind was enough to make people gasp. Although these spectators didn't know what Rog's move was called, they knew that from now on, they had completely fallen in love with this violent and bloody move. This was the scene that a gladiator should have. This was the momentum that a gladiator should have. This was a life and death battle that could make people's blood boil. Aha! Beautifully done. Rog. 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 The dust in the arena hadn't dispersed yet. The figures of Rog and Luonan hadn't appeared yet, but the enthusiasm of the spectators had completely exploded. Hashiman Tanku, First Gate, Lotus Flower, made its debut in the arena of Sokka Planet. Chapter 360. Not to mention the audience. Even Rog himself had completely underestimated the power of the Outer Lotus. The Outer Lotus wasn't a particularly difficult move. Aside from the extremely high requirements for physical fitness, everything else was the same as an ordinary move. It was a move that could be perfectly imitated with a single glance from the Sharingan. However, such a move that didn't seem to have much technical content displayed a power that didn't lose to an attack-type ninjutsu. In some aspects, it was even stronger than a conventional attack-type ninjutsu. Hashiman Tanku is simply a divine technique tailor-made for ninjas like Kai Huang and Little Li. After fiercely greeting Luonan with the first Outer Lotus, Rog didn't immediately carry out the second wave of attacks. Instead, he patiently waited for the dust to disperse. Although the power of the Outer Lotus wasn't weak at all, it was still too naive to think that it could defeat Luonan. Moreover, after this exchange, Rog once again confirmed a fact that he had known for a long time. Most alien races had physiques that were far superior to the people of Earth. Even the Kree, a race that wasn't famous for their physiques, was the same. With the passage of time, the dust that covered the entire arena began to dissipate. Luonan's figure once again appeared in the audience's line of sight. Luonan was completely different from when he first appeared. It was as if he was a completely different person. Although his warhammer and armor were still there, and his body was still intact. But just by looking at his current appearance, one could tell how terrifying the outer lotus was. The specially prepared helmet was shattered into pieces. Cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the sturdy armor after receiving the outer lotus and the outer lotus. Green blood flowed out from the corner of Luo Nan's mouth. The all-purpose warhammer was powerlessly held in his hand. If it wasn't for the armor and his superior physique that far surpassed that of ordinary Kree, Luo Nan would have been taken away by Rog's outer lotus. But even so, Luo Nan couldn't avoid the headache, nausea, dizziness, tinnitus, and other symptoms of a concussion. After personally experiencing the power of the outer lotus, Luo Nan finally understood why Rog wanted to fight with him again. To train the opponent, or in other words, test the target. The surrounding audience might not be able to see it, but Luo Nan, as the chief experiencer of the surface lotus flower, sensed the unfamiliarity of Rog's use of the surface lotus flower. This negligible unfamiliarity didn't affect the might of the lotus flower, but it allowed Luo Nan to understand Rog's true intentions. When Luo Nan was sent flying by Rog's shadow dancing leaf, he was still wondering why Rog didn't use ninjutsu. Now he knew the answer. Luo Nan did his best to calm his somewhat chaotic breathing and the various sensations of pain that came from his body. He walked out of this 1-meter-deep crater. No wonder you said that you definitely wouldn't use Tsukuyomi this time. So you had already planned all of this. There wasn't any anger in Luo Nan's tone. Though being treated as a test subject made him very unhappy, in the end this was the problem of the difference in strength. If he was in Rog's position, he would do the same thing. Testing power in actual combat wasn't only done when testing weapons. It was also done when testing new moves. Especially those who had absolute confidence in their own strength. The more likely they were to do this. Your observational skills are pretty good. You understood faster than I expected. While speaking, Rog took off the remaining bandages wrapped around his hand and casually threw them to the side. These bandages were only useful when using the surface lotus flower. The remaining moves didn't need the bandages. What's the name of your fighting technique? This kind of powerful fighting technique should have a name worthy of its power. Hashimen Tanku. Compared to fighting techniques, ninjas prefer to call this attack method taijutsu. Rog directly told Luo Nan the name of the Hashimen Tanku. Oh right, the move I used to hit you just now is called Surface Lotus Flower. It's the move after opening the first gate of the Hashimen Tanku. Out of respect for the test subject, Rog also told Luo Nan the name of the Surface Lotus Flower. The first gate of the Hashimen Tanku? Although Luo Nan didn't know what the first gate of the Hashimen Tanku was, he didn't know what kind of effect the first gate of the Hashimen Tanku would bring. But as long as he thought about the name of the Hashimen Tanku, he could roughly speculate some things. Just opening the first gate of the Hashimen Tanku already had this kind of power. If the remaining 7 gates were opened, then this Hashimen Tanku. Luo Nan didn't dare to imagine the beautiful scene after all 8 gates of the Hashimen Tanku were opened. Don't worry. I just learned the Hashimen Tanku not long ago, so I haven't completely mastered it. You don't have to worry about what will happen after all 8 gates are opened. Looking at the ugly expression on Luo Nan's face, Rog accurately guessed his worries. Your Hashimen Tanku may be strong, but you won't be able to maintain it for long. I can sense that your physical strength is being consumed at a crazy rate. Luo Nan raised the warhammer in his hand and pointed it straight at Rog. Your observational skills are indeed worthy of praise. However, you've overlooked 2 things. At this time, Rog was like a teacher earnestly instructing a student. He silently extended 2 fingers and spoke neither fast nor slow. First, after opening the first gate of the Hashimen Tanku, my physical strength is indeed being consumed at a rapid rate. However, this kind of consumption won't have any effect on me for a short period of time. Rog didn't cultivate the immortal body for nothing. The immortal body didn't just bestow upon him a terrifying amount of chakra. The immortal body was a powerful special physique. How could it be lacking in the basic attributes of strength, speed, endurance, and so on? These basic attributes weren't the focus of the immortal body's enhancement, But this didn't mean that the immortal body didn't have this aspect of enhancement. Second, the second gate of the Hashimen Tanku, the gate of healing, can perfectly solve the situation of rapidly consuming physical strength. For example, like this. As soon as his voice fell, the aura on Rog's body changed once again. Second gate. Gate of healing open. It was different from the first gate of the Hashimen Tanku. The second gate of the Hashimen Tanku removed the limitations of the body's physical strength. Opening the first gate of the Hashimen Tanku was to overload the body's energy at the cost of obtaining an increase in strength and speed. But opening the second gate of the Hashimen Tanku was to overload the body's energy to restore physical strength, offsetting the exhaustion brought about by the energy consumption of the first gate of the Hashimen Tanku. In other words, after opening the second gate of the Hashimen Tanku, Rog was not only faster and stronger, but he could also last longer. A real man would never have a time limit of 5 seconds. This is the power of the second gate of the Hashimen Tanku. Can you feel it? Chapter 361. Looking at the playful expression on Rog's face, Luonan silently clenched the warhammer in his hand. His mood suddenly sank to the bottom. He originally planned to drag the fight into a long war of attrition, using time to wear down Rog's 8 inner hidden gates. But he never thought that the second gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the gate of healing, would cause his plan to fail completely before it could be implemented. After returning to the Empire, he needed to have a good talk with Rothschild. Luonan silently made a decision in his heart. The universe was so big, no one knew how many powerful existences were hidden in the universe. If it was within the Carey Empire's control, then it would be fine. But Rothschild was someone who couldn't stay idle. With his style of doing things, if he continued to be arrogant and despotic, then sooner or later he would provoke a powerful existence that he couldn't afford to provoke. Luonan spoiled Rothschild, so he hoped that Rothschild could live on safely and not die on some planet at such a young age. After the fight, this planet Earth will become famous in the universe. Of course, you will be the same. Luonan said to Rog in an incomparably serious manner, as he threw all thoughts that had nothing to do with the fight to the back of his mind. Although Earth's technology wasn't very advanced, as long as Earth had an existence like Rog, then Earth's status in the universe wouldn't be low. Powerful existences could not only establish their own prestige in the universe, but they could also make their planet famous. No matter how backward the planet was, as long as there was a powerful existence on the planet, then the planet would become a high-level civilization in the universe. Although this didn't seem scientific, in the universe where strength was paramount, this was a rule that had been passed down for countless years. Although this will make me feel like I'm stepping on you, but to be honest, I'm looking forward to that scene. Don't worry, I won't kill you since you're doing your best to cooperate with me to test the 8 inner hidden gates. As soon as his voice fell, Rog disappeared. Although opening the second gate of healing could offset the exhaustion brought by opening the first gate, but there was always a time limit. The current Rog was overloading his body's energy. The instant Rog's figure disappeared, Luonan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately urged his warhammer to construct one energy shield after another around himself. Luonan's choice seemed a bit cowardly, but this was already the best choice he could make. Whether it was strength or speed, he was far inferior to Rog, who had opened the 8 inner hidden gates. If it weren't for the fact that he was still holding the useless weapon in his hand, he would have already admitted defeat. Pitch-black energy shields of various sizes continuously appeared all around Luonan. Soon after, they shattered like glass. Luonan was like a target right now, receiving attacks from all directions. After Rog opened the first door, the audience could no longer see him with their naked eyes. When he opened the second gate of healing, it was as if he had completely disappeared in the eyes of the audience. The pitch-black energy shields shattered one after another, and sonic booms rang out in the arena one after another. Although Rog's figure could not be seen at all, the audience's frenzied cheers did not weaken at all. Instead, they became more and more intense with the sound of the sonic boom. The third door, Life Gate, open. After crazily attacking Luo Nan like a Gatling gun for more than 10 seconds, Rog opened the final safe zone of the 8 inner hidden gates, the third gate. With the opening of the third gate of life, Rog's figure once again appeared in front of the audience. Although Luo Nan and the audience didn't know the effects of the third gate of life, the same thought appeared in their minds when they saw Rog's body turn completely red and emit green chakra. Rog had been strengthened once again. The opening of the third gate of life meant that Rog had met the minimum requirement to use the inner lotus. However, since he had already opened the third gate of life, he had no intention of using the inner lotus for the time being. The third gate of life was only the bottom line for Lianhua to use. It did not necessarily have to be used at the third gate of life. What the third gate of life could fulfill, the fifth gate of limit could also fulfill, or even better. The fifth gate, stop gate, open. A few seconds after the third gate of life was opened, Rog took the opportunity to open the fifth gate of limit. An unimaginable amount of chakra gushed out from Rog's body. It was like a surging river after a dam burst, flowing through the chakra meridians in his body. If it wasn't for the immortal body that he inherited from Hashirama, and the immortal body's development to a certain degree, the opening of the fifth gate of limit would have been enough to leave an invisible injury in Rog's body. Accuser Luo Nan, don't let me down. This was the first time Rog had opened the fifth gate of limit, so he wasn't too sure what kind of attack power he could unleash at this time. Although he had just said that he wouldn't kill Luo Nan, he couldn't be blamed if Luo Nan failed to live up to his expectations. Unlike the opening of the previous gates, Rog didn't dare to waste any time after opening the fifth gate of limit. He immediately attacked Luo Nan. Luo Nan could feel the changes in Rog and knew that his next attack would be even more terrifying than before. But he still could only stand in place and wait for Rog to take the initiative to attack. After Rog opened the second gate of healing, Luo Nan was unable to keep up with Rog's speed. And Rog, who had opened the fifth gate of limit, seemed to have disappeared into thin air from Luo Nan's perception. Right now, Luo Nan could only barely determine Rog's attack trajectory based on the ground that was stirred up by Rog's movements. There's only one chance. Steady. Don't panic. Don't panic by any means. Luo Nan, who had extremely rich combat experience, was like a new recruit that had just stepped onto the battlefield. He silently reminded himself in his heart. Although Luo Nan had already fallen into an absolutely disadvantageous situation, he still had a sliver of a chance to resist. A final chance to resist. Time Shift Domain. This was the most powerful killing move of the omnipotent Warhammer. It was also Luo Nan's only trump card. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Time Shift Domain was clearly a powerful killing move. But in front of Rog, this incomparably powerful killing move was reduced to a defensive skill every single time. It was like this before on the Kree warship, and now it was like this in the arena. Although this was only his second time fighting with Rog, Luo Nan discovered that he actually didn't have the upper hand even once. To the famous Supreme Manipulator, this was undoubtedly a sad piece of news. Luo Nan used Time Shift Domain as his final trump card. Of course, Rog was also on guard against this trump card of his. Having already experienced Time Shift Domain once, how could he possibly forget this trump card of Luo Nan's? The fifth gate of limit, Lotus Flower. After moving to the direction of his chosen attack, Rog used this ultimate body technique that he should have used at the third gate of life. Chapter 362. Gladiator Camp, Training Field. You need to be careful of attacks from behind and blind spots. Your body is your strength, but it is also your weakness. You need to remember this point. In this training field that was not much smaller than the gladiator arena, Rog was in the middle of giving Hulk a temporary special training. 3 days had already passed since his fight with Luo Nan. The result of the fight was easy to see. He won. Luo Nan wasn't able to block the lotus flower of his fifth gate, the gate of limit. Luo Nan ended the fight in a heavily injured state. Luo Nan didn't even have the time to use the Time Shift Domain under the terrifying amplification of the fifth gate, the gate of limit. Rog's lotus flower struck Luo Nan squarely in the chest. Then Luo Nan directly smashed through the metal wall of the gladiator arena, leaving the arena in defeat. Rog silently withdrew a bit of his strength the instant Lotus Flower struck Luo Nan's chest. He didn't let Luo Nan bear the full might of the Lotus Flower. The next morning, Luo Nan was taken away by Rothschild after finishing his emergency treatment. They took the Dark Star and left Sokka Planet. Luo Nan's departure didn't attract too much attention. Or it could be said that the residents of Sokka City didn't care about the whereabouts of the loser. And at noon on the same day, the residents of Sokka City received another piece of news that was enough to make them excited. The recently famous Destroyer of the World, Hulk, was going to fight against the top assassin with the title of the most dangerous woman in the universe, Gamora. And the time of the fight was tonight. This was also the reason why Rog was in the Gladiator Camp's training field today to give Hulk special training. On the surface, the difference in strength between Gamora and Hulk was like a heavenly moat. It was impossible for Gamora to be Hulk's opponent. But the problem was that Gamora wasn't a warrior like Hulk or Luo Nan. She was an assassin. A top-notch assassin with exquisite killing techniques and incomparably rich experience. Before Gamora obtained the title of the most dangerous woman in the universe, many people looked down on her. Even the targets of her assassination didn't take her assassination to heart. However, when Gamora officially started her career as an assassin, going around the universe to assassinate targets, people's evaluation of her became higher and higher. According to the latest news that Rog had received, since his debut, anyone who had been targeted by Gamora for assassination had all died without exception. Although Gamora's assassination method was different from what most people imagined, it was undeniable that her assassination success rate was 100% so far. In this aspect, Gamora was very similar to Rog. Both of them maintained a 100% success rate in their careers. However, one of them was an assassin, while the other was a ninja. In order to avoid Hulk's sudden failure, Rog had to let Hulk understand the fighting style of assassins and ninjas, which was completely different from that of warriors. Hulk is very strong. Hulk is not afraid of these attacks. Hulk, who was hit by Rog's blind spots one after another, did not take these attacks to heart. From his point of view, these attacks were no different from scratching an itch. However, this was exactly what Rog was worried about. Hulk was used to fighting head-on. Even if he encountered some blind assassins, his super physique would ensure that he would not be fatally injured. If it was a head-on battlefield, Hulk's approach would have no problem. But the problem was that the Colosseum was not a head-on battlefield, and Gamora was not a serious warrior. If it wasn't for the prohibition of firearms and other hot weapons in the Colosseum, as well as inhumane poison gas and biochemical attacks, Rog was even certain that Gamora would have set up all kinds of deadly traps in the Colosseum. No, you should be afraid of these attacks. No matter how strong your body is, there are still many weak spots. For example, these places. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger circled behind Hulk and launched a combo attack on his ears and eyes while Hulk couldn't see him at all. Rog didn't intend to completely blind or deafen Hulk, but even so, when he changed the attacking parts to the eyes and ears, Hulk still felt what is called the natural weakness of creatures. If it weren't for taking care of Hulk's dignity, Rog wouldn't even mind letting him experience Konoha's secret taijutsu, Millennium Kill. It hurts. You hurt Hulk. He didn't know why, when Hulk, who was more than 2 meters tall and strong, suddenly said this sentence. Rog felt that the style seemed to have become a bit wrong. Odama Rasengan. 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 In order to make this seemingly deviated style return to normal, Rog's right hand condensed an Odama Rasengan with a diameter of 1 meter, and hit it hard on Hulk's thick and broad back. Boom. Hulk, who was rubbing his ears, had no time to make any defense. His whole body flew out like a baseball hit, and then fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. If you don't get serious, you won't be able to eat anything from now until the start of the gladiator fight. To deal with Hulk, who was similar to a naughty child, sometimes it was necessary to use some seemingly childish behavior. After being warned by Rog, Hulk reluctantly got up from the ground and continued the special training tailored for him by Rog. Time passed little by little, and when night began to fall, Hulk finally ended this special training that was completely out of his fighting style. He enjoyed a super large dinner that was heavier than Rog's weight. Ladies and gentlemen from different planets, I'm your most familiar old friend, Joe. Yes, tonight's high-profile individual battle will still be me as the commentator and referee. Now let me see your excited hands. It was the middle-aged man who was responsible for commentating Rog and Ronan. But this time, the audience at the scene was not willing to cooperate with him. After a somewhat awkward silence, the exaggerated Joey began to introduce the two gladiators in tonight's individual battle. Hulk was the first one to appear. When he arrived at the gladiator arena wearing a pair of elastic special shorts with a look of excitement, the originally dull gladiator arena instantly erupted into cheers. There was no need for Joey to introduce Hulk's battle record. Every audience knew it in their hearts. He was different from Luonan, the controller, who had already made a name for himself. Hulk only gradually made a name for himself after arriving on Sokka Planet. In other words, Hulk walked step by step under the gaze of the audience. After Hulk appeared on the stage, it was naturally the turn of his opponent tonight, Gamora. However, when Gamora, who was wearing a slim leather jacket, walked out of the gladiator tunnel, there was a burst of curses and boos in the arena. At this time, Rog still booked a VIP box on the top floor of the arena. Unlike the crazy curses and boos of the audience, when Gamora walked out of the tunnel, Rog's face showed an incomparably serious expression. The most dangerous woman in the universe, the top assassin, the cold-blooded butcher, the lackey of Thanos Overlord, the inhumane Zehu Bailey, Gamora had a lot of unpleasant nicknames, but what really made Rog care was not these nicknames but her status. In other words, her position in Thanos Overlord's heart. Chapter 363. On the surface, Gamora is just one of Thanos' adopted daughters, and she is his top assassin. This is the view of many people, and the other forces in the universe basically only know this. But Rog is different. He is a traveler, and he knows a lot of things that others don't know. Perhaps even Gamora herself doesn't realize how important she is in Thanos' heart. Soul Gem, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, is the only Infinity Stone that needs to be obtained by sacrificing the soul of a loved one. Rog has always known where the Soul Gem is, but he has never thought about the Soul Gem. The reason is simple: he doesn't have a true love at all. And even if he has a so-called true love, he will never sacrifice the soul of his loved one to get the Soul Gem. Thanos can get the Soul Gem by sacrificing Gamora, which is enough to prove Gamora's position in Thanos' heart. In addition, Rog also remembered a particularly small detail. A small detail that even Gamora herself didn't notice. Gamora hates Thanos' flagship spaceship Temple 2 and everything on it. Especially in the second temple, the chair that represented the supreme power of Thanos. Thanos has always hoped that Gamora can inherit his position, and that Gamora can sit on this chair that represents power and status after himself. However, after Gamora expressed her refusal, Thanos did not force her once. Because Gamora doesn't like that chair, in front of Gamora, Thanos would rather sit on the stairs under the chair than make Gamora unhappy. Although this seemed a bit outrageous, Thanos Overlord really did it, and he did it very casually. Gamora may not be willing to admit that Thanos is her father, but Thanos really treats her as his own daughter. Compared with Nebula, who is also an adopted daughter, it can be seen how much Thanos favors Gamora. This is also the reason why Nebula has been hostile or jealous of Gamora before she completely woke up. Get your equipment ready, it may not be peaceful tonight. Rog, sitting on the sofa, silently reminded Natasha, Ant-Man Scott, and others. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Natasha asked doubtfully. I don't know for the time being, but there's no harm in getting ready first. Although Rog doesn't know how Gamora fell into the hands of Gao Tianzuan, his intuition tells him that Thanos will never let his beloved adopted daughter become a slave gladiator for Gao Tianzuan and the residents of Sokka Star. And as time passes, this feeling becomes more and more obvious. He even suspects that Thanos men, or Thanos himself, are hidden in the audience below. Okay. Looking at Rog with a serious look on's face, the wine-red-haired Gamora arrived at the center of the arena amidst the boos and curses of the audience. She sized up her opponent for the night. Like Hulk's Gamora's skins. But Hulk's SSSSS. SS, S, SSSS, SSSSS, S. And because his opponent was Gamora, Hulk didn't plan to use any weapons in this battle. Hulk stood barehanded about 20 meters away from Gamora, his face serious as he looked at Gamora, whose waist was even smaller than his arms. Although he had been forced to undergo special training by Rog, Hulk still did not feel that Gamora could pose any threat to him. I can kill an opponent with such thin arms and legs with one punch. Hulk silently made a judgment in his heart. Although he thought so, Hulk did not intend to kill Gamora. Women would always receive some preferential treatment, especially beautiful women with curvy figures. In Hulk's opinion, Gamora, with her green skin and wine-red hair, was much more beautiful than the women on Earth. Gamora's green skin just happened to hit Hulk's aesthetic point. Hulk didn't know why, but after seeing Gamora, he suddenly thought of what Rog and Natasha had told him, the so-called gentlemanly demeanor. Hulk likes you. Hulk doesn't want to hurt you. Just admit defeat. After a few seconds of silence, Hulk suddenly said, "You like me?" Hulk's sudden words made Gamora a little stunned. As a top assassin and a female assassin, Gamora was very good at using her feminine advantages. She also knew what kind of charm she had. Gamora had heard a lot of disgusting or strange confessions, many of which she had heard from her assassination targets. But after hearing Hulk's words, especially after seeing Hulk's sincere expression without any lust, a strange feeling welled up in Gamora's heart. This big guy's mind is still underage, right? The audience in the auditorium originally thought that they would see a bloody battle tonight, but the development of things completely exceeded their expectations. Although they couldn't hear the conversation between Hulk and Gamora, they could see that Hulk had no intention to fight at all. Not only were the audience in the auditorium puzzled, but even Gao Tianzuan, who was sitting in his exclusive box, was also puzzled. This is not right. This is not the script's arrangement. Gao Tianzuan single-handedly planned tonight's battle script, but he now found that the plot he planned was already showing signs of collapse before it even began. No, it can't go on like this. The arena of Sokka Planet absolutely won't allow such a boring plot to play out. Gao Tianzuan waved his hand at the female guard Topaz next to him, wanting to take the scepter in Topaz's hand that looked like a candied hawthorn. The ruler of Sokka Planet, Gao Tianzuan, was going to take action himself. However, before Gao Tianzuan could take the unconventional scepter, a giant castle-like spaceship flew over the arena, covering the night sky like a black cloud. Sanctum No. 2, this was Thanos Lord's flagship, Sanctum No. 2. It really appeared. Looking up at Sanctum No. 2 that covered the night sky, a smile appeared on Rog's face. Since Sanctum No. 2 was here, it was impossible for Thanos Lord, who was known as the Mad Titan, to be absent. Sure enough, when Sanctum No. 2, which was far larger than other spaceships, arrived above the arena, a bright white transmission beam shot out from the bottom of Sanctum No. 2, like a bridge of light descending from the sky to the middle of the arena. With the descent of the transmission beam, a huge figure more than 2 meters tall slowly walked out of the light beam. It was a simple yet intimidating set of armor that was blue and gold in color. The 2-meter-long double-edged broadsword still had lines of blood that had yet to solidify flowing down the broadsword. Purple skin, a round bald head, a giant vertical chin, a robust body, and an innate domineering aura. This was Thanos Lord, the Mad Titan Thanos Lord, the Thanos Lord known as the Emperor of the Universe. Thanos Lord had appeared in person. Chapter 364. For others, intervening in the battle before the outcome of the battle has been decided is a direct slap to the face of the ruler of Sokka Planet, Gao Tianzuan. But for Thanos Overlord, this slap is a slap in the face, there is no need to worry about it. Gao Tianzuan has an almost infinite lifespan. It is said that he also has a variety of powerful abilities, and is a member of the Universe Elders Council. Although not many people have seen Gao Tianzuan in action, from the fact that he built Sokka Planet and turned it into a gladiator planet that is not controlled by any civilization, one can know that he is more unfathomable than he looks on the surface. A person without much strength can't become the ruler of Sokka Planet, let alone build his own private kingdom here. Normal people wouldn't slap Gao Tianzuan's face in Sokka Planet, especially in the arena where more than 100,000 spectators gathered. But Thanos Overlord is not a normal person. If Thanos Overlord was a normal person, he wouldn't have come up with a crazy plan to destroy half of the life in the universe and carry it out. Natasha, if a fight breaks out later, the three of you go back to the hotel directly. I will take Hulk back. Since Thanos Overlord entered the arena, Rog's eyes have been focused on Thanos Overlord, and at the same time, he used chakra perception to perceive Thanos Overlord's situation. As he expected, he felt a powerful energy signal from Thanos Overlord's body. Although the strength of this energy signal is not as strong as Mephisto in Hell, nor as strong as Odin in Asgard, it is still amazing. Inferior Heavenly Father. The current Thanos Overlord is without a doubt an inferior Heavenly Father. Little Black, it's time to do something serious. As soon as Rog's voice fell, Little Black, who was standing next to Ant-Man Scott, showed a ferocious smile, and his figure instantly shrank, turning back into the pitch-black Northern Cold Blade form. Wearing the Northern Cold Blade on his belt, Rog directly disappeared from the box with the Flying Thunder God, and came to Hulk's side. After knowing that Hulk's next opponent is Gamora, Rog quietly left the Flying Thor technique on Hulk, ready to support Hulk at any time. Hulk was strong, very strong, but Thanos was stronger. In Rog's memory, Thanos was the only one who defeated Hulk with a physical attack with his bare hands. Although Ancient One can also stun Hulk with a single palm strike, Ancient One used magic to push Hulk's soul out of his body, not in the real sense of knocking him down. Moreover, what Ancient One pushed out of the body at that time was not Hulk's soul, but Banner's soul. Gamora, come with me. After arriving at the arena, Thanos completely ignored Hulk, who was not far away, and ignored Rog, who had just arrived at the arena, and said softly to Gamora, "If it weren't for the double-edged sword in Thanos Overlord's hand that was still dripping with blood, Thanos Overlord at this time looked like a kind old father." However, Gamora did not intend to cooperate with Thanos. After hearing Thanos' words, Gamora pulled out two slender scimitars from her back. These two scimitars were originally intended to be used by Gamora to deal with Hulk. Now it had become a weapon against Thanos. Gamora replaced her answer with practical actions, making the gentle expression on Thanos' face disappear suddenly. Looking at his daughter who was facing him with a sword, Thanos Overlord didn't say anything. There was no anger, and he didn't even say anything in a heavy tone. After looking at Gamora silently for a few seconds without saying a word, Thanos Overlord finally retracted his gaze from Gamora, and looked at Rog and Hulk who were not far away. Thanos Overlord's gaze only stayed on Hulk for a second or two before it swept away, and then it stopped on Rog, who was wearing casual clothes. In the eyes of the audience of Sokka Planet, Hulk is the absolute king in the arena, and he is a well-deserved superstar in their hearts. However, in the eyes of Thanos Overlord, the current Hulk is just a warrior with a slightly decent strength. Compared with Hulk, Thanos Overlord obviously values Rog around Hulk more. Don't look at the current Rog only wearing ordinary black casual clothes, but Thanos Overlord saw a sense of déjà vu on Rog. In addition, Thanos Overlord also found that he seemed to have no way to immediately see through Rog's strength. This is an extremely rare situation for the battle-hardened and powerful Thanos Overlord. Young man, your strength is good. Are you interested in joining my side? After looking at Rog seriously, Thanos Overlord said to Rog, "Sorry, I'm not interested for the time being." During the conversation, Rog came from Hulk's side to Hulk and protected Hulk behind him. Now is not the time to let Hulk confront Thanos Overlord one-on-one. And Rog does not want Hulk to have any psychological shadow. It's a pity. If you can join me, we may be able to become good friends. Thanos Overlord said with a little regret. At this time, Thanos Overlord's other adopted daughter, Nebula, and his 5 most powerful men, the 5 Black Radiance generals, also came out of the transmission beam, and stood silently behind Thanos Overlord. Nebula's image was no different from Rog's memory. She was still a blue-skinned half-human half-machine. As for the 5 Black Radiance generals, according to Rog's evaluation, they were uglier than the other. Not to mention Ebony Throat, who was pale and didn't look like a good person. The head of the 5 Black Radiance generals, the Deathblade general with a sickle-like long blade, and his lover, Proxima Centauri, were also not in line with Rog's aesthetic at all. As for Black Short Star, who was taller than Hulk and had the strongest defense among the 5 Black Radiance generals, as well as the universe-level scout supergiant, whom Roger had never seen before, who was wearing a white battle suit, they had nothing to do with being good-looking. Thanos Overlord, Nebula, and the 5 Black Radiance generals, although there were only 7 of them, when they appeared in the arena, the audience in the auditorium, without exception, felt a powerful oppressive force, an oppressive force that seemed to come from the depths of their souls. Whether it was Thanos Overlord, Nebula, or the 5 Black Radiance generals, they were all bloody butchers whose hands were stained with blood. Furthermore, they were different from the other butchers who had killed tens or hundreds of people. The number of people they had killed was much higher. At the very least, it was tens or hundreds of times more. For a super fierce person like Thanos Overlord, his killing unit was calculated in planets. Slaughtering an entire civilization or planet, for others, was just a description. But for Thanos Overlord it was a real bloody record. Of course, under normal circumstances, Thanos Overlord would kill half of them, and leave the other half alive. He didn't often do things like completely slaughtering the life of an entire planet. It's fine if we become friends, but if you know what I'm planning, you'll want to skin me alive and pull my tendons out. Chapter 365. Rog's answer quickly aroused the dissatisfaction of the 5 Black generals and Nebula. Although Thanos didn't say anything, he couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing Rog's answer. He didn't know if it was his own illusion, but Thanos always felt that Rog knew a lot of secrets related to himself. This kind of feeling of being completely seen through made him very uncomfortable. "You know me very well?" After thinking for a few seconds, Thanos asked in a domineering tone as usual. "I don't dare to say that I know you very well. I can only say that I know a little bit." Although Thanos didn't deliberately release his powerful momentum, it was difficult for ordinary people to keep calm in front of a powerful and famous person like him. But just like Thanos wasn't a normal person, Rog wasn't an ordinary person either. If Thanos was a powerful madman, then Rog was the same as him, a madman with amazing strength. The only difference was that the craziness of the two of them was a little different. "Your Excellency, I hope to teach this kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson for you." Before Thanos answered, Ebony Throat, who was standing behind him, knelt down on one knee and said very respectfully, "Keep him alive, I want to know what he knows." When Ebony Throat took the initiative to propose to teach Rog a lesson, Thanos thought for a few seconds, and then agreed to Ebony Throat's request. Although it was the first time Thanos saw Rog, he instinctively felt something called trouble in Rog. This guy is not simple. This was purely an intuition. But Thanos firmly believed that his intuition would not be wrong. "Praise your benevolence. Your will is my mission." After speaking, Ebony Throat, whose skin was pale like the undead, stood up and looked at Rog not far away with a proud face. "I'll leave that big black guy to you. I'll deal with the others." Rog ignored the hostility in Ebony Throat's eyes and turned to Hulk next to him. Hulk's physical attack and physical defense were extremely outstanding. Letting him fight against Black Short Star, who had the strongest defense and physical strength among the 5 generals of Black Radiance, was a battle plan that did not require much consideration. Rog planned to deal with Ebony Throat, who had telekinesis abilities, Supergiant, who had mind control abilities, as well as his lovers who had outstanding close combat abilities, Deathblade General and Proxima Dark Knight. Of course, Thanos was also handled by him. As for Thanos' other adopted daughter, Nebula, she was naturally Gamera's opponent. Ebony Throat took the lead to walk out from behind Thanos, and went straight to Rog, who was not far away. Just when Ebony Throat moved, Rog also used Ninjutsu. Would release. Wood clone. 4 wood clones that looked exactly like him rushed out from behind him and attacked Ebony Throat and the others. Rog did intend to deal with Ebony Throat and the other 3 by himself, but he did not intend to do it himself. Generals against generals, kings against kings. Thanos' subordinates only needed wood clones to deal with them. When Rog's wood clones attacked Ebony Throat and the others, the guards of Sokka Planet's ruler, Gao Tianzuan, finally arrived at the arena. However, Luogu, Thanos, and the others didn't care about these guards at all. Thanos waved his left hand casually, and small spaceships of different shapes flew out from Temple Number 2 above the arena. A donut-like circular spaceship, a triangular pillar-like landing ship, and a dense number of small troop carriers. This time, Thanos did not send the Chitauri Legion that had appeared in the Battle of New York, but another legion under his command, the Vanguard Guard Legion. Judging from Thanos' arrangement, it was obvious that he came to Sokka Planet this time not just to take Gamora home. The circular spaceships and landing ships that flew out of Temple Number 2 did not take the arena as their main target, but flew to different corners of Sokka City and began to attack the entire city. It didn't take long for explosions to come from Sokka City. The complete attack of the Vanguard Guard Legion made Gao Tianzuan's face extremely ugly. He thought that Thanos only wanted to take Gamora away, but it turned out that Thanos had come with an all-out attack on Sokka Planet from the beginning. Inform all the troops in the city to fight back against the invaders. Let the slave gladiators also participate in the battle. Tell them that those who perform well will be restored as free gladiators after the war. Gao Tianzuan, who was holding a scepter in his hand, gave the order with a cold face, his eyes fixed on Thanos in the arena. Since he wants war, we'll give him war. Although Sokka Planet was a dictatorial planet with a special shape, the armed forces of Sokka Planet were not weaker than those of other civilized planets. To some extent, Sokka Planet could even be regarded as having all its citizens as soldiers. Gao Tianzuan's order was quickly passed down, and the defense of Sokka City officially began. As Rog expected, Nebula went directly to Gamora, and the sisters engaged in a life-and-death battle. Hulk was entangled with the tall and strong Dark Short Star, and the two were like two crazy beasts engaged in a hand-to-hand fight. Ebony Throat and the other 3 were targeted by Rog's wood clone, and they used ninjutsu to fight against superpowers, jinjutsu to fight against mind control, and taijutsu to fight against close combat. At this time, Thanos and Rog became the 2 people in the arena who have not yet started fighting. Your little tricks are quite good. I appreciate you more and more. Taking a look at the battle between the wood clone and Ebony Throat and others, Thanos spoke again. Correct you, these are not little tricks, but art that can take people's lives. As soon as his voice fell, Rog took the initiative to attack Thanos. Although the current Thanos did not have an Infinity Stone, Rog still did not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Even without an Infinity Stone, Thanos is a real Heavenly Father-level existence, a super powerhouse who can slaughter an entire planet and civilization. In just a moment, Rog crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and came in front of Thanos like a ghost. Without any hesitation, the northern cold blade in his hand directly slashed at Thanos' neck. The instant kill after the high-speed sprint has become his starting move for most of his battles. Opponents who are not strong enough or react fast enough are no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the face of this simple and crude surprise attack. Clang. Although Rog's surprise attack was very fast, Thanos' reaction was also very fast. Thanos raised the double-edged saber in his right hand and blocked Rog's lightning-fast slash. A crisp collision sound rang, and the northern cold blade and the double-edged saber that collided with each other vibrated slightly at the same time. This kind of attack power is a bit interesting. Feeling the power from his right hand, a look of curiosity appeared on Thanos' face. Chapter 366. There are many races in the universe that look exactly like the Earthlings, so Thanos Overlord couldn't tell which planet Rog came from for a while. However, in his memory, even if it was Asgard, not everyone has such outstanding physical strength. Regarding this, the main reason is that Thanos Overlord came a little too late. If he came to Sokka Star earlier, even if it was only a few hours, he could easily know the origin of Rog. Although he was a little curious, Thanos Overlord did not stop his movements. Thanos Overlord's right wrist gently turned, and the 2-meter-long double-edged sword with amazing weight turned in a direction extremely flexibly, slashing diagonally from top to bottom. If he was cut, with Rog's current physique, cutting him in half would be his best ending. Although Rog didn't know who helped Thanos Overlord build such a domineering weapon, he knew that the double-edged sword in Thanos Overlord's hand had a super attack power that could cut through vibranium shields. The existence of the immortal body allowed him to have a physique far beyond that of the Earthlings. But no matter how strong it was, the immortal body could not strengthen his body to be stronger than vibranium. In the face of Thanos Overlord's casual but powerful counterattack, Rog did not dare to hesitate and immediately used ninjutsu to retreat. Lightning release, lightning body flicker. Compared with the ordinary body flicker technique, lightning body flicker is not only faster, but also better looking, which is more in line with Rog's combat aesthetic. The huge and sharp double-edged sword directly cut through the position where Rog was originally standing, and passed through the light blue electric current left by Rog's lightning body flicker. Thanos Overlord was not surprised that the counterattack failed. If Rog couldn't even avoid such an attack, Thanos Overlord would feel abnormal. After quickly pulling away, Rog did not immediately launch a second wave of attacks, but carefully looked at Thanos Overlord. Because the current Thanos Overlord does not have any Infinity Stone, he does not need to worry about Thanos Overlord's incredible energy attack. But even so, Thanos Overlord, who can only use physical attacks, is still a difficult enemy. Although the rapid surprise attack was blocked by Thanos, it also allowed Rog to have a preliminary understanding of the physical strength possessed by Thanos. Among the opponents he had encountered so far, Thanos's physical strength was well deserved to be number one. Even Thor and Hulk were weaker than Thanos in terms of physical strength. If Slayer Overlord didn't have the advantage of making the first move and the speed of the surprise attack, Slayer Overlord's block just now had a great chance to directly send the Northern Cold Blade in Rog's hand flying. Until now, Roger's right hand still felt waves of pain from the web between his thumb and index finger. In addition, what made him more concerned was Thanos Overlord's casual and understatement. There were many opponents who could block his rapid surprise attack, but none of them could do it as casually as Thanos. Rog had only seen this kind of fighting style of casually repelling the opponent's attack and immediately counterattacking. It was just that the opponents he faced at that time were all insignificant soldiers with mediocre strength. Thanos was more difficult to deal with than expected. Rog quickly made a judgment. If Thanos Overlord didn't have this kind of strength, he wouldn't be qualified to carry out the crazy plan to destroy all life in the universe. Strength, speed, physical strength, combat reaction, combat skills, combat experience. Rog helplessly found that except for the advantage in speed, he was far inferior to the current Thanos Overlord in several other indicators. The limitations brought about by his race were now vividly displayed. Since his innate conditions were not as good as the opponent, then he would add a few buffs to himself. In short, Rog was going to start stacking buffs on himself. Chakra Coat, Thunder Release Chakra Mode, Sage Mode, Hellfire, Hashiman Tanku, Nine-Tailed Chakra Coat. These were the buffs that Rog currently mastered that could significantly improve his combat state. After thinking for a few seconds, Rog quickly made a decision. Buffs, to stack layer by layer, there was no need to use a killer move at the beginning. Thunder Release Chakra Mode. In just a moment, Thunder Release Chakra was concentrated in every part of Rog's body. His body instantly became active, his speed, defense, and nerve conduction speed suddenly increased, and the silver-white lightning also covered his body. Looking at Rog's body suddenly shrouded in light blue chakra and wrapped in lightning, Thanos Overlord's face showed a hint of excitement. Until now, Thanos Overlord didn't know why he had such a strong interest in a stranger like Rog. In his intuition, he always had a feeling that he had met a real kindred spirit, which was one of the reasons why he took the initiative to recruit Rog before. Such an opponent, if he killed him directly, it would be a waste. Just as Thanos Overlord was thinking about how to beat Rog without really killing or crippling Rog, Rog launched his second wave of attack against Thanos Overlord. Just like before, Rog chose to use his most familiar and favorite rapid ambush tactic. Thunder Release, Lightning Body Blink. Rog's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving a weak electric current with the thickness of a finger in place. The Lightning Body Blink in the Thunder Release Chakra mode allowed Rog to have a speed far beyond the previous, making him disappear from the arena, as if he really disappeared. However, in front of Thanos Overlord, his speed was not fast enough, at least not fast enough to break through the limits of Thanos Overlord's dynamic vision. At the moment when Rog disappeared, Thanos Overlord, who was holding a double-edged saber, took a step forward with his left leg, and the double-edged saber in his right hand slashed out. Clang! The Northern Cold Saber in Rog's hand once again collided with Thanos Overlord's double-edged saber. But this time, it was Thanos Overlord's double-edged saber that took the initiative to hit Rog's Northern Cold Saber. A huge force was transmitted directly through the Northern Cold Saber to Rog's right hand, making his right hand slightly numb. However, at the moment when the Northern Cold Saber collided with the double-edged saber, his empty left hand pulled out the Flying Thor Kunai that had not been used for a long time, and threw the Flying Thor Kunai directly at Thanos Overlord. Uchiha Ryu Throw. Although Rog is not an Uchiha clan member, his throwing technique is not worse than the Uchiha clan member, and is even stronger. The physical strength of Thanos, who was obviously a level stronger than Roger, sent him flying without any suspense, causing him to fly out uncontrollably. Rog never expected himself to be able to compete with Thanos Overlord in physical strength, including being hit now. Everything was in his plan. Rog, who was holding the Northern Cold Saber, flew out upside down, and the Flying Thor Kunai that was thrown out by him also came in front of Thanos Overlord at this time. As an experienced fighter, Thanos Overlord certainly can't ignore the existence of the Flying Thor Kunai. He only slightly tilted his neck and avoided the Flying Thor Kunai that was like a bullet. Is that all? After easily avoiding the Flying Thor Kunai, Thanos Overlord couldn't help but lower his evaluation of Rog. Using a throwing weapon to launch a second attack, this tactic can't be said to be wrong. It's just that this tactic appeared at this time. It's obviously a bit inappropriate. This is not in line with Rog's strength, but it also has the mentality of underestimating the opponent. It's impossible to make an accurate judgment of the enemy's strength, which means that Rog is only SOSO. Just when such an idea just emerged in Thanos Overlord's mind, an instinctive sense of danger instantly emerged in his mind. No, this is not the end. Thanos Overlord just wanted to react, but everything was too late. Flying Thor Second Stage, Flying Thor Chop. Chapter 367. Although this was the first time that Rog used Flying Thor Slash in a battle, this did not affect his familiarity with this move. As long as he mastered the second stage of Flying Thor, whether it was followed by Rasengan or Slash, it was equally powerful. The dark northern cold sword from the blind spot where Thanos couldn't escape, slashed at his neck like lightning. However, just when Rog thought that he would take the first blood of Thanos, an accident happened again. The northern cold blade drew a beautiful arc in the air and directly attacked Thanos' neck. Then, it slashed on Thanos' helmet that didn't look very heavy. In front of Flying Thor Slash, although Thanos didn't have enough time to dodge and counterattack, he could still tilt his neck slightly. Clang! The crisp sound of metal hitting metal rang again. Relying on Flying Thor Slash, Rog successfully caught Thanos off guard, and then he didn't get any results. Although the helmet worn by Thanos looked ordinary, its hardness was no worse than the double-edged sword in his hand. The Northern Cold Sword, which cut iron like mud in front of ordinary metal, only left a finger-sized slash mark on Thanos' helmet, and did not cause any damage to Thanos. Damn it! The hardness of Thanos' helmet was far beyond Rog's expectations, which made him curse in his heart. Under normal circumstances, the existence of physical strength didn't like to wear armor, such as Hulk, who was a typical representative. Thanos' physical strength was stronger than Hulk's, but he still wore a solid armor, not giving his opponent any chance. What is called being cautious, this is it. Thanos' helmet made Rog return without success again, And it also exposed his flying Thor slash, a surprise attack move. In front of Thanos, a powerful and highly intelligent existence, the more moves exposed, the more troublesome the next battle will be. This is why Rog has always been cautious in choosing offensive methods. The flying Thor slash did not deal the expected damage. Without any hesitation, Rog used lightning body blink to increase the distance between them. When Rog's figure reappeared dozens of meters behind him, Thanos holding the double-edged sword slowly turned around and looked at Rog seriously. I have to admit that I underestimated you. You are an opponent worthy of being treated seriously, so I will treat this battle seriously. Rog's flying Thor chop made Thanos feel a long-lost sense of danger. As a madman who constantly fought in the universe, it had been a long time since he felt such a threat to his life. Out of respect for Rog, he had to take this battle seriously. Don't look at how Thanos came to the Colosseum fully armed, but before Rog's flying thunder god slash, he always held some indifferent attitude. Sokka Star's gladiators did have some fame in the universe, but in the eyes of Thanos, these gladiators were barely qualified. Because of this, Thanos had never put Sokka Star's gladiators in his eyes. Before, he had always had a game mentality when he fought with Rog. The appearance of the flying Thor slash gave Thanos a reason to take it seriously. Rog didn't know what Thanos would look like when he was serious, but after Thanos said those words, he couldn't help but clench the northern cold sword in his hand, and the flying Thor's kunai. Just as Roger was thinking about how the serious Thanos Overlord would attack, Thanos Overlord, who was holding a double-edged sword, suddenly disappeared from his eyes. So fast, Thanos broke out with a speed that was no slower than Rog's lightning body blink in the chakra mode. He instantly came in front of him, and the huge double-edged sword slashed toward him. This sword cannot be blocked. Block, you will die. The terrifying combat intuition honed by rich combat experience allowed Rog to make a judgment in an instant. Thanos' sword seemed ordinary, but if he really treated this sword as an ordinary slash to block, he would definitely be cut in half by Thanos. Flying Thor. When Thanos' double-edged sword was about to cut Rog's head, Rog's figure disappeared again, disappearing out of thin air in front of Thanos. This time, Rog did not use the flying Thor to counterattack, but purely retreated. In just a moment, he came to the vicinity of Hulk from Thanos' double-edged sword. Relying on the flying Thor technique on Hulk, he successfully escaped Thanos' lightning-like sword, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Thanos had never been known for his speed. At least in Rog's memory, Thanos' speed could only be regarded as average. But just now, Thanos relied on his incomparably strong body, and broke out with an amazing speed that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. If it weren't for Rog himself being very good at this kind of rapid attack, Thanos' sword had a more than 90% chance of hitting him directly. Does he have to be so abnormal? This kind of physical fitness is cheating. Your reaction is really fast, but how many times can you escape? After the sword missed, Thanos did not show any unexpected look, but instead he looked at Hulk next to Rog with interest. Now Hulk was in a close combat with Black Short Star, and they did not pay attention to the sudden appearance of Rog. Rog just relied on the flying Thor to avoid Thanos' attack, but Thanos also noticed something from his evasion. When he first appeared, Rog used the flying Thor to teleport to Hulk's side, and instantly came from the top box to the arena. And just now he used the flying Thunder God to avoid Thanos' attack, and came to Hulk's side again. For others there was no relationship between the two, but Thanos saw the key point. Hulk was the key point of Rog's two teleportations. Coupled with the previous flying Thor, Thanos immediately found the fatal weakness of the flying Thor. Rog's teleportation required a key space jump point. Although Thanos didn't know how the flying Thor did this, Rog's teleportation reminded him of the spaceship's space jump in the vast universe. You'll know if you try it? Roger now found that he increasingly hated Thanos, an opponent with rich experience and keen combat intuition. Although Thanos didn't say it clearly, he could see that Thanos had already seen the key to the flying Thor. The only thing that hasn't been mastered by Thanos is that he still doesn't know the existence of the flying Thor technique. If you only know how to dodge, you can't win against me. As soon as the voice fell, Thanos attacked Rog again. Exactly the same as before, Thanos instantly crossed the distance of tens of meters and waved a powerful chop. The double-edged saber slashed toward Rog with full power, but Rog stood silently in place as if he didn't see it. Who told you that I only know how to dodge? While talking, Thanos' double-edged saber came in front of Rog, and it was only the last tens of meters away from him. However, it was this short distance of tens of centimeters that became a moat that the double-edged saber could not cross. The huge and sharp double-edged saber was held by an equally huge light blue right hand. The sharp blade slashed on the bony hand formed by chakra, and was firmly grasped by the bony hand. Unable to move. Manjikyu Sharingan Susanoo. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.